Okay, so I did that. Hey, what's going on, everybody? So, hey, we got me and Kamui. Say hello, Kamui.
What's up?
And we got Rayn. And I guess, Rayn, if you want to say hello. I'm not going to make you or anything, but...
I'm gonna say, what's good, bro?
Alright. So, we, what are we doing today, Rayn?
Though we're discussing, specifically discussing, a tier list that you boys crafted, man.
Yeah, exactly. We're debating this tier list. It's probably going to get pretty fierce, probably really toxic, but
it's not.
We'll see how it goes. So Ray,
we resend the tier list because I low-key don't remember.
Okay, I have to find the correct one because we actually have 3.
3?
Sheriff, okay, yeah, it's this one. Okay, so I'm just gonna put it in general chat, and I'll let you take it away, Rayn. So me and Kamui were making.
Wait, which one
did
you show him? Did you show him the one that counts abilities or stats only?
This is the one we shared. Which this should be abilities. This is abilities.
Okay.
So this is everything. Where the characters should rank.
Okay.
Yeah. I heard you have some contentions, Rayn. You want to run it?
Should we? Okay, let's do. Should we start with the obvious?
Yeah, I know. Damon's really low. I know. I had him higher, but Kamui made me put him down. But besides that, everything else should be accurate.
I do think Damon's probably top of the verse, but
I know he's really low on the tier list.
If you had to prove either side, I think Jura definitely has the better argument.
I 100% disagree with that.
Because I agree, I don't really want to argue that.
I mean, I'll argue it myself. I disagree with the tier list. Damon is way too low.
He had him over Shibai originally, but I told him that we should put it in the either or category. So the either or category isn't like in between. It's just saying you could argue either the Shibai God tier or you could argue the Ishiki tier. It's just the point was it could go either way depending on just what you believe. That's why I made that row. It's not confirmed.
So, with Damon being over Shiba, is it a thing of you like upscaling Damon like crazy, or you just?
Well, no. If anything, if anything, that would be downplaying Damon to have him just a little bit over Shiba. But so a normal ranking would be massively over Shiba. Yes.
Well, you would agree, like, your average person doesn't consider Damon above Shiba, right?
Yeah, I think a lot of people haven't read 2 Blue Vortex. It makes sense considering me and Kamui, as we proved last night, are the biggest 2 Blue Vortex fans in the entire world. There's not a bigger 2 Blue Vortex fan in the world.
Oodie, real quick though, it's hilarious that you said that they haven't read 2 Blue Vortex when Damon hasn't done anything in 2 Blue Vortex.
Yeah, so
you should be saying Naruto next generation.
Actually, it's what he hasn't done that's impressive.
You're not wrong.
Exactly.
I mean, what has Damon actually done?
Not cared
that's the impressive part
about anyone.
It's impressive how little he's done.
I mean, I could say the same about Sumere, but we're not saying she's over Shiba, are we?
Nah, she's like Genin tier or whatever. Maybe tuning.
Yeah, well, I'm wondering, what did he do?
Damon?
Yeah.
Well, first of all, he doesn't care about anyone.
I disagree.
In terms of fighting them because they're powerful.
Yeah, he's shown so far. We had to be baited with fake spoilers to have the idea that he's interested in fighting Jura. So far, he doesn't even find Jura a worthy opponent to go all out against. Just so far, nothing has piqued his interest. which you could argue. I'm not saying it's the strongest argument of all time, but you could definitely argue that implies that Damon just is stronger.
Especially since he has sensory, since he could tell Uzuhiko.
Wait,
yeah, he's got some ridiculous, weird sensory powers, and then also he sensed Himawari that one time. So it really would boil down to, like, could he hypothetically sense Jura's true power that he didn't use, or could he only sense what Jura did use? But based off Himawari, it kind of implies that he can sense, the person's true power.
Mm-hmm.
In which case, is it like a thing where Jura was too far away or what? But he's sensing Uzuhiko from like 3 miles away or whatever. So like, you could definitely make the argument he's just stronger than Jura. But then you have to ask, what's up with Koji saying that there's no chance of winning? Oh, I don't know.
I think that just means because there's no chance of convincing Damon. He's just not going to care if the world's destroyed. He'll go to the 10,000th dimension or wherever else with Aida.
That would be the most consistent answer. But regardless of that interpretation, until they actually play into it story-wise, I'm just going to be honest. I think that's personally poor writing in the fact that they still haven't given us an inkling of a direction on that end. Like, we just don't know why.
I'll give you this, Kamui. It would make sense for someone like Koji, who just already knows, and any of the like singularities of fate, to just not ask Damon. And then people close to Damon as well, like Aida, just wouldn't care either. But for someone like Sarada, Sumire, frickin' Team Ino Shikacho, why aren't they asking Damon? I'll give you that, because they wouldn't know. Like, why wouldn't they ask him? They could just assume he would say no, but Mitsuki's not assuming Boruto isn't going to teleport to the random marker that he randomly threw at Matsuri.
Yeah. Well, even then, though, like, I feel like some of these characters should, like, especially, okay, so actually, Boruto's a good example of someone who, quote unquote, knows future things, but to some extent he doesn't care and does his own thing. So for example, Koji seemingly wants Kawaki to go, right? That's kind of everyone's theory. Boruto obviously is not gonna let that happen. Koji doesn't want Boruto to go save Konohamaru. Boruto doesn't give a shit. He just did it. To a certain extent, if Boruto is trying to convince Code of all people to withdraw his claw grime. And I mean, Code said himself, like, Boruto, are you stupid? This is the weirdest, dumbest argument ever. You know what I mean? Being convincing. If Boruto's willing to try it on Code, like, why isn't he asking Damon? Like, why isn't he hyping up Jura to Damon and be like, yo, Damon, like, this dude, he could be your ultimate opponent. Go challenge him. Like, I feel like Boruto should be doing that.
And Kamui, realistically, from what we've seen, Boruto is one to seemingly spite Koji or go against Koji or not listen to Koji or not trust Koji or whatever. Most obviously in the most recent chapter where he just disobeyed him and went to go save Konohamaru from Matsuri. But then we also theorize that he was just acting on his own when he was talking to Kawaki on top of the Hokage Stone monuments a few chapters back. And then I would argue he might have been on his own talking to Code. Maybe not because Koji was right there. But at the very least, trying to convince Code to help him against Bug or the other Shinji or whatever. That is probably maybe likely to be Boruto acting on his own, despite Koji not seeing a future where that's possible.
Yeah, I mean, I will say with that one, this is just, okay, there's no proof. It's probably never going to be addressed.
Yeah.
My gut feeling is that there was no downside to doing what Boruto did there. Exactly. So obviously Koji's not going to stop him, right? But I think that was almost like a Boruto desperate attempt. Like, please, Code, if you just would help us, this will be so much easier type of thing. Kind of thing. That feels pretty realistic. It's at that point, why not do it to Damon? Like, if Boruto doesn't trust Koji, if Koji says Damon won't help, I feel like at this point, Boruto would just confirm it.
Well, no, but that's actually that's actually helping our case. Because not even Boruto, despite whatever Koji is telling him, not even Boruto is acting on his own to ask Damon. That just says that Boruto would just know that Damon just isn't interested or willing in helping.
Whereas, yes, and I agree with that in terms of our tier list discussion, in terms of good or bad writing, I'm still saying right now, I think it's bad that it hasn't been addressed. It should be addressed. Boruto should have a freaking thought bubble about it or something. And I'm not going to say it's too late. They can do it. next chapter, 2 chapters or whatever. But like at some point, I think it needs to be done. If it's not done, I'm calling it poor writing. I won't say awful, but poor taste. I don't like that.
I think
but in terms of this tier list discussion, I agree. It is supporting the notion that Damon just doesn't care. Probably because he's too strong. That's the only reason for him to not care.
I think the easiest or best way you could address this in the story is through some means or the other. It's a character thinks, or a character is told, no, we can't ask Damon, stop. No, that's dangerous. Because if you ask him, he's just going to beat you up. I can see something like that.
Yeah. So, I mean, like, there's a million ways to go about it. And honestly, unlike Jura's reason for leaving, I off the top of my head, I can't even think of a bad way to do it. I feel like you could, this is actually like the one where you could do literally anything as long as you're doing it, and it just would be fine. Because you don't need to make it a big deal. It's like a one-line conversation is all you need. It doesn't matter how you ask the question.
So I agree the story should address it. And I'm fine with if you want to say it's bad writing. There's the other side of me that's a Damon fan that is glad that they aren't addressing it. Because not addressing it is, in my opinion, the best way they can address it as a Damon fan.
I don't know if I agree with that. I mean, from the perspective of leaving it ambiguous to where you can spin it however you want, I agree from that perspective, obviously. But if they just did directly have Damon smirk and say, he ain't anywhere near my level, and like, or whatever, I feel like that is, like, if you have Damon do a funny, cocky reaction to the idea of fighting Jura, I feel like that is just, I personally would think that's better.
But like,
as a Damon fan,
if not even a single person is considering it, not even a single person, then everyone just knows what Damon is like. That's just a testament to his personality, his existence as a whole.
Whereas I agree, first of all, it's kind of ridiculous if, like, what was Kawaki just running around the whole village blabbing about Damon's personality? But first of all, why would the whole village know? Second of all, what was the last thing Boruto and Damon's conversation? Damon says, hey, Boruto, get a lot stronger so somebody can actually challenge me. Boruto jokes, I don't think I'll ever get that strong. But, like, Boruto knows that Damon wants a challenger. So, like, I feel like from Boruto's perspective of Damon, he should think, this might be worthwhile. I don't know.
Yeah, I know that Boruto knows.
I totally understand your side, but I feel like, nah, bro. It would be much better if they address it.
I know that Boruto knows that Damon wants a challenger, but if Boruto knows that Damon is so far above Jura that it's not even a challenge, that would obviously be indication of why he wouldn't ask. On the other thing you said, addressing why would the whole village know? Well, Damon's been in the village for 3.5, maybe 3 years now? And we know that's important because he doesn't just stay at the house at the side of Konoha. We saw directly in chapter 77 or so, that whenever Aida goes to buy clothes, just blatantly disregarding and ignoring Shikamaru's orders, because it's not like anyone can stop her anyways, that Damon just goes with her. He can just go to town and no one can do anything about it. That's how he saw Himawari in the first place.
Yeah, but I don't think Damon was running around challenging people. To be fair, I don't think he would have given any of them the time of day like he did Boruto, Kawaki, and Code.
I agree.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And maybe Sage Mitsuki if they actually wrote him correctly, but they haven't. So, I mean, but there's also the perspective of obviously Damon could just see through the lie, but I say go for it. But if Boruto just lies, it says, I foresaw the future. Jura targets Aida and he kills her, Damon, if you don't stop her. I feel like Damon, based on what we've seen, would kill Jura to stop her from killing Aida.
I think he would do it, but reluctantly. So he wouldn't want to do it, but he'd still do it.
Hey, can you order Damon to dispose of Jura the same way she ordered Damon to dispose of Code, and he was all on board with it?
I mean, to be fair,
tell him to do it, he'll do it.
To be fair, Aida thinks that Mamushi's creepy or whatever, but Aida hasn't even asked Damon to dispose of him, of all people. For Aida personally, and Aida's a selfish character, I think she would care more about getting rid of Mamushi than she would about Jura. and she hasn't even asked Damon to like even consider that.
I agree, but to be, I mean, so this is
Well,
where we,
cutting out a little bit.
And this is kind of the problem. So like Aida's selfish, right?
Uh-huh.
So why hasn't she asked Damon? Probably because Mamushi hasn't shown up yet. It shows up in Mushi, so it's not like she can send him on the manhunt.
Yeah, I don't think that Aida wants to basically be forced to ask. Like, I'm not going to say it's like an embarrassing thing, but like she just doesn't want to deal with Mamushi at all. Like, he's icky. She just wants to like wash her hands of him. Just pretend he doesn't exist. Like, to ask Damon would be to acknowledge Mamushi's existence, and she just doesn't want to do that. It's a creepy old guy.
Yeah. But like once he shows up, Jura, so obviously saved the world, right? However, and obviously this does partially require the Boruto Aida conversation that she wants to have. We do know that she wants to talk to Boruto, which opens up the avenue for Boruto to possibly be able to convince her to like be helpful and be like, hey, you know, can you do this for me and Kawaki, please? And she might be willing to do it for them.
Yeah.
But I do think you need to have the Aida Boruto conversation first, obviously, for that to work. But that could be like the way of getting to this idea.
That being said, we know that Aida doesn't like fighting because she herself doesn't want to get dirty. She considers fighting to be barbaric. I think that would also apply to just anyone around her. She doesn't want Kawaki fighting in general. She doesn't want Damon fighting in general. Like, if she had it her way, she would just prefer nobody has to fight because she considers it barbaric.
That's arguably, I might even say the strongest argument for why she didn't want to awaken Damon. Because it to some extent, it's like, okay, I doubt Aida doesn't love Damon as a brother. It seems like she's on good terms with him from that perspective. But she didn't want to, by her own dialogue, she didn't want to have to awaken Damon. It's arguably because she doesn't like fighting. Damon obviously loves it. And she probably doesn't like that one aspect of Damon. And Damon's obviously going to go seeking fights and blah, blah, blah. That might be why she didn't really want to awaken him, at least at first.
Yeah.
Arguable, anyway.
That's fair. But back to Rayn. Thoughts?
Yeah. My fault, bro. I'm not gonna lie. Y'all lost me, man.
Damon's strong. Okay, who's next?
I was listening partially. I will say this. Like I said, I didn't even care to talk about the damn stuff because I like partially agree, but at the same time, I think all the things that y'all are a little confused about would slowly make sense if y'all do downscale Damon. Does that make sense?
So what would make more sense?
Right. So, for example, it's like, why doesn't Boruto just ask Damon to deal with Jura or to fight Jura? Maybe because he understands Damon's not as strong as Jura.
Okay, but like if Koji's begging for mercy, trying to make Sarada awaken her Mount Gekyo, I think it'd be more effective to just have Damon take her place.
Well, maybe Sarada's ability is more useful in the overall fight than Damon's overall power would be.
Possibly, but it also doesn't seem like Sarada is the... So, based off Koji's reactions and dialogue, Boruto is clearly the cornerstone and most important piece in this game. Sarada is like well, it'd be really nice if she awakened it, but Koji did risk her dying there. If she didn't awaken it, Sarada dies, he wasn't just going to give up. He was going to keep moving forward. Whereas if Boruto dies, it's, everything's for nothing, basically. That's how Koji acts. So she's obviously not like the most essential.
So let's go into that then. Why is Boruto the single piece? It's probably because he has the potential to do something that Damon can't, which is stop Jura. I think that's what the narrative is.
According to Koji, Jura will keep killing Boruto every time they meet, but ignoring that, Boruto said he would need at least 100 years to get to Damon's level. He's only had, let's just give him the benefit of doubt and say 20 years worth of training. He's got another 80 to
go. Is that a serious or? I don't mind I mean, we can argue that, but is that a serious? Is that something serious?
Yeah.
I don't think.
Is it serious? No.
I don't think.
But is it valid? Yes.
I don't think Boruto's. I don't think Boruto's being dead serious. Probably because
Well, I think he's pretty alive serious, which is more. I would say
who would know better than Damon? Better than Boruto?
Well, Boruto hasn't seen Damon go all out. And if
okay, so then it's hold on. Minimum 100 years.
Hold on. Yo.
You can't get to that level.
Let's chill. If we're saying he's talking about the Damon that was holding back, then I also think it wouldn't be genuine to say this because the feats that the Damon has done that Boruto witnessed, Boruto's already done. He's already dodged the rods. He's already low diff code.
He dodged them. He didn't catch them.
Who, Boruto?
Yeah, Boruto never caught the rods. He just dodged them. Catching them is more impressive than dodging.
Yeah.
I can't quantify by how much, but it is objectively, like, for example...
Especially with your teeth.
More impressive to catch a baseball than it is to dodge it. It just is easier to dodge than catch.
Well, I'd say in this scenario, Boruto's displayed the feats that I can say he would be able to catch said rods.
You could argue he's
overwhelmingly
capable,
stronger than Kawaki. He can
prove
perceive the rods and he moves faster than them.
Keep in mind, it's more than just a baseball, because a baseball, you can put your hand up and let the baseball go into your hand. For the rods, you have to specifically catch them from the side, otherwise it's just going to stab you. You can't just like put your hand up and wait for the rod to go into your hand. No, you have to put your hand into the rod.
Dumb. That's fine. That was Kamui's analogy. That was what I said.
Well, my point, I mean, yeah, it's not the best analogy in the world, but the point is just that catching the rods is a lot harder than dodging.
But I'm saying, I think there's things to say that he definitely could catch the damn rods. Are we disagreeing with that, or are we saying Boruto can't catch the rods? Because I think he can.
Well, what makes you so confident? I think it's
definitely possible. I just don't think it's... I don't think you can prove he can, is the issue.
Well, obviously I can't prove it, but I'm saying I have a very strong argument to say that he can.
Well, let's hear it.
I said it already. I'll say it again. Boruto's overwhelmingly stronger than Kawaki. He's shown the physical feats for it. He can perceive the rods. He just moves faster than them. He's dodged multiple of them in groups twice. And I don't see why, all those things being considered, he wouldn't be able to just grab it.
So, Rayn, let me ask you a couple questions here. Is Boro his virus?
Is Boro his virus?
Yeah, here, I'll ask a follow-up question. Is Gaara his sand?
Literally?
Yeah.
Dumb. Not literally.
Oh, okay, I'll move on to the final question here to complete the analogy. Is Kawaki his eye?
In terms of combat, yes. Literally, no.
Okay, so Kawaki and the ability Daikokuten are two separate things, of which would be power scaled separately.
Okay, so we have reason to say that the rods are faster in terms of just movement speed. They move faster. You can say they move faster than the user, but there's no reason to say they're just stronger than the user.
So we know that Kawaki was limited, but we've seen the spokes in Kawaki's eyes, and that gives us a pretty measurable amount of speed for how fast those rods should be moving. In comparison to Borushiki, in comparison to Ishiki, in comparison to Baryon mode, etc., etc.
Well, Damon didn't catch Ishiki rods or whatever he caught. He caught the same Kawaki's rods.
Okay.
If not, just weaker Kawaki because it was 3 years ago. So it's the same.
I think the number of spokes were the same, but I don't remember. Not the same as Ishiki, but the same with
definitely
Kawaki's.
wasn't.
I also don't think that really matters because I think it's just the more spokes, the more abilities you have. For example, summoning
That's what I believe.
the black cubes.
Yeah, because like that uses more spokes than Sukuna Hikona. The black vortex that Kawaki uses to send Naruto away used
I'm not
5,
worried
which is
about
the
it. I'm
most.
just wondering, why are we saying the rods are overall just more powerful than the user?
Well, do you think that Kawaki could dodge his own rods? Let's just say he used a shadow clone.
Like I said, I agree that you could say they're faster, but again, why are they overall stronger than the user?
Well, if they're able to do something that the user isn't able to do, then the rods would have higher potential.
Well, in terms of speed, sure. Overall power, though, is what I'm asking.
I mean, honestly, I'm not going to use this as an argument, but based off what we've seen, I think those rods just do have more power than the current TBV clocks.
Yeah,
let's do an example. What have they done that has a power feat over the user?
Well, they've impaled Naruto and Sasuke.
Yeah,
did Jigen's fist ever impale Naruto or Sasuke? No. In fact, we've seen him punch Naruto and Sasuke. It just ragdolls them.
That's not due to. Well, I can say the rods aren't ragdolling them, but either way, I'm not using.
Yeah, because it's impaling them.
My point being, the reason it's impaling them, it's clear. Are we really getting it? Oh, anyway, so if I throw a ball, right, at like a pillow at a certain speed.
Actually, I have an argument for you.
Over. But if I throw a knife at that exact same speed, it's going to impale it. It's just a skinnier, like it has a skinnier, like a smaller diameter. Of course,
that wouldn't matter because it's
in this case.
Well, first of all, it's not that skinny. Like the reason it's penetrating someone's skin isn't because it's skinny; it's because it's sharp.
Well, real quick.
I'm saying the end. Well, no, that's what I'm saying. The end of the rod is small to the point it is able to separate the skin molecules.
I completely disagree. It's not separating skin molecules. It's not small. It's rounded off at the it's flat at the end.
Well,
it's because it's metal.
If you were to zoom in, sure, but in comparison to the fist, it absolutely is.
Okay, and how many anime have you seen where someone's able to just impale someone with their fist? So that's not this is fiction anime battle shonen, which even uses Dragon Ball as reference, of which that happens in Dragon Ball. It happens in Dragon
Ball. That's fine. That doesn't go against what I'm saying, though.
Okay,
but I have something actually. So, Rayn, do you remember this is chapter 78 when Sasuke puts the sword to Kawaki's neck before like Momoshiki frees Kawaki? Do you remember this?
Yeah.
Okay. Would you agree that if Sasuke did just swing the sword, like he just went for the kill, he could have chopped off Kawaki's head?
You said Kawaki? Wait, no, I was thinking about.
It's a good argument.
Okay,
it's a good argument.
Wait, 1 second. 1 second. I'm just gonna switch over to my laptop and other mic stuff real quick.
Okay, that is a good argument though. So Rayn, while he's doing that, do you think Kawaki has the physical power, the strength to snap his rods
in half?
Yeah.
Well, I don't have a durability feat from the rods, so I wouldn't know.
Okay. Well, you do have a durability feat. They're able to penetrate Naruto and Sasuke's not only skin, but their avatars. It's able to penetrate the Susanoo. You are aware of this, right?
Well, I mean, the durability from would depend on the angle, right? So snapping a pencil would be a lot easier than snapping it in terms of vertically, right? So if Kawaki was holding his rod horizontally, just pushed both of his hands inward, then that durability would scale differently than it just going straight.
I disagree because you're thinking about snapping it like hot dog style instead of hamburger style, rather than pushing down on the rod, which would still, based on flexibility, snap it in half. like the same way.
The flexibility wouldn't apply the same in terms of like the direction it's pointing.
Okay, so going to my thing while we're waiting on Kamui.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I guess you just didn't hear me. I kept asking if you could hear me. Anyway,
spear, it's not gonna snap in half.
Real quick, Rayn, just go to chat for a second. I posted an image. Make sure everyone's on the same page.
Yeah. Oh, I'm on the same page. I just want to get that across right now.
Rayn, are you looking at it?
Yeah. Okay. Something like that.
Would you agree that if Sasuke just like actually swung the sword, he could have chopped off Kawaki's head here? Could have killed him?
You're saying and thinking of it. Come on, Ray.
No, well, it's gonna give an answer. Let's chill. Yeah.
Likely could. Okay, so we agree he could have done it. Okay, so I want you to keep in mind this Sasuke is weaker than the next Sasuke. I will go grab an image of real quick. Just one moment. Go get this.
This is a really good argument.
Okay, here we go. Just a quick second. Almost there. Right, and now I'm pasting. Okay.
Oh, what's up,
So
Tina?
the Sasuke in the second image is stronger than the Sasuke in the first image.
Mm-hmm.
Now, as we see, the rods are more durable than the sword, as the sword didn't break the rods and keep going. The rods blatantly blocked Sasuke's attack here. Stronger Sasuke. This tells us that the rods are stronger than the sword, whereas the weaker Sasuke sword, we just agreed, could have chopped off Kawaki's head.
And let's keep in mind,
meaning Jigen's rods are blatantly stronger, more durable than Kawaki. Now we have to discuss the rods themselves. What are these rods? Well, they're not making the rods, they're summoning them from Daikoku 10. Kawaki doesn't make rods, he just summons them. So does Jigen and Ishiki, which means they are using the exact same rods, which proves that the rods are more durable, aka stronger, than Kawaki's body himself. So that just is proof that the rods are stronger than Kawaki.
Durability? Oh.
Well, I mean, what is the durability? It's the strength. Like the actual body of Kawaki is weaker than the body of the rods. The rods are physically stronger
than Kawaki.
Yeah, if you slap someone with a rod, it will do more damage than if Kawaki slaps them, and vice versa.
Okay.
Now to show you why Jigen's stronger than the rods, Jigen, as we see, Oodie and I were loving this the other day, Jigen was able to slam Naruto through the rods and break the giant rods, showing that Jigen is stronger than the rods, whereas Kawaki would be weaker than the rods. A little scaling for you.
For one, I think I understand what you're trying to say. I'm gonna repeat it, and you can tell me yes or no. You're saying, first, I don't know. You didn't have to mention the Kawaki part, by the way. I think the fact that Jigen put the rods in place of his neck would imply that the rods would like do more. But I think is you're saying.
Well, let's keep in mind, Rayn, it's not just stopping the sword, the durability of the sword. It's stopping the sharpness of the sword. It's the edge of the sword, the sharp part, the small part, just like the rods. With the rods as well, it's not the side of the rods. It's the small little sharp part of the rods, as you like to say. So.
Well, I'm not sure because the sword it does look like the sword cut them. But it just didn't go completely through because it like stopped in the like the
Why are you seeing it cut though? We don't see them broken off.
Yeah.
Well,
he did like the rods, some rods over and under the sword, like the rods caught them essentially.
No, I was specifically. I'll send the screenshot. I didn't think I would have to explain this. Specifically, this one. It goes on both sides of the sword. That's why I said that. But I'm not using that. I didn't think you were gonna like point me out saying that. That's not my point.
Those are two different rods.
What?
There's rods over and under. Like the rods caught it. There's just many rods.
I don't think that's two different rods. But
so let's count the rods. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 5 rods.
1, 2, 3, 4. Why are we counting rods? I forgot what my point was. I didn't expect you to like argue that. But it was just something small. It wasn't even my main point. I don't even remember what I was saying.
So what you're saying is you have no point.
No, I had the point. Tony just made me forget it by talking about it didn't completely go through.
The rods are stronger than Kawaki.
Thank you for agreeing.
Holy. How can I explain this without makes this?
So, any other contentions, right?
Yo, no, chill. Wait, was this the Damon one? It don't matter, bro. So, who was I saying, bro? So the rods, I agree, they could be faster. If you're saying they're more durable, then we can talk about that. So again, I'll repeat it. I'll repeat what you originally said
right now.
Because I don't remember. I don't. Huh?
Please repeat it. Yes, go ahead.
I don't remember. So I'm gonna repeat what you said. You're saying Sasuke could have cut through Kawaki's neck, or weaker Sasuke, and then the stronger Sasuke couldn't cut through the rods.
Correct.
Okay. That goes back into what me and Ood were talking about the rods, durability changing based on the way you're actually attacking them.
What do you mean by that?
That's the durability that's changing. It would just be the piercing power.
What?
Yeah, the rods.
In this case, it's. I'm not talking about the piercing power because they're the thing being attacked.
Well,
so
no,
they aren't piercing.
The end of the rod and the side of the rod are made of the same material. It's the same durability.
I understand that, but it's such as like if you get a brick, right? I understand that brick would probably crumble if you hit something. If you hit something stronger than that. But if you lined up a bunch of bricks and hit that same thing, you're unlikely to just go through all the bricks. So if we look at a rod, hold on, I could just pull up a picture of a fucking pencil or some bullshit. So again. So.
And Kido, if you have any contentions with the tier list, please let us know.
Well, real quick,
we could go back and forth.
So, just assuming Rayn, I'm not able to look at whatever he's doing right now, but assuming the idea of what he's getting at, it sounds like their point is that, like, depending on like so for example, if I try to, you can snap a pencil, you lay a pencil horizontal, you snap it in the middle with your hand, you can snap it in half. Whereas if you go the long way and try to snap it, it's not going to work. Like, it's just due to the position physics, it's one's easier to break than the other. I assume that's what he's getting at. However, we don't really need to address that because in this case, Jigen would be blocking it in the same orientation that you would be stabbing with the rods. So in terms of their actual uses, they would just be more durable and more powerful on offense in both cases. They would just be better than Kawaki. So it doesn't really matter.
So let's look at chat, man.
Sure.
So if you were to get a nice pen, I have to get a nice pencil for this, man. So if we were to take something like say a mallet, right? If you were to take a mallet and you were to like hit this pencil from like the top left towards the bottom right, I'm saying it's taking less force to go through the pencil than if you were to do it from the bottom left to the
Okay,
top
so
right.
Rayn, let me ask you the question. How thick do you think this pencil is from the top left to the bottom right?
How thick?
Yeah. Let's just say like, I don't know, like
Mm.
5 millimeters or so.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah.
Sure,
was
okay,
that
okay.
trash
Okay,
measurement?
so how thick do you think the pencil is from the bottom left to the top right? Probably a little bit thicker than
Oh,
5 millimeters, right? Maybe like 5 inches, if
Yeah.
anything. So
Yeah.
the first 5 millimeters from both ends would be the same thing. It's just because there's more pencil to go through, which is why one would be harder than the other.
So okay, the reason. Okay, so we agree it would be harder to go through it vertically than horizontally. So I'm saying
It would be
you
more
take-
difficult to go through more of it because there's more of it, not because
So,
the
okay, ooh.
mass or density or durability
Ooh,
or
that's
anything
not what
else
I'm
would
saying.
change.
I'm not saying that. I just told you we agree. I
Okay.
agree with you just said and your reason. It's not what I'm saying. I'm not talking about his density. I agree because there's more to go through, so it'd be harder. So in this case, right? If you were if you're a yo, oh, yeah. Okay, forget what that nigga said.
Well, right. I'll give
So-
you an example. Let's
so-
say you took this pencil and you lined up like 20 or so exact similar like pencils just like this. You lined them up in a row. If you took them out, and let's just say the width of each pencil is like 1/20th of like the total length of it. So like in total,
Mm,
the 20 pencils width would be the same as one of the pencils length. It should be the same difficulty going through one of those vertically as it would to go through all 20 horizontally, because it's working with the same material and the same amount of the same material.
okay. So, hey, this nigga, bro. Never mind. But so, I'm be honest. I'm assuming you just said something, but well, obviously you did. But I'm assuming I agree. I don't think you said anything weird. But again, with the thing that I said, we agree. So now that we agree on that, I can explain what I was initially saying, which is if you were to snap a rod, I think, or attack the rod while it's sitting horizontally, I think it'd be a lot easier to do that in comparison to you attacking it while it's vertically, which is what Sasuke does. But that I wasn't even talking about the Sasuke situation. But yeah, that's all I'm saying. I think the effort and the amount of power it would take to go through a rod changes depending on where you attack it from.
So, Rayn, there's a
Which is-
problem with what you're saying. Do you want to guess what that is?
We just agreed on this. What do you mean?
Yes,
What's
we
the
do
problem?
agree. So if we go back to the Sasuke trying to
What's-
like attack Jigen picture, and we look at those rods, they aren't very long. If you compare
you don't-
them to the width, or I guess like whatever, from looking at the sword, from like the top left to the bottom right, it's like the back of the sword to the front of the sword. It's about the same length as one of these rods.
Wait, say it again. What's about the same length?
The length from the back of the sword to the front of the sword is about the same length as these rods.
Okay.
So therefore, it doesn't matter whether the rods are horizontally or vertically, because the width of the rod
that's-
should be about the
What-
same as the
Well,
length of these very
But
short
he's-
rods.
so Rayn, just to put it-
You don't know how far the rods are actually going into Jigen's neck, so you can't even give like an
Well,
accurate
they're not
measurement
piercing
how
his
long.
neck, and
You don't know that.
Rayn.
So obviously it's not
I
perfect. but, like,
do think they are. I'm not even like ratting. I actually do think they are in his neck.
You think they're piercing his neck, like his jugular, and like hitting his spinal bone.
I think. Well, hold on.
Because you realize we see his. You realize we see his neck after this.
Well, I was under the assumption that Ishiki, like the Ishiki that's in Jigen's brain, shot them out. Did we not talk about this before?
Well, no, it's just Daikokuten.
They just
he's just summoning them there. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, just look at Jigen's neck after the scene. Like, he doesn't have puncture wounds.
And we also know Jigen
doesn't have
healing. Exactly. Because of Amado.
I mean, either way, the rods are like, they still have a length, like, vertically. If you want to say the rods have higher durability than Sasuke's sword or whatever, that's not.
They got higher durability than Kawaki. That's what we're really.
So okay, Rayn.
Yeah, that's
what I'm saying, and I think this is where we're having a difference. We both agree that these rods are cylindrical. Let's just hypothetically say they aren't cylindrical. They're not rounded. They're cut off at like all four corners, so that they're straight edges, four corners. In other words. I think it's going to be a cube, whereas you think it's going to be a rectangular prism.
Well, we see the rods, and they're definitely not a square.
Yeah, so the real answer is it wouldn't be a perfect cube, so to make it a little bit more realistic, Oodie is saying you're treating it like a really long rectangle, whereas it's a rectangle that's a lot closer to a square.
The reason I'm treating it like that is because the original point was where the Boruto could simply catch the damn rods. So all the durability wouldn't even matter. But
so, Rayn, let me throw an example at you. So if you look at chat, so using the pencil analogy.
Oh yeah.
Thoughts?
What about it?
So, what do you think of the length of this pencil?
I'm imagining like, not this exact pencil, right? Because
this exact pencil.
This exact pencil.
Yes. What do you think about the length of it?
It's kind of small, bro.
Okay, and we're also just going to ignore the metal part since that's a different material. Yeah, it's almost like a rocket ship. It's like different from like a thruster. That's what I was saying. Like, okay, yeah. Okay, so the pencil. Yeah. So the length of the pencil is about the same as the width of the thickest part of the pencil.
I think I'll be honest with you, that's over exaggerating. I wouldn't say about the same, but it's not too far off.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say
get the idea. It's close enough.
Yeah, it's closer than the Pitalosin, if that's what you're asking. It's a lot closer.
Yeah. This would be conceptually similar to the rods at Jigen's neck. Now, would you say this pencil, if we took off the eraser, Rayn, would you say it would be easier to snap this pencil in half going through the width horizontally, or going from the top tippy part to the bottom vertically?
It'd still be easier vertically. I mean, horizontally. There's just less to go through.
Wait, why?
There's just less to go through. I just said.
Okay, well, yes, technically there's less to go through here, but we agree that it's close enough to where we can just say, hypothetically, it would be the same.
No.
Okay, I don't think I can have a better example of a pencil.
The difference is because I do think Sasuke chipped the rods. Y'all just don't. Like I said that I think he did go through them, just not all the way. Y'all just disagree on that. But the reason I'm saying that is because if the rods were horizontal, from my I was about to say opinion. From my perspective, I think Sasuke partially got through them. So because they are facing vertically, y'all have no reason here to say that he wouldn't be able to go through them if they were horizontal. That's what I'm saying. But from y'all's perspective, y'all don't think he got through the rods at all. Y'all think they just completely got stopped. That's the disagreement.
But what we
We
are saying,
agree on the entire pencil analogy. We agree. I don't know why we're still on this.
okay, well, first of all, for the
Agree.
pencil, this would be assuming the pencil was rounded off, so it would be like a sphere, whereas it's cylindrical and sharp here. But that's besides the point for the pencil. For the Jigen example, the reason we disagree is because if Sasuke's going through the rods here, and if we're saying the rod is vertically and horizontally about the same length, then if they were horizontal, then they would have just... It's not going the way that you're thinking it would be going.
You know that because I don't think they're relatively the same horizontally as they are vertically. I think they're still like a considerably amount longer to the point we can say Sasuke could possibly get through them if they were horizontal.
Okay, and that's where we would disagree.
Yeah, that's exactly where we disagree. But bro, I don't even know why we're arguing Damon. It's the last character I wanted to talk about, bro.
Well, he's the first character you brought up. So. All right, well, okay. Well, maybe Kido has a character he wants to talk about.
No. Kido can come in a second. What are we doing with Jigen?
Okay, what's that?
Jigen V2. Let me hear it. Why is he tear gapping cold? I gotta hear this.
So about that, I think we should probably save that for last because that's like the longest discussion.
No.
It is. It's the longest. It's the longest and most important discussion.
That's the first
So
thing
I think that is.
Yes.
But it's what we should discuss last.
That's the only thing I saw when the first time y'all sent it to me. I was like, yeah, I'll talk about that. Let me see the rest of it though. Let's see. Does base Jigen have feats? Or
yes, actually,
anime. But what's he doing in the anime? Does he like beat up code? That's base code, no?
Yeah.
What does he do?
I mean, he no dips him, and as we see, his white combo doesn't seem to do a whole lot.
And base code should be the strongest Kara member.
I wouldn't say all that. I think Code would probably beat him at base.
Do you want to just do this now, or do you want to quickly go through other entries first? Because this would be probably the longest.
What, Code versus Jigen? Yeah, I imagine.
Just all the Jigen stuff.
I imagine y'all clammed up a lot of shit, man. But let me see. Let me actually look at the rest of it. Cause that's the only thing I saw the first time y'all said that. Yeah, that's why I was like, yeah.
I'm only saying just because like I feel like that's like a good final one. Because we're gonna like probably end up. Well, first I feel like we're just gonna have to like present everything at that point.
Yo, what's up?
What's up, Kido? We're going over a tier list that me and Kamui made last night. If you have any contentions.
Where is it?
To not let that.
Yeah, Oodie, you should share your screen so that it's
I'll just do that
easy
way,
to follow along.
Sure, it's a good idea. Right here.
Hold on.
I really wish that we had the extra entries though, like Araya and stuff.
Yeah, well, you know.
You put Araya on the list?
We did. just because of how annoyed we are with the Mitsuki stuff.
Yeah, I don't know why it didn't take Shibai at the top and take him off.
This is crazy.
Wait, I thought Shibai was part of the list.
I don't know. I might have taken him off.
No, he was supposed to be
on there.
It doesn't really matter.
Honestly,
everyone knows you'd be a god tier anyways.
Do you want to just quickly fix this and then just add our entries and take the screenshot properly?
Wait, hold on. Is it not made as yet? Is it just like a randomized stuff?
Huh? Oh, no, we used
randomized?
someone else's like template, but then we like made it ourselves. This is our list.
Oh, I see. Interesting.
But it deleted some of the extra entries. So if you have do you still have the tab or no?
I'm pulling it up. I have to go get it.
Okay.
But either way.
It's kind of annoying, but if we just quickly do this, we can just quickly add them, take a screenshot, and we can do the same thing for some of the
Okay, I think
this is a different one.
Yeah, okay.
I
But we can do the
Oh, no,
same
I
thing
see the-
for
scroll down.
the funny entries,
Scroll
like
down.
part 1 Sage Mitsuki and
I see it. I
stuff.
see it. It's right there.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, cool.
Jesus.
Oh, actually, it looks like it
Wait,
pulled
no,
up
but hold on.
mostly where we left off. This is on the stats version, though, I think.
Mamushi, my nigga?
What's up?
Out of all the people, out of all the Shinju that have a world board, so you got Mamushi?
This was stats. Wait, I think you should. Hold on. We definitely. What? I don't know which one we're looking at.
This is stats. Yeah, because that was the last one we did. Okay, so this isn't going to be very helpful.
We need to fix it a little bit then.
I mean, either way.
All right. We'll have to go side by side. So I'll. Where's our tier list
Boro.
results? Okay.
Araya above Sage Mitsuki. Nice.
Is Araya on there?
Yeah, he'd be.
It's in.
He'd be
Yeah, so
like,
we'll quickly. Okay. Let's see, so-
over here.
we'll have to quickly fix some things.
But is that why you have him so low?
But hold on. But let's. Okay, this is gonna be annoying. I have to quickly fix all this.
Has a base pre-time skip Boruto is little. That's
Okay, so who are we adding, Kamui?
I'm trying to just look back and forth. So, all right. First, I'll just say all the added people. Okay. So there's. Oh, that's right. It's not in the image.
It's not in any of the
Okay,
images,
so there was a part 1 Sage Mitsuki, Araya. We had Daikoku Ten Naruto.
What?
We had another Sage Mitsuki as well. We don't really need to do that one, but we had 2 different Sage Mitsukis. Shibai was in the God section. Oh, he's already
Shibai
up there.
is here. I don't understand. He's just not. There
You must have taken him off. Yeah. Okay.
So
I'm trying to think if there's anyone else we added.
This is mostly the same,
this is
anyways.
interesting.
So it's fine.
Okay, but now we have to move some things though. Well, actually, leave it for stats, I guess. But we'll take the screenshot and then. Oh wait, no, you need part 1 Stage Mitsuki. Put in God tier.
what?
Just we'll get to it.
Yo. It's gonna be a long ass podcast.
All right. So any contentions with this Rayn?
This is stats.
The Mitsuki? Wait, we're using the anime because I low-key forgot what Mitsuki did. If he did do something, is it the Urashiki?
No, we are using the anime for part 1 Sage Mitsuki because that's all we have. Didn't do anything in the manga. TBV Sage Mitsuki. That's the manga version.
And let's bring up Mars of the Stars so he can debate as well.
There's a lot of
yo. Dude, why you bringing up bars, bro?
He wants to debate. I mean, Mars, do you have any contentions?
Oh shit. Hold on. I need a second to kind of like gather my thoughts about this tier list and everything, and then like I'll form my opinions. So give me a second. I'm sorry.
That's fine.
Okay. While he does that, we can switch it and do the abilities one. We can fix that.
Sure. Just get the. It's a lot of nonsense to do real quick, but.
I know this is so annoying that they just deleted it from the image. That's bullshit.
Wait, what did y'all send it in chat?
Here I'll put the stats in chat here. God dang it. Look at the picture.
I was like, what is the channel you said? Oh, tier list results.
Yeah, I'll just put the chat for everyone.
I think you might have set the wrong one. Yeah, you set the wrong one.
There's no way this is a. Oh my god.
He sent the wrong one. He's lost.
Try again.
Is it not the most bottom one? Is that not the one that I got?
You just weren't at the bottom. You need to scroll down.
Oh my god. It's so stupid. There we go. Okay, I'm also.
All right, now let's go fix the other
Mars.
one.
I'm just going to delete that so these are right next to each other. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so what am I changing?
All right, so Boro needs to go up. Where is he? Oh, there he is. All right, so put him above Delta, and then
you said above
move
Delta?
Koji over Boro.
Which
the other Koji.
The other Koji.
Not the one all the way to the right, all the way to the right, all the way to the right.
Over Moro.
Right there. And then you had a white Karma Code. That's right. Now I remember. White Karma Code was gonna go over Sage Koji. Do you have to add them? Or you can. I mean, yeah. Just add it.
See, where is the image? It was right there. Okay, where?
Right above Sage Koji. Actually, put them over TV. The Boruto right there. Put them over that blue Boruto. Yeah. We should just take TBV Koji off. It's so stupid.
Why? He's the goat. He's stronger than Ishiki.
All right, now I'm gonna go back and forth here. All right, so stats one. So, actually, you know, the easiest way to do this, I'm just gonna. So this is the well one. Okay.
Hold on.
Here, I'll fix the Kage one.
Power scaling up to this is probably abilities. Okay. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna list off the people. Oodie. Yeah. I'm gonna list off the people top to bottom. This won't include the extras like Araya, but at least we can get everyone else's way.
Mm-hmm.
So Shibai, Damon, Jura, Ishiki, Baramo, Naruto, Jigen, TBB, Boruto, Kamui, Jigen, Naru, Sasu. Tell me if I'm going too fast.
You're good. You're
good. No limiter code, Kawashiki, Borushiki, Base Jigen, Fuse Momo, Momokin.
Hang on. Okay.
6 Paths Naruto, Sasuke, Momoshiki, Kinshiki, Kaguya, MS Sarada, Hidari, Mamushi.
Okay, hang on. Let me go find
Matsuri.
Sarada. Okay. Mamushi and Matsuri. Okay. Can you repeat this one?
No limiter code, Kawashiki, Borushiki, Jigen, Fuse Momo, Momoshiki and Kinshiki, 6 Paths Naruto, 6 Paths Sasuke, Base Momoshiki, Kinshiki, Kaguya, MS Sarada, Hidari, Mamushi, Matsuri, True Essence Boruto, Sage Koji.
Okay, yeah.
There would have been White Karma Code.
Yeah.
Then True Essence Boruto, then Sage Koji, Base Code, Base Koji, Boro, Delta.
Yep. And then...
Oh, we never added Victor. Should we add Victor?
Oh my god. Do I even have a picture? I probably don't, since I just don't care about Victor, but let's see what I do.
Well, I mean, Victor will go. Right?
I don't have a picture of Victor.
Okay. Ryu.
Gara. Oh, hang on. Let me get the Ryu up there. Okay. Then
Gara, Darui, Kurotsuchi, Chojuro, Shikamaru, Ao, Mitsuki, Part 1 Kawaki, Hibawari. Oh, there should be so I believe we had TBV Konohamaru in between Ao and Mitsuki, unless we moved them somewhere else.
You're right.
But I kind of remember.
Here, I'll add Konohamaru back. The stupid double image. They're just slightly different. Okay, where was he? He was like...
It's so annoying that it deleted these, though.
Where was he? Two Blue Vortex?
I believe he was between Ao and Part 1 Mitsuki.
Okay.
But we might have moved him. We'll have to check stream.
I think that's right.
But then Part 1 Konohamaru, TBV Sarada without Mangekyo, TBV Mitsuki, TBV Karma 1 Kawaki. And then we have Claw Grime, Part 1 Sarada, Part 1 Base Boruto, TBV Sage Mitsuki, Sumaray, TBV Base Kawaki, Tree Sasuke, Daikoku Ten Naruto.
Yes. Okay.
Oh, there was also Araya was
yeah,
I think Araya was in the same tier as Mitsuki and Karma Kawaki. And
yeah, he is.
Sarada
He's at the bottom there.
Okay. I think that's how we had it. There might be some small differences from the stream when we did it, but
what is this about, man?
This one
abilities included.
Yeah, so everything.
Just overall fighting ability.
What does that mean?
You should zoom out ever so slightly. You have like Shibai got off.
I knew you were going to say that.
I want a perfect image.
Bro, why is Mitsuki at the top, bro?
Because that's where
he's a god.
Well, that's anime Mitsuki.
Yeah.
Like I'm not too certain whether or not you guys are like taking into account like so this is like anime canon and manga canon in mind or like what the
Yeah.
hell is going on with
So
this
for
tier list?
example,
Like
this is most prominent with Mitsuki. There's just an anime Mitsuki and a manga Mitsuki as just separate entries, especially the Sage Mode versions.
Both us.
both
Because there
ass
needs
is
to be.
crazy work. It's crazy work. I'm not going with you, but whatever. Go ahead. My bad. I'm sorry.
There was also
So this
another
is what-
Sage Mitsuki Oodie. I don't remember where he was though.
So it's like you're taking into account. Okay, so honestly, like it's on some real shit. Like I kind of really agree though, type shit. You feel me? Because I don't know if y'all ever heard of those like memes and all that other shit where it's like team 7 at like full power and it's like Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, and Sakura's in like her 100 healings form, and then like they take out like Sakura and it's like 99% of Team 7's power and it's like Naruto. Like I kind of like that. That's how I think about Mitsuki as of right now in Two Blue Vortex.
You know,
but
as a meme of that, we have it in the art tab somewhere.
So what you're saying? Oh, where is it? Was it not here?
It should be at the
Oh, there
bottom
we
of
go.
art
Right there.
somewhere. Oh, there it is. Yeah.
That.
yeah, and that's crazy because I literally just joined the server and I didn't see that shit at all. Like I'm not gonna hold you to be like
Tragic.
crazy. But at the same time though, Tipsy, you feel me? Like you can't like I think well we'll have to see it. But at the same time, I think you have to attribute the feats that he had when he was fighting against Boruto and base to him too, type shit, you feel me? Up to that scale, you feel me? But at the same time, like, yeah, given the threats that we have, like, yeah, I can see why you guys would get that impression of him. But he definitely scales though. Especially with that fight against Boruto.
I agree. He definitely
scales below
scales.
Below Araya.
Yeah, you know, I agree.
But
He
is
does
it- but
scale
is it
below
cool?
base Boruto. He should use a different base Boruto.
Oh, okay, my bad. Yeah, I know, my bad. I didn't see that, my bad. Get the fuck off the bed, you fucking cat. My bad, I'm sorry. My cat's asleep. My cat has the fucking zoomies. It's fucking like, bro, sit down, please. But yeah, okay, yeah. My bad. But I mean, I guess, yeah, I could. There are cases to argue type shit. I don't feel like Damon should be that high because I'm pretty sure we won't see it, but there are answers for Damon's abilities type shit. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
That most people don't really take into mind in that capacity, right? But
He probably still has another
yeah, for the most
ability
part, I kind
still.
of agree with this too.
Probably even crazier than reflection based on Aida.
I didn't say it was Emma specific. Who's one of these people?
Okay, Keto, let's hear it.
Bro,
What's your biggest disagreement?
Hmm? Wait, go again?
Where are we wrong on this tier list?
I mean, the biggest problem is Mitsuki, bro. I don't get it, man.
Well,
mean?
he's both the biggest problem
Yeah.
and the best.
Interesting. This is like a potential man or something.
We're covering all our bases here.
No, bro.
See.
Where's the statement, bro? Like, what is it? Where's the weird shit that y'all are completely taking out of context to get him that high? What is it, bro? I gotta know.
yeah, I gotta know too, because
Well,
I'm a little bit lost too.
You remember when he speed blitzed Orochimaru in the Boruto era, who made Naruto use Sage Mode to be in his vicinity?
Hypothetically, I just gave you that. Why is it?
Oh, by the way, this was pre-Academy. Pre-Academy.
Wait, hypothetically, I just gave you that. What does that make him Shiba tier?
Well, would you disagree?
No. I'm saying, let me give you this. I'm granting this.
Well,
Why does it
let's
make
put
him
it this way.
Shiba tier?
Urashiki wasn't afraid of
Oh, this
Momoshiki
Urashiki
or
is
Sasuke, but he was afraid of Mitsuki. He had
Well,
no
him?
problem letting Six Path Sasuke abuse
You know
his
it's
original
true.
Okay,
powers,
let
I
me say
get
this.
but
it.
he
I
had a
get
problem
it.
with
Hypothetically,
Mitsuki's.
well,
no,
Rayn,
no. Hypothetically, I granted that. Why is that back of Shiba's tier?
Rayn,
Okay,
if I
that's
had to ask you,
because
do you think Shibai could speed blitz Orochimaru and make Naruto need Sage Mode to be in his vicinity?
Well, I think Shiba like
you guys are not making
dimensionally.
the good arguments, man.
Yeah, nah.
There's one argument. Kurashiki is stated to be the strongest Otsutsuki, which makes
That's a good
Kurashiki
point. Yeah,
stronger than
There you
Shibai.
go.
And if
We should have had him
Urashiki is
and
over
afraid of
Shibai,
Urashiki's
Mitsuki, then
honestly.
afraid of
Mitsuki is
Mitsuki.
on Shibai's team.
Actually, Oodie,
I'm
let's
switching it
fix this
too.
tier list.
Switching them
Put
right
Mitsuki
now.
over
Yo,
Shibai.
yo, we
Like,
actually
wait, hold
using
on.
that? Yo? There's no
Y'all got
way.
Mitsuki up there? Is that Mitsuki right there up top?
Yeah. Well, revered
putting
is the
him
strongest
over
actually does
Shibai
matter
now.
because Momoshiki knows of Shibai.
Wait,
Kino
wait, hold on,
convinced
hold on,
us.
hold on.
Yep.
Hold on, no,
So you were right. We
hold your
were wrong on
horses.
the tier list. We fixed it now, though.
Hold your
Oh,
horses.
yo,
Hold your
Marcus.
horses.
Part
Hey,
Hold your
one
yo,
is
horses.
that's
the
Hold your horses.
animated
nonsense.
TVV
They just
Mitsuki.
ran with
That's
it, bro.
Mitsuki that y'all got at top by Shibai.
Did I just delete
Well,
the
it's
wrong
not the
line?
only way how. It's
I
just
think I did.
one. It's the most succinct way how.
No, but no. What I'm saying is that Mitsuki that y'all have by Shibai right now.
We're fixing him and putting him over right now.
Yeah.
Wait, are y'all going off what Keto just said?
Okay,
Well,
on some real shit.
it's just-
why would Keto be wrong? Urashiki's revered as the strongest Otsutsuki, and the Otsutsuki know about Shibai.
The reason why Orochimaru was so proponent in the war arc type shit, you feel me, is because of Mitsuki, bro. Like everything that Mitsuki embodies the totality of literally two blue vortex. And
Yo,
Boruto by extension.
stop it.
I'm not gonna hold
What?
you. I'm not gonna hold you. It's fairly simple. The type of shit, like, you can even associate the curse mark by Orochimaru to the karma. Like, think about that shit on some real shit, you feel me? Like,
Listen,
Orochimaru's essence is inside somebody's body type shit, you feel me? And then
listen.
Itachi found a way to extract that shit through whatever metric or means that he made type beat. And then also this same proponent is congruent with the Otsutsuki type shit, you feel me? Like, think about that shit for real. Think
I
about it,
was
bro.
just trolling, bro. But
Not
anyways,
trolling.
if y'all
What?
are going off
Is
what
that not what
Keto's
the curse
saying,
mark
bro,
is? The curse mark
y'all
is
know,
Rayn,
y'all
let me
do
shoot you. Let me shoot you something here.
y'all
Orochimaru
know
said
he
in the
jumped.
anime,
Y'all know
so
that
ignore the
Kito
manga.
Maki is talking about is fake. That's just not.
Well, hold on,
bro.
Rayn. I got something for you.
It's cool.
So in the anime, we have to ignore TBV manga for this because we have a separate anime list anime. In the anime, Orochimaru said, if Mitsuki uses his sage power in front of anyone, they're just gonna not, like, he's not allowed in the village. You know who is allowed in the village? Damon, Jura, Aida, Ishiki, nobody kicked them out.
I've never seen
for real?
Shibai disowned from the village.
Well, there's a reason for that being the case though, type shit. You feel me? That's simply because of a model.
Well, no, Rayn, that's wrong. Shibai is there because he's omnipotent, and part of omnipotent, a subset of that is omnipresent. So he's
No,
everywhere.
he's not omnipotent. He has the ability that's called omnipotence. Hey, what is this?
He
Which he
literally
can use freely.
transcended reality.
Yeah, he transcended the dimension that we're currently residing in. So he's not here. What is this?
Well, no, that means he's everywhere here
No,
in all lower planes of existence.
How do you interpret like a higher dimension in Naruto?
Omnipresence.
Yeah, we're just about to disagree on that. But if you say he is in the village.
Yeah, and he hasn't been disowned from the village.
Neither has Mitsuki, even though he did use.
Well, if Mitsuki uses Sage Mode,
that's why I said you have to use the anime because the manga is a blatant contradiction.
Yeah.
It's a completely different story. That's why we have this TBV Mitsuki on this list.
The manga's the contradiction, Kamui. Right? Okay.
It is, bro. The anime came out first in this regard. The manga literally contradicted the anime.
The anime came out first, Kamui?
In terms of Mitsuki, yeah. Sage Mitsuki was in the anime long before it was in the manga.
Oh, you mean his Sage Mode appearance came first?
Everything Sage Mitsuki is in the anime before the Boruto manga. Mind you, the Mitsuki one-shot chapter is a Naruto guidance story, so it came Naruto first, Boruto anime second, Boruto manga third.
But also at the same time, you'd have
Yeah,
to
I would
argue
just-
the case for the Jogen too. So it's like that's kind of a redundant argument. I'm not gonna hold you.
Well,
No,
let me
no.
let me throw it to you this
Just
way.
think
Let me throw it to you
the-
this way. The
the
directors
writers of the
directly
anime-
stated the anime is canon. Do you have a single
what?
statement from an official source
Canon,
calling the
canon to
manga
what?
canon?
Canon to what though?
Boruto.
It can
The
be
series?
canon to the anime. That's
Well, no.
I'm
They
not-
did not say the anime's canon to the
Wait,
anime.
wait.
That doesn't make sense.
Yo.
No, that's fine.
No.
Rayn, you proved our point.
Okay, no,
Rayn,
that
Rayn, you
absolutely
proved our point.
can
Rayn,
make
Rayn,
sense
Rayn,
because
Rayn,
there
Rayn,
are some
Rayn,
things
Rayn,
considered
Rayn,
not
what you
canon
just
to the
said-
anime,
Rayn,
even though they are
Rayn,
animated.
Rayn, what you just said proved our point.
How?
It's
Prove
canon,
what?
if it's canon to the anime, that proves it's a different story. That's why it has.
I wasn't
different
disagreeing on it being a different story.
Okay, so there's
canon.
two
Okay,
different
that's why there's
placements.
two
You
separate
said the
entries.
manga was a contradiction.
It
It
is.
was opposite.
Rayn, if something's
Just
established
because Sage
in the-
Mode came
Rayn.
first doesn't it just means the writers of the anime contradicted the original idea that the author had in the manga. What is that? Doesn't mean that
The
the
author
manga
didn't
contradicted.
have an idea.
No,
can't prove that, Kamui.
Rain's cooking. I'm not gonna hold you. Rain's cooking. I'm
Rayn,
not
Rayn,
gonna
you
hold you.
can't
prove
say
that,
that because
Kamui.
look,
You can't prove that.
Kishimoto came up with the idea in a Naruto guidance story. The anime then did something with it. It's not
Okay, so
contradicting the
okay,
manga's idea. The
so
manga
hold
didn't
on,
have an
hold
idea.
on.
You know how I
Okay,
know this?
so-
Because
so-
the
so
manga
Kamui.
was at like chapter
So Kamui.
45 and it had
So
nothing to do.
So Kamui, just because he didn't do anything with it at the time doesn't mean he didn't have an idea to do with it.
He wasn't even the
That was in
writer at the
end.
time.
Well, I don't know who. I'm saying the writers
Oh,
in
not he
general.
was. That's proof he came out and didn't have an idea. He
I'm
wasn't
saying
writing.
the writers generally.
That's like arguing for the case of a like higher power type beat, you feel me, or some shit. Whatever the
I
fuck.
can use the damn
Yeah,
Joe
like
God.
Mitsuki.
Yo,
What? But okay, so
either way, this is
you have
pointless.
an
The
explanation for the
scan
Joe
that
God, though?
Kidomaki was talking about is fake. So I'm asking you, what's your reason for having Mitsuki this high?
So
I don't care if
okay,
he's an
Rayn, let me ask you.
Orochimaru
Let me ask you.
or
Let me ask you.
Orochimaru, why is
Rayn, let me ask you.
Kishiba's tier?
Rayn, let me ask you. Where does anime only Shibai or Jura scale? Or
Well, y'all didn't
yeah,
say
go
this
ahead.
is anime only.
Okay, no, but that's fine. So we're
Is this
excluding
anime only?
we're excluding things from the manga for the anime only ranking. So with that being said, no, that's fine because this is including both anime and manga rankings, but we're making the differentiation between the two. They're distinct.
You can't do that
So-
in that capacity because they both contradict each other in many capacities.
But hang on. But based on only the anime, Rayn, only the anime, why wouldn't we have Sage Mitsuki where he is from the anime?
Shiba doesn't exist in the anime currently.
That's okay because he exists in the manga continuity. That's why he's on this list.
But you just said anime only. I'm lost.
Okay,
Yeah,
So
Rayn.
are you saying for the characters that?
Let me
Okay,
phrase
so
it
you
a different
saying-
way, Rayn.
Are you saying
Rayn.
the list? Hold on. Let me get this straight. Are you saying generally the list is anime manga, but for
Because you're
specific
trying to use the
anime-
manga
hold on.
to discredit
No.
anime only Mitsuki. What from the
No,
anime?
I didn't discredit Mitsuki.
Okay,
I
well,
simply were just asking
okay,
you what
okay,
has he
okay.
done, and
But-
all you said is he's above Urashiki or something. Like, what do you mean?
Well,
She
no,
lied, isn't any-
I didn't.
Urashiki said he's dangerous and Urashiki's the strongest Otsuki.
Okay, but
Yeah,
that
actually, with that in
scan-
mind, we should
but
move
you
Urashiki up.
proved that is real though.
Oh, we forgot to add Urashiki on this
We
list.
did forget to add Urashiki. I'm glad you mentioned that. Okay.
That's the best. I was like, where is he?
The panel is fake. What is this?
So
But
add
Rayn, real
him.
quick about the anime thing. So just to rephrase what Oodie's saying.
I was trying
So-
to phrase it. I was trying to like say my version of it to see if I was getting it.
Well, I'm just gonna rephrase.
okay.
So like Urashiki is an anime only character, perfect example. But I pretend there's something. Okay, actually, we'll use Sage Mitsuki. So top left, that's anime Mitsuki. Anime
That's fine.
Mitsuki means we disregard the manga and only look at the anime when we rank him. Manga characters like manga Boruto, we're only looking at the manga and ignoring the anime. if there's just no contradiction between them, like
manga
Naruto,
Boruto
for
is
example,
pretty-
Naruto and
it's
Sasuke,
pretty-
they're the same. There's
it's
no
pretty-
reason to do a separate
it's
entry.
pretty
But if there is a
consistent,
difference, we're making a
outside the
distinction.
Jogan.
Let me
You failed to mention like the Jogan, like so
let
so there, in
We just don't have
theory,
Jogan on the list.
in
'cause we
theory,
don't care.
Boruto should be up there.
let me repeat it then, right? So you're saying generally the list is manga anime, but for specific characters that haven't been animated, you're specifically using the manga, and for these characters that have been animated, you're using specifically the anime, right?
If there's a difference, yeah. Like if it's worth making a distinction, we are.
Okay, so again, why is Mitsuki so high?
So based on everything from the anime, that's where he should go based on anime-only statements.
Okay, so give me an anime only statement that would suggest he's that high.
Okay, so Kido already posted it. Urashiki Otsutsuki's
Okay,
entrance,
so-
and Otsutsuki, like Kaguya, revered as the strongest of his clan, and he's standing in the way of our heroes.
So prove that's right.
I think revered is so. So how do you guys interpret revered?
It's not even real. What are you arguing
Well,
about?
yeah, even assume he's revered
What's the
by
joke?
his clan. That's the default assumption. Who's in his clan that's still alive? I don't know. Ishiki, possibly Shibai. They're revering Urashiki as the strongest. And they know of Shibai.
Momoshiki's the one that tells us about Shibai.
And
No, he's
Momoshiki's
not.
alive inside Boruto. So he still thinks Urashiki's stronger.
So let me ask you, Rayn, based on the anime, where's the contradiction?
No,
Why
I'm
would
not-
he be lower?
I'm not over that skin isn't real. If that's the evidence you're using, I don't care for it.
But you're just, can you prove it's not real?
So
What makes you
I'm
say
ignore
that?
what you just. I'm ignore what you just said. I'm ignore that because I asked you to prove it's real. I asked you that earlier. I asked you multiple times.
So the default assumption is that it's real.
Why?
You're the one asserting the negative
Because it
claim.
exists. Why would we think it?
Yeah,
You would have to
right
explain
here.
why it wouldn't be real.
Well, no, you presented evidence, and I have reason to believe it's not. real, so
Everyone
I'm
has
asking
seen
you.
the scan.
You can't prove that.
It's
Kamui.
on
Stop
my
saying stuff like
screen.
that.
At the very least, it's real. It exists.
It exists, but in terms of it being correct, that doesn't have to be the case. So I'm saying, like, why is this something that the author intended? Like, why did? Where
Because
does this
he
come
wrote
from?
it?
Is that even so? Prove that. Thank you. Okay, that's what I'm asking you to prove. He wrote that because I don't think
So-
that's
The
an
animators
accurate
wrote it.
translation.
Yeah, exactly. Because this is the anime author, not the manga author.
Prove that he wrote. Go translate it. Ooh, I know you.
Well,
speak
because who's the
Japanese, and I
author
know
of the
you read it
anime?
partially.
Who's the author of the
I
anime?
don't. It doesn't matter. I don't even think that's an accurate translation. So I'm telling you to go do it.
The
bro.
author of the
What is
anime
this?
is the one who released this scan.
Okay,
it's
he
the
can
company.
He can release the bottom character sheet, but I'm saying the Discord message at the top does not have to be the case. So I'm asking you, just go translate it or go find the original panel.
I mean,
It
I'm down
doesn't say
as
that.
long as Oodie can
Go ahead.
see it
Me and
clearly
Saran
enough.
already went through it. We literally went through this.
So what's
That's
the
not a real-
translation?
It's not. We don't wait. I can. Oh, let me go find it. Let me go find it, man. Let's see if Saran sends it to me. And you send me the correct translation. Are we
So-
actually just about to wait for him to respond? Is that what we're doing?
Well, you said you were.
Ooh, can
you
you
had
not
it
go
right there.
translate this? Yeah, no. Wait, I didn't say I have it right here. I just said me and Saran already went through this.
Well, you're
But
pulling it
I'm
up, right?
saying- No, I'm asking him to send it to me. But I'm saying, why can't you just translate this? Because I don't feel like sitting here waiting for Saran. I did ask him,
Well, because you have the negative assertion.
what do you mean?
Well, because you're the claimant.
So, no, you have the claim.
I mean, Oodie, you can always translate it and
saying
just
that?
not tell what the translation says.
No, he's streaming. I'm going to ask him to stream. What literally admitted to writing. I'm not doing this. Let's be honest here.
I don't even know where the translation would be.
What?
I'm guessing the right side.
It's not this.
not
I've already looked at this. It's not this.
Is it the middle?
It's probably
might be
the one
this.
next to Urashiki on the left.
If it's this, I'm obviously not going to be able to translate
this orange stuff.
I'm not going to be able to translate that.
Yo.
I can tell
That's
you
way
this
too
right here.
blurry.
This says Urashiki, but the rest of this is too small. These are 3 exclamation points, and this is just completely indecipherable. I don't think I can zoom in either. I might be able to zoom in, but okay, I can, but that doesn't really help. I can see if Google Images or whatever this is could work, but no, it doesn't even recognize this as text. That's crazy.
Yeah, no,
It's
Sarada
showing a
enhanced-
naked woman.
Sarada enhanced the image or something like that.
Well,
Then he's probably using AI, in which case it's going to make the lines squibbly. I doubt it's even making the lines correct anymore. It's going to be
Yeah.
translating the cues as
We've
keys.
tried this before. It can mess it up.
Okay, so nobody has an accurate translation. So
Well,
we
yeah,
don't know
it's
what
this one.
says, so you can't use it. You can't prove that. I just asked you that earlier.
So
bro.
why would we assume this would
we
be
have no
wrong?
reason to doubt it.
And,
Yeah.
okay, so it's like me saying, why would I assume that it's real?
Well, why
There's
are you
no feat
applying
supported-
skepticism?
There's no feats in the story that support this notion right here. So why would I assume this is correct to begin with? You know what I'm saying? So like, can we just prove this is real? And once we prove this is real, if we prove this
Well,
is
because
real, if you
the
prove this is
creator
real,
of
then
this
we can get-
scan believes it's real
Why? How do you know
because they posted it.
that? Okay, I can post some without believing you, dude.
But then you wouldn't believe it.
But I can still post it.
But okay, what I mean is the creator of the scan posted it as if it's real for others to believe it.
Okay, well, how do you know his intent was?
You know,
The
Rayn, it's
default
really bad
assumption.
when
Wait, no, that's not the default assumption.
you know what's bad when AI is just instantly telling me that Urashiki is the strongest at Suzuki.
AI is telling that?
I just look up something with Urashiki, and it just immediately. Yes, Urashiki is generally considered the strongest within his clan. Like AI just no.
We're using AI? The
It just
AI is
instantly
probably
came
using
up.
the image that y'all are faking here. What is this?
I
Not
mean,
using AI.
I didn't even post the image. AI just knew.
No,
It
I'm
also
saying
says,
AI
however,
uses
some
the
fans.
internet.
Why would this be reliable? It is telling the truth because it's saying, however, some fans debate his placement among all Otsutsuki. That's happening right now. So at least part of this is true. So at least part of this is valid. Therefore, why would we apply skepticism to say some of it isn't valid?
damn.
Wait, hold on. So just because part of it, that's insane that you're saying that. Even if I were to say that, okay, that is the case. Let's say it's all true. Just because a majority of people who go off of that fake scan, right? Because like you said, the person who posted it likely intended for others to believe it, right? So like Kamui said, multiple people, damn near everyone has seen that scan. So if they believe that to be true, then of course they would generally consider this nigga to be the strongest. But as I'm saying, I can't believe that statement is true. So I have no reason to believe he's the strongest. And I'm not about to use this AI that you got off Google because it's probably
Rayn,
considering that statement that probably isn't real.
What we're saying is we aren't the ones making the claim. The one who wrote this is the one making the claim. And we're using it.
What claim?
So you would have to be debunking whoever, which you don't even know who it is, whoever wrote this.
No, I don't have to debunk them, right? I just have to put skepticism on you and this translation.
Well, you wouldn't be putting skepticism on me. You'd be putting skepticism on the
You're
translation.
using this. You're using this.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, bro. So yes, I would.
Well, it wouldn't be on me. It would be on the translation.
Well, your general argument, yeah. Not you as a person, Ood. That's not what I meant.
I mean,
when I said that.
well, Rayn,
That's
do
what you got from
you
that. My
believe
fault.
I exist?
What? Where's the relevance in that?
Like as a person? Do you think
My
I'm
personal
real?
opinion?
Yeah, well, yeah. Do you think I'm real?
I mean, there's a likelihood you aren't real, but I believe you are a person.
So then what's the problem?
I think people can present wrong information or be presented wrong information to.
But Rayn, aren't you've already
things.
contradicted yourself though, because
How?
you believe it's a fake scan. You are confident in claiming such a thing based on someone else, Sauron, and you don't even know Sauron's intent. Let alone, even if he intended correctly, maybe he got it wrong.
Well, I have for Sauron specifically, I can say there's a higher chance I know his intent compared to the person who actually posted this. I absolutely do not know their intent. And I don't know what source they actually used.
But if you don't know, then you don't know there's a higher chance.
I mean, Rayn, let's just look at it this way.
I'm saying I don't know his intent, but I have a higher chance because I know Sauron's intent
well, no, it doesn't matter if you know Sauron's intent. If you don't know their intent, it's not a higher chance. It could be
zero chance.
The percentage likelihood is the same for it to be 0% as it's likely to be 36%, as it's likely to be 92%, as it's likely to be 100% for that.
You're saying if I were to know their intent, I'm saying there's zero chance that I know this person's intent, whoever made this, but there's a higher percentage of me knowing Sauron's intent.
Regardless of that, Rayn. So when I see these things on Twitter all the time, when people will post fake scans or fake promo things and whatnot, you know what happens every time? Everyone points out that it's fake, and then you see the real one that isn't fake all over Twitter as well. You know what we haven't seen?
For years.
Anyone saying this is fake or posting the real one. Nobody's done it. Everyone just agrees this one's real.
Well, hold on. That's because this doesn't exist. Like, yo.
What do you mean it doesn't exist? It's right there.
Someone, hold on. Wait. So I'm gonna just ignore what you said because I obviously know what I meant, right? So I'm saying, so if someone posts like fan art of a manga panel, right? We've all seen like the 2 Otsutsuki or whatever, that panel, right? No one's going out and showing the real version of that because there is no real
They're
version.
all calling it out for being fake. They're not doing that here.
Yeah, I don't know about you, but there's multiple Discord servers that I've been in that say this scan is fake.
Bro, there's not a single Google image saying it's fake. I just tried looking it up.
Yeah, and that sounds anecdotal. There's not a single Discord server I'm in that says it's fake.
Wait, hold on, Kamui. Is there a single Discord image saying it's right? No. So you can't use it as
Google.
What do you mean?
Google's got a higher number of people than Discord. It's a higher sample size.
When did Google say this specific scan is right? When they say that?
It's only posted and everyone agrees with. Like, there's nothing saying it's wrong.
Everyone? You can't say everyone because I don't agree with it, and I know a multiplicity.
Right. Have you made a single post on Google explaining why it's fake?
No. I have to make a post on Google for my opinion to like still exist.
Well, then it doesn't exist on Google. It doesn't exist on the internet.
Okay, but I'm saying.
But you're transforming your Google, opinion into a claim.
Hold on. I'm saying what? Hold on. Let me know what you just said. But Kamui, show me someone saying this scan is real on Google.
Every single one of these is just like posting about the scan, but not saying it's fake. I'm looking.
But they're not saying it's real.
Things,
they're not saying it's real.
They are. Yeah, they are because they're engaging in the discussion and saying, "What do you like?" Nobody's saying fake scan.
Nobody's saying real scan either. You understand what I'm saying?
If I post a panel, like let's just say it's a sneak, I don't know. I post a panel of Naruto Rasengan Chidori clash with Sasuke, and I say opinions on this moment. Oh, nobody said the scan was real.
Yeah, but you're saying but you're specifically saying, no one's saying this scan is fake. You're saying no one's saying this scan on fake, which are probably just on fucking Reddit. I don't give a fuck about that, but I'm saying that's cool. No one's saying this scan is real, so you can't even use that as evidence.
But Ray, let me prove you wrong right now. Never once tonight have you claimed this tier list is real.
Okay.
Do you think it is?
What specifically about the tier list? You're talking about the characters?
It's the tier list
Its
itself.
existence.
Okay, I haven't questioned that.
Yeah, you know why? Because that's the type. You're biased.
Am I biased? Because I haven't put into question the existence of the tier list?
Yes.
Well, why
How is that
haven't you
being
questioned
biased?
its existence? Why
I
haven't you
found
questioned
someone
its
saying it's
existence?
real, by the way.
There you go. Take that, right?
Found a dude named Bob.
Wow, yeah.
And Bob74H.
But Rayn, about the no one's saying it's real thing, nobody's saying the Naruto manga is real, the Boruto manga is real. No, all these things. Nobody's just posting about how real it is. You know why?
That
Because
doesn't matter.
the default assumption is that it's real.
That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter because I'm not trying to say the Boruto manga is real because no one's saying it's fake. That's not what I'm trying to do.
Rayn, the
But
Boruto
Rayn,
manga
you're
is fake.
saying it is fake. What is your evidence?
No, dude. Oh my god, bro.
No,
Yo,
You don't have
Rayn,
evidence that it's fake. The default
is
assumption
Mars
is that
still
it's
in here,
real.
bro? Can someone
But
answer
Rayn,
me?
Rayn, let me
Y'all
ask you.
bring
Let me
up
ask
this
you.
scan. Y'all bring up this scan and I asked multiple times to prove it's real.
But
Like,
Rayn,
You don't
that's
need
what I
to.
said.
The default assumption is that it's real.
Rayn,
You can't prove that. We already went over why the default.
Rayn, why is nobody questioning if the Boruto's manga is fake?
What?
Why
What
is
the
nobody
relevance in
questioning
that?
if it's fake or not?
Fake in terms of what? It's a vague question.
Its existence.
Its existence?
Yeah, why is nobody
What you're saying
questioning if the
this
Boruto's
isn't
manga is
real.
fake?
It doesn't exist.
So
I didn't say that.
then why
Then
are you
what are you saying?
questioning it though?
No, I know. Okay, so I know Kamui hasn't been listening because I explained what I meant by saying it's not real. So I know he hasn't been listening. So, why can you explain why this scan is real? Because I asked 3 times when y'all sent it and no one gave me an answer. Y'all
Well-
just saying the default assumption would be that it's real. But I asked for evidence for that. No one gave me any. Y'all just saying no one's saying it's fake on Google. And then Kitomaki posted something named Bob. Like, bro, what is this?
So Rayn, can you prove you're more reliable than Bob?
Great Bob.
I haven't. Oh my god. What have I said? What have I said so far? That would be
That this is
unreliable?
fake.
Hello, can y'all
Oh
can y'all
my
hear me
god.
now?
So
But
Can y'all hear me now? Hello?
yeah, we can hear you, Mars.
Okay, like, bro, I've been talking for literally the past, like, 15 minutes, bro. Like, what the fuck is the relevance of the scan when we have to go into the nuances of it, bro? Like, revered.
Well, the relevance is that Urashiki's revered as the
Like, we're
strongest
talking
of his
about whether
clan.
it's real or not type shit. Regardless of whether or not it's real type shit, you feel me? What is the context of this scan? Like, for real? Because if Urashiki in the anime was defeated by Jiraiya and Kid Naruto, don't even give me fucking started type shit, you feel me? Like,
well,
he was poisoned.
First of all, he wasn't
poisoned.
defeated by Jiraiya. He was defeated by a Rasengan. Second of all, I wouldn't be so confident in saying he was defeated. So, did you know that Urashiki used omnipotence? Hello? Yeah,
No.
Did you go quiet?
Yeah,
did you mute?
Continue.
Yeah, so
We're listening.
Urashiki used omnipotence.
Right. Okay, so
And he has no concept of time, by the way.
Madara, in theory, had no conception of time either, so
Can you prove that? What does that mean?
Really?
exactly. Well, that's not my claim. Then that's yours.
Well, that would be Tito's.
What? What?
So, if you look in chat,
whatever.
this is when Urashiki's defeated. Do you know what this looks like?
Oh
You
man.
need any hint?
Yeah.
We can give you a hint.
Okay.
It rhymes with full omnipotence.
Could
You know,
Could you-
bro,
could
spitting,
you-
bro. He's spitting. Yep.
So
That is
similarly in that
omnipotence.
capacity, could you imply this proponent for Momoshiki too by extension? So Momo should be
Momoshiki,
a
from what we understand, doesn't have omnipotence.
But also, Momoshiki doesn't have this image.
Momoshiki doesn't understand the concept of love.
What's that to do with?
I'm so confused, man. I'm so confused. What is going on here, bro? What is going on here, man?
Well, like it's just I don't know where the hell you guys are like pulling your canon from, because you're pulling from the anime and they are also pulling from the manga, but you say that the manga isn't like proponent to your arguments and shit. So it's like, what the fuck? Like, where are we trying to go here?
Well, it's proponents to the manga only characters.
What?
Like Shibai.
Shibai's not in the anime.
That's why I said he's manga only.
So like, am I smoking dick? Am I smoking like crack? Am I like? Are you guys taking lines right now? And I'm not aware. Like,
well, that would be us taking it, not you. But so, Rayn, let me ask you: if Urashiki has omnipotence, why wouldn't he be? Well, no, he does, as you see right here. Because Urashiki has omnipotence.
You can't. Yes. You're not attributing. Yes. You're not attributing feats to other characters within the anime to the manga, though. So how the fuck? Like, we don't even know if this is what Aida's omnipotence is gonna look like in the anime. Like, so what? Like, why is this proponent?
Well, there are similarities between the anime and the manga, so that's okay. Second of all,
isn't in the manga. So
no, yeah, that's a disclaimer because you're disregarding the manga canon. So what the fuck? This doesn't apply. Sorry to say.
I mean, that would be like saying Urashiki doesn't exist, you know.
I mean, what? Like, it doesn't exist. It's not real. Just like how you guys were going on about Urashiki prior. This isn't real.
Is it that
Mars,
is Urashiki fake then?
Hold on, I think you're misunderstanding.
Doesn't Urashiki exist?
Urashiki exists within the anime canon. Yes, we can agree in that capacity. Yes, across the lines here, like, yeah. But if you're not taking manga canon into mine, given that the manga contradicts the anime,
that's what he's doing. That's what he's doing to link it to omnipotence.
So hold on, Mars. I think you're misunderstanding the ignore the manga thing. What that means is, for example, so Urashiki doesn't exist in the manga at all, but Mitsuki, for example, he exists in the anime, he exists in the manga. To make it simple, anime Mitsuki is just a different character from manga Mitsuki. Because of that, we have a distinction. But for Urashiki, you can use manga knowledge, the fact that omnipotence looks like that, to say this is omnipotence, for example. But Urashiki doesn't have a manga version to say, oh, these are two different characters.
That's there's no fucking problem, because the manga canon contradicts the anime canon in several capacities.
Okay,
like, are you guys not?
Okay. Where is Urashiki's manga canon contradicting Urashiki's anime canon?
Urashiki doesn't exist within the manga.
So there's no contradiction between the anime and the manga when it comes to Urashiki.
Agreeable, but what does this have to do with omnipotence when we haven't seen omnipotence?
We're seeing it right here.
In the anime.
We have seen it in the anime.
The same argument why Mitsuki isn't a contradiction, you can use the same argument for omnipotence. Because it isn't in the anime, so there's no contradiction.
Well, no, Keto, it's in the anime.
Is omnipotence mentioned in the anime?
Yes. There it is. He's showing you the clip right there.
Yeah, it's on my screen.
Yeah.
Is it mentioned verbatim in the anime?
That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter, Mars, because, for example, like Obito used Kamui like 500 chapters before he ever said the word Kamui. That doesn't mean he wasn't used.
Yeah, I got another one for you, Kamui.
Wait,
so, hey, is it? Hey.
Hold on, hold on. Kamui, could you repeat what you said? My bad, I'm sorry.
Oh my God.
So Obito uses Kamui countless times, like 300 chapters before he explains that he's using Kamui. That doesn't mean he wasn't using Kamui all that time. we know what it looks like. This is what omnipotence looks like.
Similarly,
We know this. So
Similarly, where in the manga is it ever said that Naruto and Sasuke are friends?
When you think about the scaling of Naruto, right? Like you wouldn't say that a Biju bomb is wipe like a Biju bomb could wipe out a village, right? But when you think about two blue vortex, right, for instance, when we see Jura shoot a Biju bomb, right? It's not blowing up an entire, like, it's blowing up the forest, don't get me wrong, type shit for me, but it's just as similar to when the other Biju, for instance, when Minato teleported the Ninetales Biju bomb, it's kind of the same prowess in that capacity. Would you not agree or disagree in that capacity?
Can you prove Jura used the Biju bomb?
What?
Can you prove Jura used the Biju bomb?
Not within the anime. I'm giving you context.
No, in the manga.
Capacity.
In the manga, can you prove Jura used the Biju bomb?
Yes.
Where is it ever stated?
So.
Where do they say he used
what
it?
Do you mean it's not stated?
Well, yeah. Where do they say it?
Hold on. I'm sorry. I have to refresh myself on Two Blue Vortex, but if I'm not mistaken, when he was fighting against what the hell is Hinata's daughter's name? I forget it.
Himawari.
Yeah, Himawari, when she was utilizing Kurama's power, given that he did just recently got resurrected, would it not be implicative? As you were stating prior, especially with this panel in mind, type shit, you feel me? This isn't a worldwide version of omnipotence. It's not. That's my whole point here.
he doesn't need it to be worldwide. He just needs to be it for the people of relevance.
Colloquial? It has to be colloquial.
Nothing ever says that omnipotence needs to be used worldwide.
Everybody within the radius of this blast was affected by Urashiki's fucking omnipotence.
It could just be like, for example,
we don't know that.
It could be anyone who saw that.
Exactly, you don't know. So what is your point? Like,
used it.
The
point is
that's not my point. You're the one who brought up the point.
It.
I'm saying that we don't know. We don't know.
Well, why does it matter if we know who's affected if we know he used it?
I'm looking at the panel, and you can go and look at omnipotence in this panel. These are drastically different in the totality of the Naruto lore. Lore.
Once just anime art, once Ikimoto art. We've already seen Ikimoto's art. It's different from the anime art.
We've only seen it once.
This could be a colloquial. This could be a colloquial omnipotence. And Aida's could be a planetary omnipotence.
So before anyone explained in the manga how omnipotence functions, we know that people are under omnipotence, and we know omnipotence was cast. Are we just going to say that omnipotence wasn't casted in the manga until it was explained?
We can't attribute statements from the manga to the anime canon, but this is implied, and that's what I'm implying here, as you guys were trying to get me to agree with in this capacity.
Well, no,
so yes,
it's not implied that Urashiki used omnipotence. It's on my screen. There's no implication.
Does this look planetary when we still see clouds around it? Does this look like it's planetary when we see clouds around it? No, it's colloquial omnipotence.
Why does that matter? If he just doesn't need...
What's the,
like, for example, Jura could
it.
hypothetically have the power to blow up the planet, but if he chooses not to, that doesn't mean he can't do it.
Pause your thought before you continue, and then I'll hear you out. I'm sorry. So, colloquially, if this is a colloquial omnipotence, right, so it'll be within its jurisdiction, right? So, it could be a Biju bomb blowing up, type shit, you feel me, and a set or, say for instance, like how Al exists within the canon of Boruto when he got hit by a fucking Biju bomb and should have died back in the war, right? That was colloquial. So it affected that area, right? This is an aerial omnipotence in this capacity. So whoever was affected within that radius outside of that cloud, within that cloud range, you see the cloud right here, right? Like, am I?
So
like,
real quick, why are you bringing the clouds into this? In the manga, what clouds do we see during omnipotence? How are the clouds affected?
To survive. Like, what is
something at the bare minimum, please, right? So you guys see the clouds right there, right?
Can you prove those are clouds?
Show me the full context of the scene. Please, just play the scene in its totality, and then we'll prove whether or not it's a cloud.
Here, what's the final episode of the time slip arc?
We're 130 something.
We will all watch it together right now, and then you tell me whether or not it's a cloud or not.
All right, I'm
Is
pulling
it
it up.
130 or 230? I don't remember.
Probably 130s.
Well, I mean, my question is, why does that matter?
Yeah,
It
because
doesn't,
again, in the
but-
manga, we don't see the clouds during omnipotence, and there's no statement of clouds being affected in any way.
At the end of what it is that I was trying to get at when I was saying what I was saying.
Actually, hold on. I'm just gonna debunk you right now. We see the clouds in the manga.
No, go play the episode. Go play the episode because you're saying that this is a planetary omnipotence.
We never
No, we
said
just
that.
said
What?
he used omnipotence first.
We didn't make a
Yeah, see,
distinction
that's
between
why
whether it
that's
was
why
or
we're saying
wasn't.
that what you're saying is irrelevant because we never said that it was planetary.
Mars.
Because before you guys try to play the episode, please.
Regardless of whether or not we say it is or isn't planetary, the whole point is that he used it. Why would it even matter?
You just asked me whether or not that was a cloud, so let's see whether or not it was a cloud or not.
Real
Oh
quick,
my God.
Mars. Just look at chat in the manga. We see clouds. So what does it matter?
You see the
We would
planet
see-
subsequently. Show the other panels. Go to the other pages. You see the planet.
Bro, that's
Okay, yeah,
because
but-
that's what it was
real
used
quick.
to
There's
do
clouds,
to,
man.
to mind wipe
planet.
everyone. But that's not
Oh my
what
God.
Urashiki
I
is using it to do here, so that's
wanna ask
irrelevant.
you, Since you guys want to ask Pool, let me go on ahead and show you the
Omnipotence
planet.
doesn't have
Mars, we are shown the planet. If we just never were shown the planet, did omnipotence affect the planet? The answer's still yes. It doesn't matter if we're shown it or not.
I'm sorry?
It did. Omnipotence did
This is
affect the planet.
irrelevant,
Doesn't
bro.
matter if we were
All
shown
he
it
did
or
is
not.
used it to survive.
Show,
He doesn't need to cast it on the entire planet to
show
use it to survive. This entire argument is irrelevant. What are we
Show
even
the scene where
arguing here,
you
bro?
done. And show me that it was planetary. That he affected the entire planet when he
No one
died.
said it was
Please
planetary.
show.
Why are you arguing against yourself, bro? What is this?
We never said it was planetary.
What?
We just
There's
said he
No
used
one
it.
said it was planetary. No one said it was. We said he used it to survive. No,
That's
no
proving my
one.
point.
I got it pulled up.
My point. You just don't want to.
I got it pulled up.
Play it.
Alright.
Play it.
Can you guys see my
Just
screen?
read it.
Show me.
Okay, I'm sharing my screen. All right.
Like with David's
Y'all watching, right?
I'm sorry to be like, it might sound frantic and shit for me, but yes, I agree in this capacity. Like, yes, we
Okay.
saw the clouds and everything around Aida's omnipotence.
You're watching,
Play the
right?
scene with Urashiki, please. I would love you to. I would
Okay.
love you to.
Okay, you're
Because
watching,
you asked me
right?
whether or not those were functional systems.
Okay, you're watching,
So
right?
play it.
Okay, you're watching, right?
Yeah, I'm watching.
Okay.
Oh, my
Yeah.
God.
Okay, so right there.
Omnipotence.
Did you see it?
There you go.
Did you see it?
No, play it.
we
Continue
did.
playing it.
Oh my God.
Keep playing. Well, I can't play it for
Continue
very
playing
long,
it.
but
Let it play through.
it's playing through. Okay, it's playing. Okay, and that's it.
Yeah, so you see the other clouds around Boruto aren't dissipated? It's not planetary.
God. Bros, why are you still saying it's not planetary when no one said it was? You're arguing against yourself, bro. That's crazy.
I literally just disproved that entire argument on this
You
totality.
disproved your own argument. You can't make a claim that it was.
I think I
planetary,
can
then
see why
disprove
Rayn was
yourself
saying
and
to
say
not
that you
bring him up.
disproved your own argument. That's crazy, bro. That's insane. Bro's like, yo, it's planetary, and then says, oh, I'm gonna disprove myself that it isn't
No, this
planetary.
is
Crazy.
colloquial. No, you just implied that Aida's
No
was
one-
colloquial and then
No
subsequently
one
not
said it was
planetary.
planetary, bro. I've said that like 5 times now that we're not saying it's planetary,
saying
but you're
this whole
still arguing
time.
that it
Why
is
does it
planetary, then
matter?
arguing that it isn't. It's crazy.
I love how we're using this from our tier list of it.
To further support my claim that Urashiki is irrelevant in the narrative in this capacity, go on ahead and show the planetary version of Aida's omnipotence affecting the entire planet. After that panel that you guys just showed me, I wish I could pull it up. If I go and pull it up, like I'm gonna lag out
What
and not be able to
relevance
talk
does
to
that
you.
even what's the relevance?
Kamui,
What's the
Mr. Mayhem
relevance?
has to be our #1 fan at this point. There's no way when he originally brought this up to us, he ever expected us to take it this far. 2 years
This
later.
many times.
I'm sorry. I just have to disprove that though. To be, you feel me? Like I don't. I like honestly like we got to the weeds of this argument. Like I don't even know what the importance of like me proving this was though. I'm not even going.
We agree.
No,
But at the
Yeah,
same time,
we don't know either.
Because
We were hoping you
we're
could tell
still
us.
wondering. We're still wondering, bro.
what?
We're also curious. We're also wondering what's the importance of you proving that.
Well, I'm forgetting what the importance of me bringing this is of. But at the bare
Trust
minimum,
me,
you
we
have to
also
agree
Bringing
don't
that
know.
this is up.
your claim about
We also don't
Urashiki's
know,
not
man.
being colloquial and Ada's being planetary in this capacity.
We never
It just doesn't
disagree.
matter.
Adas isn't planetary. Adas is universal. Because it
What?
affected code. It affected code in the Tentacles dimension.
Got real quiet real fast.
No, like, oh no, my bad. We were going over anime and manga continuity, which within manga continuity, you guys like seemingly proponently disengage with Tipsy. You feel me?
So okay, I'm glad that you proved it though. Okay, you've proved it. Ada's omnipotence was planetary.
I appreciate
Wait,
you.
hang on, Mars.
I
You've proved it though.
appreciate you.
You've proved it. Ada's omnipotence is planetary. Okay, unequivocally, no doubt, without a shadow of doubt. Okay, and you've proven it. Urashiki's omnipotence is definitely colloquial. Okay, so Urashiki has omnipotence,
Awesome.
so he's the strongest Otsutsuki. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. We agree. We agree.
He has the
Thank
Shinjutsu of Shinjutsu.
Thank you for proving he has it by proving it's colloquial.
Like Naruto has like plot armor, like fucking Kevlar plot armor, bro. Like hell yeah, like Naruto's up there though. Toshi, you feel me? He's beyond Otsutsuki now. Toshi, you feel me? So what the hell, what, so where are we trying to get at here, Toshi?
Yeah,
Because I
agree.
agree. I definitely agree. I agree completely, Toshi. Yes.
Naruto
Yes,
is
bro,
beyond
yes.
the lowest
Wait,
Otsutsuki.
Mars, I have another argument for you. Okay. So since you've proven that Urashiki has omnipotence, as stated by Momoshiki, only an almighty god can wield omnipotence. That therefore puts him in the god tier by default.
So Momoshiki is also a god too, right? Would you disagree with that claim?
He doesn't have omnipotence.
Oshiki doesn't have omnipotence.
He has omnipotence in this capacity because he actually curated the karma on Boruto. He transcends
What?
time.
That's not
Karma is a
omnipotence, that's karma.
Shinjutsu separate from omnipotence.
Well, yeah. I mean, I guess that she's
Actually,
from, but
I
him
can
having
make
knowledge
I
of-
can prove you
No,
wrong
he-
right
he
now.
stated verbatim- he
Momoshiki
stated
makes
verbatim that he
Momoshiki
has
makes
knowledge
the
for
distinction.
every-
Momoshiki makes a
every-
distinction.
he-
So omnipotence, the one who wields omnipotence, is an almighty god. Boruto defeated a god, not an almighty one. Just a god.
So you're saying that Urashiki could beat Momo?
Yeah. Definitively. He is
only
the
implied.
strongest Otsutsuki. Do we need to go back to that scan?
Oh, that's what you guys are trying to get at.
Do we need to pull up
okay.
every single time to where Urashiki's calling him?
No, frankly, Oodie, I think we need to adjust our tier list to say Almighty God at the top just to make it abundantly clear.
He still died to Boruto and Naruto and Jiraiya. So what the hell? Like, so they have to be above
He was
him at the
poisoned,
bare
man.
minimum.
Nah,
Well,
he
there's
was
two things
poisoned.
with that. One,
Poison?
doesn't matter. This is a Boruto tier
Yeah.
list, so we're not going to use Naruto characters, so it's irrelevant. And two,
What?
well, I mean, we
You're
can argue it further if you want, but doesn't matter.
Naruto exists within the continuity of the anime. Would you not agree in that?
But he's not on the tier
would not exist without Naruto, right?
Yeah, but Mars, we didn't rank Denki, we didn't rank Iwabe. Like, it doesn't matter. This is just he's not on the tier list. It's irrelevant.
What? Who's not?
You're
on the
debating
tier?
our tier list, not every single character in the franchise.
Yeah, duh. I agree. No, but
So bringing up Jiraiya or Naruto would be irrelevant because he's not on the tier list.
well,
Like if
that's
I'm
just you
debating
not-
whether Naruto and Sasuke are stronger, you're not going to talk about Hisoka versus Crollo. It's just not on the. It's not part of the series. It's not part of the list.
That's just you not putting him there.
Yes,
Yeah,
it is.
Because of reasons.
You're
You
right.
feel me? But
Yeah, we didn't put him there. That's why he's not on the tier list.
Below Shibai.
Why else wouldn't he be on the tier list?
They would be up there below Shibai despite the other versions of Naruto and Sasuke that you have on the list. So what the hell is the point?
Well, let me ask
They
you.
can go above Shibai. I don't care.
Let me ask
I really
you.
don't. I don't have any personal stakes in the matter.
So, okay. So, do you have a contention with Kawaki being the Kara outer tier when Ishiki is peak Otsuki tier?
I'm sorry. If I go look at the name, just send the screenshot of like the tier list in the chat because I can't see it on stream. Otherwise,
I
I'll
thought
probably
you
just
already did.
I absolutely have, but I'll make it more clear for you. So, really quick, I'll just make this abundantly obvious. So, just really quick. Here, let me just
Oh, never mind. I'm looking at it now. Okay. Yeah, like as I said, like for the most part, I definitely like because I like what was implied to me when I initially looked at the tier list was that you guys were saying, hey, like yeah, this is like the is this the ability version or like the character tier list, right?
That's the ability version.
So my question,
yeah, like for the most part, I can agree with you guys, type shit. You feel me? Yes, I can agree, but you should have Orochimaru up there in the higher Otsutsuki level than fucking whatever the fuck his name is, than Mitsuki to be.
Orochimaru's not on the list, and Mitsuki speed blitzed Orochimaru.
I mean, I'm fine with having Orochimaru on this list somewhere. We can add him, but Mitsuki's still over Orochimaru.
So voluntarily omitting other entries that you should be putting here is disingenuous. Would you not agree?
Well, no, we just didn't think about that at all.
It's not omitted. It just wasn't there in the first place.
We never even thought of them.
Thank you for that omission. You just proved yourself in this totality, so why the hell are we conversating? I'm not gonna hold you. Like, what the fuck is the purpose of this shit right now? No, like, you just threw a fucking wrench into the totality of our conversation up until this point.
How?
And you didn't even hear yourself. That's crazy. Like, you're just saying words to say that. Like, and I have a meaning behind what I'm saying. Like, and that's what's so fucking bizarre here. Because, yes, you should be including those characters if you're going to be making a tier list in this capacity.
Why do we need to include 600 billion characters instead of like the 50 that we already have?
Are there 600 billion characters?
Probably.
Right now?
Because that if we want to count all of Conan's paper bombs, then definitely.
What?
All right, that went over your head, but that's okay. Anyway.
God, bro. Mars, let me ask you. Are you the type of person that likes to think inside the box or outside the box?
Oh, I don't think he heard you because he like left and is trying to come back, I think.
Dumb.
Okay, well, I invited him to
Where'd
speak.
Mars go? Oh, bro.
Okay, so Oodie, ask your question.
Mars.
My bad.
No,
But
you're
yeah,
good.
I like on some real shit, like with the abilities and all, like hell yeah, like I fucks with this tier list in that capacity. But I thought that there was like having that distinction in mind, regardless of what it is that I said to people, like you don't need to include like whoever the fuck or whatever type shit for me. But like if Kashin Koji's on the list, like he should be up there too, type shit because he killed Urashiki. So it's like
What? What are you talking about?
No, different timeline?
I'm speaking out of my ass.
Why is powered up Urashiki below base Urashiki?
Well, it's a different form.
Interesting.
I mean, Kino, let me put you this way. Was Fuse Urashiki on the scan of him being the strongest?
I mean, that is true. That is true.
Mars, what you saying, bro? No, I ain't gonna lie, I'm deleting this game.
But also think about this. Ishiki's like final moments of life, he's like below Kawaki tier. Is Jigen below or above Kawaki tier?
Wait, hold on. Y'all pause for a second. What did you say, Rayn?
No, I was wondering what you were arguing for. I was gonna argue for it.
Oh, that's crazy that you were.
That's
That you were.
the Urashiki shit, bro.
That's so
That's
crazy.
the omnipotent shit.
No, yeah, it's over with now. It's over with. Like they agreed.
Mars proved.
I agree too. Like after clarification and shit, you feel me? So
Yeah, Mars
cool.
proved that he does have omnipotence.
Yeah, Mars definitely thinks.
No, I didn't prove anything. They're just presuming that I proved that.
Oh,
I was trying.
You didn't prove anything.
I was disclaiming it being. I was disclaiming it being
our point that Urashiki has omnipotence.
I was disclaiming it being anything more than colloquial rather than planetary or universal.
Is this from the Urashiki fight?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
omnipotence. Yeah.
That is funny as hell. Is that the design?
Yeah.
Also, I'm guessing like you're saying like there's a visual comparison between the two, so just slightly the case that they're just the same ability activation or something like that.
Well, it is omnipotence, but again, we've already talked about it. We can move on. Rayn, do you have any other contentions on the tier list?
I was just wondering we can move on. Like, what we arguing? I'm not about to argue with that boss.
All right, cool. All right, so what's next, Rayn?
Let me see the list, man. I guess it's my turn, but did you send another one? Or is it the same one?
No, it's
Kawaki Ishiki.
This should be the updated fixed version.
The fixed version?
Oh, you added Urashiki. Wait. Why is you got base above the fuse, nigga?
Well, we just already discussed it, so we can move on. We already agreed. So we're done with Urashiki now.
Yeah, we proved it.
Forget about Urashiki. Right, okay. Does base Jigen do something? I still don't remember what that nigga does. Why is it about fuse Momo?
Well, there's a lot of reasons.
Because he beat
that's what we're here for, bro.
All right, are we gonna get into it? Because I feel like Rayn's been waiting.
Well, I was hoping that maybe he would ask
I'm not talking about
TBB.
I'm more
I was
about
hoping someone would ask about part 1 Biscuit or TBB Biscuit.
Well, I think that goes without saying at this point.
Yeah, I'm thinking y'all just using the anime for that Mitsuki, but
no, we're using the manga for that one too.
Using the manga for base Mitsuki?
Yeah.
Yes.
What about Sage Mode?
Seems stronger in part 1, so.
Well, that's the beautiful thing. Sage Mode is below base Mitsuki.
Well, he would seem stronger in comparison to the people he's fighting, but I don't see why he'd be stronger than himself. I don't. But either way, like, I don't really care about that.
It's that he's weaker than himself, not stronger.
Well, I was saying part 1 would be stronger than time skip. So if you're saying he just got weaker, well, I don't even care about Mitsuki, bro. Why is base
okay? What's next then?
I just asked. You didn't explain.
You see, no, I'm down to talk about Jigen. I don't know why Kamui's allergic to Jigen.
We can do it now.
No, I don't. Not like full power Jigen. I understand. I don't understand that, but I understand. I want to save like code and full power Jigen. But base Jigen, what did he do?
So first of all, you
why
would
you have
agree
above
base
code?
Jigen is the strongest of all of the Kara inners, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you, at the very bare minimum, you agree that base Jigen would be above, like, Boro, Delta, Code, Koji, all them.
And base, yeah.
Okay, which would also put him above Six Paths Naruto.
Yo, Rayn, before you get into semantics with them and shit, you feel me? This is their ability tier list, not their character tier list, mind you.
Ability tier list?
It's not power stats only. It includes like their abilities and how that plays into things. So for example, like Boro is a lot higher than he is on the other tier list because his virus and regen's OP, but like otherwise it sucks.
Is it overall?
Yeah,
overall combat ability.
Okay, yeah. So what did base Jigen do? I understand he's in base the strongest card, but I don't. Why does that mean he's over 6 past 8 on Naruto?
Kamui, you want to take it away?
I'll let you start.
Okay. So
someone say something.
First of all, Jigen is similar to Borushiki, to where Ishiki just is controlling Jigen's body. You would agree with that, right? It's not like Kawaki or Code to where they just have the Karma Seal, but like the consciousness of the Otsutsuki doesn't take over. No, it just is them as opposed to someone like Jigen and Borushiki.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that is Ishiki fighting. So my question for you, Rayn, why would Jigen be lower on a tier list than Ishiki?
Yo, you have him lower than Ishiki.
Yes.
What are you talking about?
So my question is, why would that be?
Lack of power.
No, because it's basically the same character. As a matter of fact, we have Borushiki above Momoshiki, but that's besides the point. So what I'm getting at is Jigen, essentially, because his vessel cannot contain the immense power, it's breaking, he basically doesn't have stamina or conditioning. That's the reason why he would be below someone like Ishiki, not because of stats inherently.
So again, I said this earlier. I understand that y'all don't want to talk about full power Jigen in code. I'm asking about a base
What we do
Jigen.
eventually.
A base Jigen is not utilizing all of Ishiki's power.
Well, he flipped code, so that automatically puts him above code.
So he can, that's fine. But why does that mean he's above 6 past Sage Naruto?
Well, code should be stronger than Delta. And Delta was pretty relative to 6 past Sage Naruto.
And Jigen entrusted Code and Boro with fighting Sasuke if he went to either location.
I'm gonna dismiss what you said because I wasn't listening. Before you get to that though, can we explain why that version of Code is relative to Delta?
Well, Code
is the strongest inner member of Kara after Jigen.
And this is including abilities.
Can we explain that? No,
yeah, so Code's stats don't matter because his Shinjutsu should just bring him up to that tier.
Because Code can be the second strongest after Jigen, sure, but the version of Code that Jigen beat was base. So I'm asking, why is that version of Code stronger than Delta or even much relative?
So first of all, you're not gonna like this, but
holy shit.
Code's Karma Seal.
I have an argument that you're probably not gonna like either.
Code's Karma Seal doesn't make him stronger.
What? Wait, you said it doesn't make him stronger?
Not really.
Well,
it does.
If you pay attention to Two Blue Vortex, it does nothing.
In terms of what in this context, I don't know what you mean by that, but I'm saying if he were to fight someone and then activate the karma, he would performatively do better. So what
you say that, but then when you look at him fight in Two Blue Vortex, that doesn't happen.
In Two Blue Vortex, that's because he's just going up against people that are far more capable than he is.
But that doesn't matter. What you said wasn't it makes the difference between him winning and losing. You said he would perform better. He doesn't.
Okay, so I'm saying the reason he wouldn't show better is because he's going up against people who are better than him. But if he were to fight an opponent, right, and then activate the karma against that same opponent, he would perform better. Obviously, that wouldn't apply if he was fighting someone who's just out of his league. That's what I'm saying? So
yeah, it would apply, you just wouldn't be able to notice. But regardless of that, okay, you're not going to like this argument, but base Code threatened Boro and he submitted, implying that base code is stronger than Boro. Boro is stated to be stronger than Delta in terms of overall combat ability, putting code over Delta.
Hold on real quick. I don't remember that, but that doesn't mean anything, right? Because Boro could just be accounting for the fact that Code can literally just activate his karma in
Boro can activate his virus while he's being choked out, and he doesn't because he knows that Code's too strong anyway.
Okay, when he activates his karma, sure.
Because frankly, Boro's virus is just as fast. If anything, it's faster than activating karma.
Oh, okay. That doesn't. Why does that matter?
Because Code could have, in theory, been if Code's weaker than Boro without karma, he would be paralyzed before he can activate karma.
Boro's virus can possibly move faster. I'm not saying that, even if I gave you that. But there's no way for you to just make the claim that, okay, not only would it get inside Code's body, but start detrimenting his physical capabilities to the point he would no longer be able to cook Boro. Like, before he actually does work
pretty much instantly from what we saw.
Does it?
Yeah.
How do you know
actually really fast.
Because I don't believe we know exactly when they started getting affected. They just slowly over time started to realize that, oh, wait, we're getting cooked. And then Sarada's like, hold on, there's something in the air.
Well,
so
it wasn't slow. It was like in 2 panels.
Well, okay, so you still don't know the time frame.
Yeah, I agree with that. We don't know, but we know it's really fast. Okay, regardless,
I mean, like,
we don't have to, like I said, you're not going to like the argument. But narratively, base code just is implied to be over the others.
Where?
Everywhere.
Including data books.
What data book?
All of them.
The one that says that like Code's stronger than Delta, and they don't even mind you. This is before the white car was even been revealed. Probably even been conceived.
Wait, what? Okay, that doesn't, just because it hasn't been shown doesn't mean it's not accounting for him at his full capabilities. Like, I don't understand what that means.
It's possible, but I mean,
either way, I'm saying there's no reason we can put base Jigen here. I don't even know why he's on the list.
Because he's that strong.
Based on what?
Well, okay, let me ask you this, Rayn. This could be simple. This could make things quick, depending on your answer. What do you think is a stronger amp? Karma 1 or the addition of Rinnegan Adult Sasuke?
The Karma 1 or Sasuke's Rinnegan. I don't.
No, not Sasuke's Rinnegan, just the entire person. So you have, let's just say there's base Jigen versus Gaara, and Gaara can either get Karma 1 or he can add Rinnegan Sasuke to his team. What do you think is more?
Probably Sasuke.
Okay.
Because he's more powerful.
Okay. Sasuke's worth more. So, as we see in the fight, Sasuke and Naruto together are pretty much perfectly equal to Karma 1 Jigen. If Sasuke is worth more than Karma 1, that means base Jigen has to be over Naruto in order for that to even out.
Is that true?
Because Naruto got more of an amp than Jigen did. Naruto got Sasuke, whereas Jigen got Karma 1. And Sasuke is above Karma 1.
I just explained that Sasuke'd probably be better, but not because he's more powerful.
But the point is, what's worth more? If Sasuke's worth more than Karma 1,
if Sasuke's worth more, that doesn't mean he's stronger. You understand that?
This isn't the pure power tier list. This is overall combat ability.
No, but I understand the tier list. But in this specific case that we're talking about how strong of an amp the Karma is, right? And I'm saying Sasuke would be a better addition than Karma V1, but not because he's stronger than Karma V1. He's an extra person.
But the point is he's worth but it does because it's worth more. Because if base Jigen, instead of activating Karma, if base Jigen duplicated Rinnegan Sasuke, he would win the fight based off this. Because you said Sasuke's worth more. So if instead of Karma 1, he gets Sasuke, he wins.
He's worth more to Naruto. Because him and Naruto have that synchronization. Him and Jigen do not have that.
So you
but
think
I'm saying,
no, I can. That's not
you
true.
wanna
Because
talk
you
about
said in
that?
the Gaara example, I said Gaara versus Jigen. You still chose Sasuke, which means the teamwork with Naruto wasn't the sole factor.
No,
Otherwise, you wouldn't have
I
picked.
agreed that Sasuke is a better pick because he's another person. But you're using that to say, oh, if Jigen, like if you took away
if Jigen got his own Sasuke instead of Karma 1 because it's better than Karma 1,
no, I'm talking
he
about
would
what you said
win.
earlier.
It doesn't matter that it's another person. It matters who the person is. If instead of Karma 1, Jigen got the ramen guy fighting alongside him, that's not going to make Jigen's side much stronger.
So okay. So I'm going off what Kamui said earlier, right? He said if you took away, based on what I agreed to earlier, which was Sasuke would be the better pick. He said if you took away Sasuke and then you proceed to take away V1, right? And because Sasuke is better, that would mean Naruto and base Jigen, right?
Okay, Oodie, get out a graph. Get out a graph. There's gonna be two different ways we can explain this. I'll start by saying it the way that you're referring to,
he's not better,
and then we'll do it the other way.
Oh my god!
He's another person. That's what I'm saying.
No, hold on. All right. So, I don't know how wide we'll need to do this, but okay. So, how should we approach this?
Power.
Okay, so make 2 even bars for Naruto and Sasuke.
Okay.
Make them pretty narrow.
Okay.
Just so we have room. Yeah, we'll make sure we have enough room. Okay, so.
Okay, so
and then
Naruto and Sasuke.
And then make a third bar that's like double the length, so it's like 2 of them to put together, and just say N plus S.
I'll do N times S to be more lore accurate.
Sure. Okay. So now make another big bar. Just could do inverse. They'll be the same height, and that's going to be Karma times Jigen, so K times J. Okay. Now for this next one, do a small bar and a 2/3 size bar. So that's smaller than Naruto and Sasuke by make it smaller than that. So it's actually
that's accurate, right?
Well, just to make it more noticeable. Make it like smaller. Sure. Okay, now make one that's like 2/3 the size. No, sorry, 2/3 the size of the big one. Sorry.
So like there.
No, it needs to be. Oh my god, Oodie, noticeably higher than Naruto and Sasuke. More. Exaggerate. Okay, there. Okay. So those little ones K, the big ones J. So obviously, the team of Naruto and Sasuke and the team of Jigen and Karma equal out to be about. Whoop, my time is going off. That's not good. I gotta walk away. All right, I'm gonna describe things without looking. So the team of Jigen and Karma is about equal to the team of Naruto and Sasuke. But as you explained, Sasuke is worth more than Karma, which is why Sasuke is higher than Karma. In order for these to equal out the way they do, Jigen would have to be higher than Naruto or Sasuke individually, otherwise the math wouldn't add up. That's a simple way of phrasing it. So in this case, if you take away Sasuke and Karma, Jigen is higher, so he wins. Alternatively, if you want to phrase it the other argument way, would be you put a Sasuke on the right side instead of just do another bar. Just do some. This. Sure. So make another Sasuke and make so you can do another 3-way. So there'll be a J for Jigen, a Sasuke, and then the total of them will be taller than all the other ones. Oh, you're killing me with this. Your J should be.
I hate to interject, but having like the Karma so low in this capacity is very fucking cyclical. I'm not gonna hold you.
No, I'm about to go over it in a second.
Well, you agreed Sasuke over Karma.
In terms of what, Kamui?
Combat value.
Okay, so exactly. So in terms of overall power, right?
This
The
isn't
combo
a
would be
debate on
about Sasuke.
power. It's
No,
about
but
combat.
hold on. No, Kamui, the reason it would have to be is because you're now taking both of them away.
About what?
You're taking both of them away.
Well, the third one's adding Sasuke to both.
Wait, what?
This Oodie did a terrible job drawing
So
it. But
if Sasuke was taken away from Naruto, right? It's in a different manner than if you were to take Karma away from Jigen.
I would also like to mention. I would also like to mention real quick, like you guys have to add a Ten-Tails a Ten-Tails amp here too, because Jigen went to go absorb the Ten-Tails before he even encountered Naruto.
I'm glad he's bringing that up. So Kamui, take it away.
So, I'm gonna be honest with you for this part, because you're not going to have to prove it either way. You just have to take what you believe to make more sense. So, if you disagree, we can agree to disagree, whatever, because there's no way to prove this, and I don't want to harp on it for 3 hours. I have to go to bed early. But it makes a lot more sense if what the Ten-Tails did for Jigen was purely increasing his ability to fight with Karma for longer, so just endurance time-wise, nothing else, rather than a power boost. Why am I saying that? Well, let's consider what's in Jigen's Karma. The amazingly unstoppable, infinite, brimming, whatever power of Ishiki Otsutsuki. It's too much power for Jigen.
It's stronger than Naruto and Sasuke. He doesn't need more power.
You don't even have to be symmetrical. It's just endurance. So start with endurance and then go from there to be.
Getting to that. So what's in the Karma? Practically infinite chakra through Ishiki. He's not in need of chakra. As long as he uses Karma, he's got infinite chakra practically. So what's the problem? Jigen's body's too weak for that power. He uses the power, it starts to break down. That's why his stomach starts cracking, because the power that he uses breaks him. So why did he grab Ten-Tails chakra? It's not because he needs more chakra. What he needs is to prolong Jigen's body. As for the mechanics of how this works, there's no point discussing it because we can make up our own theory. But what is it doing? It's allowing base Jigen to withstand Ishiki's Karma power for longer. Because again, he doesn't need. Ishiki is very confident in the power in his Karma Steel. He doesn't think he's weaker than them. But what he thinks is he won't be able to use Karma for long enough to beat them. That's why he's getting it. All it's doing is extending the amount of time he can use Karma. Which in base, Jigen's not using Karma, so he doesn't need Ten-Tails chakra. It's not doing anything for him.
In other words, the Ten-Tails isn't amping him, it's allowing him to fight for longer.
If he's using Karma, which base Jigen's not using, so it wouldn't do anything for him.
It'd just be both. But yeah, talking about something else.
Well, there's also the fact that Sasuke didn't just fight base Jigen when he saw him.
What are you talking about?
When Sasuke's watching Jigen in the Ten-Tails dimension, he doesn't just challenge him because he's stronger.
You know, before he starts absorbing Ten-Tails,
he instead says, "Let me go talk to Naruto so we can team up."
Well, that was because they were under the impression
under the impression of what?
Actually, never mind. I won't even bring.
There's also more arguments to bring up too.
Real quick, Mars. Yo, hold on. What the? You're saying?
Well, also
because hold on. You're saying because Sasuke didn't directly confront Jigen right then and there, that implies some sort of.
You know what Naruto was planning on doing?
Hold on. Real answer real quick. Is that what you're saying?
It's just, we're not saying it proves Jigen's stronger, but it is an indication.
No. Okay. Ooh. It's an indication that he's stronger.
It could be.
Yes.
Yeah.
So Can anyone explain why Sasuke would just have an accurate gauge of Jigen's like power level right then and there?
Seems to be able to do it for
Or
like
his intent
everyone
at all?
else.
What do you mean everyone else?
Well, he
I
has
mean, first of all,
the
he has the
Rinnegan.
Rinnegan. He can literally see how much power Jigen has.
Wait, does the Rinnegan do that?
He can see chakra. He can see like
Okay.
how much he has.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean he can see his fighting capabilities or how he would use said chakra.
That would mean that power alone, he's deducing Jigen's too strong. Independent of Jigen.
It doesn't have to mean Jigen's too strong. He doesn't know Jigen's intent. He doesn't know like what Jigen can
He knows
do
who
with that
Jigen
power.
is. He's the leader of Kara. He knows he's a bad guy.
No, at that point, at that point in time, he didn't know who he was looking at.
Yes, he did. He literally says in the beginning of the same scene, so he's Jigen.
I thought, wait, didn't he see Ishiki?
He saw Jigen come out of the karma teleportation and said, so he's
Is that an
Jigen.
anime only thing?
He knew that it was Ishiki, and he was trying to inform Naruto before Naruto engaged within their battle with. Like,
No. We're talking about before
Naruto
he
knew
gets
it
the
was
horde,
Jigen.
before he grows a horde. He already knows it's Jigen.
No, he knows that it's Jigen, but he doesn't know that it's Ishiki because he saw the
just
girls
based off Jigen.
everything.
Just
Exactly.
based off Jigen,
That's
he's not
base
fighting him.
Jigen.
What?
Bro, I'm asking, why does that have to be due to power?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, he doesn't know his abilities. And the
But he
only thing he
doesn't-
can read with his
Exactly,
Rinnegan,
bro.
he has-
That's my point exactly,
No,
Kamui.
hey,
He
hey,
doesn't
Rayn,
know his opponent, bro.
He doesn't know his abilities, but his eye can somewhat gauge his power levels via chakra, and he's still
Someone
seemingly
gauge his
making
chakra
that
level,
deduction.
sure. No, but you can't prove that's the deduction he is making, though. That's what I'm asking you here.
We didn't say we could prove it. We said it's an indication. We
I'm
didn't say how
saying
strong
why.
it's of an indication.
No,
We
I'm
just said
saying
it
why,
is
though.
an indication. That means
No,
it's
that's what I'm
above
saying. Why,
zero.
though? Why? That
Ray,
I'm
do you
saying
have
that doesn't
common
have to
sense?
be the case. I'm saying that doesn't have to be. We're debating Kamui. What do you mean? Do I have common sense?
We didn't say it had to be the case. AKA, we're not
No, I'm
proving it's
asking
true.
you, why
but it's
is it an indication? Why is it an indication?
Because
that's what I'm not saying it's 100%.
if he could
That's
eliminate the threat right then and there because he knows he's stronger, why wouldn't he?
Wait, you just said, you're saying because Sasuke knows he's
What?
stronger?
If
Sasuke I'm saying,
Jigen
so,
instead
like
it thought to himself,
the whole
Sasuke
point with-
Uchiha, am stronger than Jigen, and I can end this threat right here and now.
He's more intelligent than Naruto. Naruto would just see a threat and fight them. For instance, Delta type shit, you feel me? He didn't know the full extent of Delta's abilities and still saw her.
Sasuke
but
fought
at the same time,
Kinshiki before leaving.
Real quick, Mark.
Yeah, Sasuke didn't avoid Kinshiki. He fought.
Real quick, because
All right,
Sasuke can't make that deduction because he doesn't know Jigen. Like you just said, he doesn't know his abilities.
But he can see how much chakra
he can
has
see how
via
much
his
chakra he has.
Rinnegan.
That doesn't mean a whole lot when it comes to his actual combat, right? I don't think it would be smart for Sasuke to think, okay, just because I have more chakra than him, I should just go straight.
No, you're missing. Okay, hold on. You are not okay. Two things. Sasuke, okay. As we're saying it, Sasuke would be seeing Jigen's chakra with his Rinnegan and thinking Jigen has more chakra and power than me. I said separately, if Sasuke thought I am stronger than this dude, there would be reason to confront him, especially if you want to take novel statements into account when Sasuke's thinking to himself about how he's going to eliminate all the Otsutsuki threats by himself. Well, if we're using that Sasuke, then the fact that he's not doing it here means he knows he can't win. But
wait, you said what?
Sasuke in one of the novels says that he would take it upon himself to defeat the Otsutsuki level threats on his own, like Kaguya level threats.
Okay, and look what happened with Momo. We clearly know he doesn't think that anymore because he can't handle these threats alone. He stated he
if he can't handle Momo,
and Jigen is
hailed again.
Okay, that's my point. Hold on. I don't know why you just said that, but I'm saying we know Sasuke. Like could have reason to change from that mindset because of Momoshiki, right? These threats that were stronger than Kage or whatever. Momoshiki turned out to be an enemy that he couldn't handle on his own. So again, why would he go to Jigen and be like, oh, I have somewhat more chakra than him, but he could have such
true?
Abilities or certain count.
Well, no,
we do have Sasuke over Momoshiki on our tier list.
I'm talking about Fuse Momo.
Okay.
Well, I can show you like an anime like character sheet that says like Momoshiki and Kinshiki aren't inferior to Naruto and Sasuke, and it's like a base version of like Momoshiki and Kinshiki. I can show you that. Like so, it's just saying they're not inferior.
So Rayn.
So if anything, like they'd be equal, or if like in superior.
It wouldn't matter where his combat ability is. He could be the greatest martial artist of all time.
What are you talking about?
If Jigen just didn't have the chakra to make it worthwhile. For example, Neji, he was a genius prodigy, most talented potential person of all time, of all Hyuga. But if Sasuke saw Neji from part 1, adult Sasuke, if he saw tuning exams Neji, he would just be able to handle Neji despite Neji's prodigy capabilities at martial artists.
So that's not analogous because I'm not saying the difference between Jigen and Sasuke is that great. Right? Sasuke can be a 10 while Jigen's like an 8 or 9. Right? I'm just saying, like, Sasuke can see Jigen and see the chakra he has and be like, okay, it's not too low. Oh, it's not low, but it's not higher than mine. But it's to a point where I probably shouldn't engage him because
then why did he engage Kinshiki?
Kinshiki engaged him.
Can you prove that? Probably good. But my point there is that he chose to continue fighting Kinshiki. He didn't just instantly leave like he could have and did inevitably eventually.
Well, how do you know he could have just left? How do you know he wasn't being
He could have left at any time as he did. He did not struggle to leave. He wasn't looking for an opening to leave. Well, he wasn't thinking about leaving.
We can't prove what he was thinking in that instant.
Well, actually, yeah, we can. He only thinks to leave later on when he says continuing further would be bad.
Exactly.
That's when he decided to leave. He decided he wasn't planning to leave until then.
That doesn't mean he wasn't thinking about doing it.
It's not like he thought it was impossible or unlikely, but he wasn't actively thinking about it.
Wait, that's not even relevant. Okay, he didn't leave that, but I'm dead. I don't think you can use that as credence to say, oh, he would engage Jigen just because he continued.
I mean, honestly, we can ignore the Sasuke thing because I don't want to harp on any one point forever because I need to go to bed soon. But other things would be, well, Kawaki, there's no reason why Kawaki would have seen full power karma to Jigen for any reason because Jigen's avoiding using it. He definitely doesn't need to do that when freaking slapping Kawaki in the face. We see their training in Space Jigen. Kawaki, based on what he knows, Base Jigen, is afraid. He doesn't think Naruto. There's a one manga only scene where he wonders if Naruto could win, but then he sees him fight Delta, and he thinks, nah, Naruto can't beat Base Jigen, based on what Kawaki's seen. Now, that doesn't mean it's definitive proof, obviously, but it is another indication that Base Jigen over Naruto.
Also, one more thing for the Jigen thing. If Sasuke thought he could defeat Jigen, he would definitely want to try to do so before he started absorbing Ten-Tail's power. Just like in the War Arc, Sasuke wanted to kill Obito before he absorbed the Ten-Tails, because that would have been bad.
I just explained this. He can't come to that conclusion because he doesn't know Jigen.
Then why doesn't he confront Jigen to figure it out? What's going to Naruto going to change? He's still not going to know. At least if he figures it out
with
first.
Naruto, he has a better chance.
A better chance? The whole point is that if he thinks he can get away, he would fight him to test him out to see what his abilities is like. At the very least, so he can have a better chance when he fights with Naruto later on.
Jigen had Jigen had 10 tails at his disposal. That's the first thing that Sasuke seen when he went to the dimension in the first place, which I think you guys are kind of.
He didn't know it was a 10 tails. He just thought it was a Biju, but not a 10 tails. He learns that after Jigen says it.
He knew it was a 10 tails because he saw a juvenile.
No, I will prove it to you right now. I will take a picture. These are sequential manga panels, right to left. Give me a second to actually take these screenshots.
Well, this isn't in the case for Rayn type shit, you feel me? But this is what I'm perceiving.
One second, I gotta do the next page.
Cool.
By the way, Jaded, if you did want to join, that's completely fine.
Okay, so that's the first one, and then the next one.
Like how, like you wouldn't agree that a 10 tails is much more conglomerate than a 9 tails. or
I mean, Sasuke says that it's a Biju, a juvenile Biju actually, and then when Ishiki says or Jigen says, "Hey there, 10 tails," Sasuke's reaction in the bottom right panel, "What? 10 tails?" The surprise, which means he didn't already come to the conclusion.
Exactly. So think about you guys don't. Well, I'm not even going to bring it up. Sorry, I'm on mute.
Mind you, he already looked at Jigen and said that has to be Jigen before that, and continues to not confront him.
Despite the fact it'd be real bad if he started absorbing 10 tails power.
Dude, hold on. I'm sorry. Okay, for once again, type shit, you feel me? If Naruto was there in this capacity, do you think that he would engage Jigen in this capacity? Do you think he would?
And then he would lose. Yes, he would engage and lose.
Exactly.
Wait, exactly. So you agree he would lose. So why are we debating this?
Not just Jigen, but it's because he has the capacity to absorb that 10 tails in that capacity. Like,
not if Naruto's preventing him from doing it.
Wait, you can type in chat. Do you know who Jaden is?
Yeah, I know who he is.
Is that the person I'm thinking of?
Yeah, probably. I don't know who you're thinking of, but I mean, I would assume.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
Nah, there's nowhere.
What do you mean there's no way? I don't know who you must be thinking of.
He has this. He has the 10 tails like it's a juvenile 10 tails though. You feel me? Like,
but what does that mean?
10 tails is pinned down. What is the 10 tails gonna do if Jigen is prevented from absorbing its chakra? As Sasuke has seen, it's stuck there. So if Naruto or Sasuke, whoever, prevents them from absorbing the chakra, it's a meaningless.
It's Biju. So think about the scales, right? So it's like Kage, it's Biju. And Biju, right? Like you would put the 9 tails and then you put Hashirama, right? And then there's Otsutsuki, and then you put Naruto and Sasuke up there. And then you'd have fucking Kaguya, and then Toneri, fucking Urashiki, and then subsequently Momoshiki and Ishiki by extension type shit for me. But where would you scale Kaguya in that capacity? It just throws the whole entire wrench into the fucking plan, bro. Like, cause it's like, bro, like, where would you scale Kaguya in that capacity? Cause she took out not Jigen, my bad.
Well,
she took out
Kaguya on the tier list.
Like, she took out Ishiki, bro. Like, she took out Ishiki, bro. Like,
okay, so where would you put Black Setsu versus 10 Tails Madara on a tier list?
My bad. I'm sorry. What did you say?
Well, if you were to make a Naruto tier list, where would you put Black Setsu relative to Three-Eyed Rinnegan 10 Tails Madara?
At least next to Kaguya at a bare minimum. Maybe.
You would put Black Setsu next to Kaguya?
Beings type shit for me, so at the bare minimum, like his ceiling capabilities are that strong. Type B.
Okay, and you can remember though, Black Setsu also lost to KCM, Naruto, May, Genma, and them.
Madara by extension, you like the scaling gets so fucking whack. Like so it's really fucking hard to argue for any case type shit. You feel me?
Well,
you can argue the case hold on. You can argue the case for Sarada to she for me being above any of those characters.
Well, okay. Let me ask you. If Black Zetsu was so much stronger than three-eyed dual Rinnegan Ten Tails Madara, then when he's latched on to Obito and he can't leave because Kakashi and Minato are gonna kill him, why didn't he just no-diff Kakashi and Minato?
Or if Kakashi and Minato are that strong, why didn't they just no-diff Madara?
I don't know why didn't they? Could you explain that to me?
Kakashi was there. Why do you even need dual-eyed Mangekyo from Obito?
He could have just soloed Kaguya without his eyes.
Yeah, Hagoromo didn't need to give Naruto and Sasuke the Sun and Moon seal.
Why was Kakashi able to get dual Mangekyo? Like, could you explain that to me too?
Because Obito gave it to him.
Obito used Kamui from Limbo and transferred over to Kakashi.
Okay, so what relevance is that to what you're claiming also?
You're the one who brought it up!
No, I was making reference to your claim. That's not my burden.
Okay, you didn't make reference to our claim at all. Okay, so I'll backtrack for you. Okay.
Well, it's not even my argument in the first place, Tipsy. You feel me? Like,
no, we don't. No, we're gonna clarify. So you're using Kaguya backstabbing Ishiki when his guard is lowered to say she's way up there. So we said, okay, are you going to say Black Zetsu, the guy who's afraid of Kakashi and Minato, the guy who lost to Mei and KCM won Naruto? Are you going to put him over Madara? The answer is obviously no. It's because Madara was off guard. Does Black Zetsu seem to have some weird ceiling power, whatever? Sure, but it's meaningless if he can't get it off unless you're off guard.
It's not. You said Madara though. Like what the fuck does Madara have to do with Kaguya?
Did you listen to anything I just said?
Yes, I did.
Then you should understand. If you don't, that's your problem. Pretty crystal clear.
And just to emphasize it even further, it isn't just that Ishiki or Madara was off guard. They thought the person there was an ally. Okay, so it's not going to be like... Let me think of another example. It's not going to be like Sakon, who was technically caught off guard by Konkoro or something like that. So no, it's just someone that they expect to be their ally.
Why isn't Kaguya out there?
Kaguya's on the tier list right here.
Why is she up there, though?
Why is she in the Otsutsuki tier?
Why isn't she up there?
Up where?
Why isn't she up there? Oh shit! Wait, hold on. No, my bad. I'm looking at the tier list. Wait, what the fuck? Hold on. Let me look at it again. My bad. I'm sorry.
So I mean, okay. It's still not, again, it's still but again, that would go back to the previous discussion.
Like what?
If she just wasn't on the tier list, then she's just not there. It just doesn't matter. Because I'll tell you right now, three-eyed Madara isn't on the tier list. Why isn't he up there? Because we didn't rank him on this tier list.
Right, so you're being selected. Yeah, that's fine, type shit. You feel me? But at the same time,
you tier list. Why would we rank Madara?
It's not me personally bringing up these arguments. It's you guys, type shit. You feel me? Like you have to understand narrative.
Mars. Yes, we need to understand narrative. The narrative is that Kaguya caught Ishiki off guard, which is the explanation of the feat. That's why she's not next to Ishiki, because she caught him off guard.
It's more than just off guard.
A comparison.
It's more than just off guard. This is actually kind of crazy because this is like very important.
Well,
she broke honestly, it's kind of crazy that you guys are so this was like
each other while you're talking.
Considering how important the Otsutsuki creed seems to be to the clan, Kaguya breaking clan law and backstabbing Ishiki put her on like the wanted list for her entire clan that it had Momoshiki and Kinshiki go to chase after her thousands of years later.
Rayn, I came up here trying to argue for your ass type shit, you feel me? Go on ahead and prove they ass wrong, bro. Like Get me the fuck out of here. I'm sorry. No, I'm listening.
We are talking about this now.
Like I really did interject. I'm passionate about this shit.
Wait, more. I'll argue more if
Yeah,
you just argue for
I'm
it.
gonna go you. But anyways, like yeah, go ahead.
Wait, were you arguing against him? I'll argue for whatever he's arguing for. Hello?
No, don't, no. Go back to the Aboriginal claim.
I don't
like,
think
what,
he
what
made
were
an
y'all
argument
arguing?
there. He was just
There was
saying
no claim.
words.
You just had a question. Why isn't Kaguya higher?
It was more of a question. But what the hell was the question though?
You asked us, why isn't Kaguya higher? We answered.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. But outside of set though, type shit, you feel me? Like whatever.
In reference to the drug question from earlier, I think we have an answer. But either way. So, what's next? Rayn? Rayn? Okay, Jaded, do you have contentions with the tier list, or did you see how this played out? We'll definitely have to get you on a... Okay. Y'all asking the wrong questions? Alright, Jaded got the right questions. Alright, Jaded. Let's hear the right questions.
Come on, bro.
Us sub-intellectuals out here. We need to hear the correct questions.
Oh, that's a bold claim to perpetuate with your conglomerates here.
You really do just say words, don't you?
No, I mean what I say. If you don't know what I'm saying, just ask me. I can explain it to you. I can put it in a sentence. I've been in spelling bees before.
Okay. Well, with that being said, let me get on my PC. All right, bet. In the meantime, I guess while we're on an intermission,
yeah, I can hear you, Rayn, but I don't know if we can hear you.
Wait, I can't hear Rayn. Can you hear Rayn, Kamui?
Oh, I can hear Rayn, yeah.
Oh, I just can't hear Rayn. Here, I'm gonna leave and rejoin.
Oh. So, how do y'all feel about this recent chapter? Like, do y'all think that Orohume is like stronger than Kamui?
The stronger.
Wait, what?
Do y'all think that Orohume is like stronger than Kamui?
I think it's better.
Yeah, I can agree in that capacity. What kind of pisses me off though is that like what I understand about lightning release, I mean not lightning release, my bad, but like magnet release is that lightning is supposed to counter magnet type shit, you feel me? So like why wasn't when Mitsuki was like activating his lightning snakes and all that, like it didn't counteract it. But I think it's because he was
they're not lightning snakes, they're just stupid regular ass useless snakes. That's what they were.
Without venom, by the way.
Yeah, I probably misread it. No, but I gotta go back and like read the like last like 10 chapters at the bare minimum. But like
no, it's not your fault. It's Ikimoto's.
Ood, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Did y'all move on from the Jigen shit?
Huh?
Did y'all move on from the Jigen shit?
Well, we could do the Jigen versus Code now if you want.
Yeah, it's fine.
This one's probably a little bit easier. But that being said, Jaded did just join, so Jaded, if you want to take it away. Unless you are not yet.
Alright, hello?
Okay, there you go. Yo, what's up, Jaded?
What's up, bro? What's up? How are y'all?
Yo, Jaded. Big fan.
Can someone send the list in chat real quick? I want to look at it again because I was looking at it from my phone.
Yeah. And so you agree with everything, right?
Definitely not.
Oh, okay. So I just sent it. So Jaded, please tell me, where are you wrong? on our tier list.
Where am I wrong? Okay, so first of all, are you ranking matchups or are you ranking like overall power?
Overall combat ability. So that includes, for example, Boru's virus is not a power thing, it's pure hacks, but it's incorporated in our ranking.
All right, I'm sorry, Kamui, to like interrupt you in this capacity, but they're ranking like characters and then they're ranking abilities. Like, yeah. So what Kamui said is like proponent, but at the same time, it's like what the ability can do in, I guess, in a combat situation, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, but how would you value that in comparison to like power that can outright win fights? Like, I feel like that's
we just take an aggregate, like just it's basically. It's obviously not direct versus battles because we're not directly saying Boro versus Jigen and there's a factor in every single person, but it's like how well you can win fights, basically, in your combat ability. So
because
if
also,
somebody's power.
Likewise, we're not necessarily saying that Boro would beat Delta if they fight, but that Boro overall, based on his hacks and whatever, compared to Delta's accumulative holistic value, it should be higher, based on what the story tells us.
And conversely, for example, when Jigen's fighting Naruto and Sasuke with Karma 2 with the horn, he's mostly just using power there. Yes, I know he uses the rods, blah, blah, blah. But for the most part, he's kicking through the Susanoo, that's him just using power. If his power is worth more than Boru's virus, for example, if he just kicks through him and destroys his core, that would put him higher. Despite that.
I feel like this is just a long way of saying like you're ranking it based on who you think would win fights.
Yes, we're just trying to cover from every angle.
Okay, so like I said, so I'm guessing you've had some people who've been pretty annoying with that.
Nobody's annoying.
Well, let me look then. Just gauging it based on who would win fights.
Sure.
I mean, pretty simply. Why do you guys think 6 Pass Naruto is below Fuse Momo? What's that about?
Well, novel statements directly state that Momoshiki can win. As far as what we see in the fight, Momoshiki, like for example, the golem's choking out Naruto's strongest form, the Kuraba avatar. Things of that nature.
Let me look at that again. You take the novels as canon, or you take them as like their own timeline?
We'll take everything into account. Granted, when it comes to direct contradictions, like anime Mitsuki versus manga Mitsuki, we just have 2 separate entries.
Because I mean, from the way I see it, right? It's like I really don't think you could really coincide both of them. Because if the events play out differently, I mean that in itself is a contradiction.
Well, the events played out the same in the novel. It's just all I'm saying is there's a statement in the novel. You can ignore it because we blatantly see the golem choking out the Kuraba avatar, and Naruto needs Sasuke to win.
Let me go to that real quick.
I mean, if you just think about it, like in terms of a fight, if you want to say one's above the other, then that's fine. Either way, I'm sure you would agree they're probably fairly relative. Or at least I'm assuming
Naruto and Momo?
I'm assuming that's what you think, yeah.
No, definitely not. I think Naruto is way over. I don't even think the golem is really that significant of a feat. I think,
but if that's the case, then I'm not saying that Naruto would tell Sasuke to just not fight because Naruto can just solo this dude easily by himself. So obviously Sasuke would join him. But Sasuke's like Naruto's equal, and if you have 2 people that are far stronger than you, then you're just gonna get like taken care of like immediately.
What makes you think he wasn't getting whooped? He was getting whooped pretty bad.
I mean, he fought pretty well.
Momo?
Yeah.
The guy's clashing with base Naruto. Base half chakra
and then
Naruto
activates 6-pet stage mode. It gets negligibly stronger.
I mean,
not
he just
actually
did straight up beat Sasuke.
Yeah, and then Naruto transforms. So the Naruto transforms into 6 Paz or KCM, whatever you guys think it is, whatever. He powers up, then he beats the shit out of Momo, and then the thing with the golem happens, right? And so the thing with the golem that I think is pretty relevant, right? The golem doesn't overpower the Bijou in the sense that it speed blitzes him. It's not a speed blitz.
Well, it is in the anime.
Yeah, but I said, like I don't think that we can really combine all of them because even the fact that there is differences, like they could all collectively still end up the same, more or less, right? But the fact that the sequences are even slightly different is a contradiction. It's like we can't just like combine canons. That wouldn't make any sense.
Well, since they're all pointing in the same direction, we can still take them into account.
Well, not necessarily, right? Because the small differences would kind of just make it unlikely, right? Because you could say, well, this plays out the same, right? Oh, but this doesn't. So it's like, if you're going to say that you're only going to pick the parts that play out conveniently for the argument, then you also have to account for the things that don't.
Well, I mean, you're basically getting at like Naruto kicking Momoshiki, right?
Like I mean, if you want to just talk about just the manga, like if we want to drop the whole like novel and like anime thing, it's like, yeah, I really don't think
maybe we can drop the novel just because I only know of one specific line, and that's all I know of this novel. The one I mentioned.
I've never even read it, so I mean, arguing.
Well, I haven't read it either. I just know he has the whole, if it's 1-on-1, I can win, but 13 work, it's like 1 + 1 = 5 thing.
I know that there's the back of the volume thing that people like using.
Well, I know he created his own subdimension or whatever in the novel.
Parallel he just absorbed a star or whatever, but
yeah, definitely not that. But I mean, in the manga, I really don't think Momo does anything against Naruto and Sasuke that deserves him being above them at all.
So here's what I would say real quick. So you said like he like kicks Naruto like kicks him in the face or whatever in the manga, and Momoshiki looks less strong there, right? So the thing I'll say with that is, what is Momoshiki's weakness? Above all else, it's the fact that he doesn't train. He's not skilled. He just has a lot of power and he sucks at using it, right? So Naruto being better in taijutsu because of that kind of works. But then when you get to the Golem versus the Avatar, that's Naruto using his peak power, Momoshiki using his peak power. Momoshiki wins that encounter, showing that when it comes to, you know, them at their top form, Momoshiki's power outdoes Naruto's skill.
Yeah, but what's consistent, right, is that Naruto can still react to Momo, and then in this instance, he does even with the golem. With the golem, he does. He grabs it. What do you mean? He grabs them. He literally grabs his fist.
Hold on. We shouldn't get any copyright problems for this. So Oodie, I will share my screen just for. Oh, you're not sharing screen anymore. Okay.
I mean, I don't mind sending it in chat. Like the Biju reacts. He only gets overpowered, and we want to talk about the anime.
Yeah, we're just gonna watch this real quick. Okay.
I didn't know we're talking about the anime.
Yikes him!
Yeah, my bad, Jaded. Like they
all before Naruto can do anything.
My bad. I'm sorry, Kamui, but like they kind of intermix the lore with like the anime and the manga, so like you just got to be ready for that. No, but
I mean, I don't know anything about.
Well, I mean, he does this anime. In the manga too. I sent that.
Well, no. In the manga, Naruto just grabs his fist when he throws it at him. He doesn't have a problem reacting.
Well, he grabs one fist here, and then he doesn't grab the other.
But then that's like saying that Sasuke didn't have a problem reacting by moving his eyeballs to look at Lee.
I don't. What do you mean? Like, there's a difference between like in this case scenario, right? Like in this context, right? The golem throws a punch at Naruto. Naruto reacts with the Biju, so he doesn't get speed blitzed, right? Then using both of the Biju's hands while he's grabbing the fist, Naruto gets grabbed at an angle that he literally can't defend from. It has nothing to do with speed.
That's not true here. Looking at these panels and putting them side by side, like,
does Naruto not have both of his hands on the Biju's fist?
Oh wait, he doesn't on the second page. I don't know what happened.
Because he got grabbed.
That means Momoshiki punched through both Naruto hands to pull that off, because his other hand's on the left side of Momoshiki's hand here.
Yeah, so I don't deny that it's a strength feat, right? But if we're ranking the list based on who would win 1v1, speed's probably more important.
Well,
so it's like it would literally be impossible.
Momoshiki won 1v1.
This isn't a speed feat.
It's showing that Momoshiki wins.
No, but it's not. 1v1. It's not a speed feat. That's what I'm saying. It's not a speed feat.
Okay.
That's wonderful. I don't care if it is, because that means Momoshiki's power can outdo Naruto's speed.
Jaded, we actually have a separate tier list for stats specifically, because we do think that.
Yeah, but I'm saying that. So in this context, right? It seems like it's more situational. Obviously, like given the circumstances. Like, Naruto's literally grabbing Sasuke right here, and then he transforms into the rock golem thing. Like, you really think if they had another 1v1 right now, you think Naruto would do the same thing, knowing that he can't overpower the stone golem? If you want to put it like that, why would he re-engage with
by
that?
that notion, Momoshiki, knowing what happened with Majestic Attire, would just fight differently.
So how differently would he fight in a way that would be effective against Majestic Attire?
Well, what would Naruto do differently?
He wouldn't engage with the stone golem if he doesn't have to.
But even then, we're just taking a different version of the character in the first place.
Well, will they not have knowledge of their previous fights? You don't want to do a rank like that.
But then Baryon Mode Naruto has knowledge of how Kid Neji fights.
Oh well, but like I just figured because Baryon Mode Naruto's in a.
I'm not gonna hold you, Jaded Toshi, for me. Like that's how they've been ranking this shit, Toshi, for me. Like they don't take that shit.
So it's like Naruto at the.
Like they don't, bro. Like that's what you.
Yeah, but okay. So then we'll talk about it like this, right? Naruto's at half power, right? Just from the very beginning.
No, he's not.
He's not at half power. Why do you think he's not at half power? Isn't it stated that he's just at half power?
No, it's not. It's stated that half of Kurama's chakra was absorbed. Now, just going back to the war, we see that 6-path Sage Mode on its own, not 6-path Senjutsu, not 2 Secret Orbs, not the freaking golden colored thing that he loses, just the plus symbol in his eyes where there's no toe pigmentation. He has that in Boruto. That on its own is a beyond 10 tails level amp.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean he's at max capacity. That assumes he's at max capacity.
Okay, max capacity versus 50%. If he's at 95%, that's not max capacity, but it's still not 50.
Yeah, but you're assuming that it's that high, right? Because anything below 100% would mean that we can engage it.
Beyond 10 tails level amp versus the 9 tails, which is getting flicked away by the 10 tails. That's a huge difference.
Beyond. How are you even quantifying that?
Okay, Naruto and Sasuke were both weaker than Blind Sage Mode Madara or Rinnegan Madara. You can use Rinnegan Madara. They were weaker than him. Then Madara gets the 10 tails. Then Naruto, with just 6-path Sage Mode, completely bodies
show me that real quick. Show me that real quick.
You need this picture of Madara stabbing Sasuke?
No, like just everything, like the levels and whatnot, the feats. Like I haven't read Naruto in 4 or 5 years.
That is fair.
Yeah.
Well, while he's finding that, I'll explain it. If you remember, Madara killed Naruto and Sasuke at the same time, and then Hagoromo had to give them the Sun and Moon Seal and all that. Then after that, Madara got the 10 tails and he fought 8 Gates Guy. He defeated 8 Gates Guy, and then Naruto and Sasuke came back. Naruto fought the 10 tails Madara using his 6-path.
Not really relevant.
And he defeated that Madara, who had to absorb the
God tree. Not relevant because you're not taking Naruto lore into mind. So shit, Naruto Shippuden.
What's the correlation with the exact quantification? Like that's what I'm saying. Like what's the correlation? So he takes half the QB chakra.
Do we need to make a graphic on Oodie?
No, we don't need to make a graphic. He takes half of the so Kurama has half of his chakra just gone, right? So you're making the contrast that in the war. Half of Kurama is gone?
What we're saying, half of Kurama is not half of Naruto. Naruto has other things that, frankly, are more valuable than Kurama, power-wise. But even if they say they're equal, no matter what you say, it wouldn't be 50% of Naruto's power, because Kurama is not all of Naruto's power.
I'm sorry, because we were just arguing about this earlier when I was arguing against you guys.
Yeah, but he doesn't have to be half of Naruto's power. Like that doesn't matter. It's just a factor that Naruto can't amplify. You don't think Naruto doesn't amplify his power? You don't think Naruto amplifies his You don't think Naruto amplifies his power with the QB?
Jaded. Hold your thought, bro.
Okay,
Jaded, Jaded.
Why do you keep telling me to hold my thought?
Hold on. They're only arguing for the case for Boruto, bro. That's what the tier list is. I'm not gonna hold you. I don't
know what that has to do with what I'm gonna say.
For the case for Naruto or Shippuden, bro. At all.
I don't care about that.
We're not ranking Naruto characters. Doesn't mean we need to ignore Naruto knowledge.
I'm pretty sure.
I don't.
No, that's. Well, okay, whatever. Wherever you guys want to. Yeah,
I don't care about any of that. Shippuden, whatnot. I don't.
But that wasn't the argument. That wasn't the original argument.
I don't mind that.
He's just
mind you about that.
Mind you about that.
And I'm gonna be
boiling it down simply. Even if Naruto loses half of Kurama, that wouldn't put Naruto overall at 50%. It's going to be something higher than that because Kurama isn't all of Naruto's power. That's all.
Okay.
The whole thing is even then, is just showing that that's actually worth way more than Kurama.
Even then, what I'm putting into question isn't even mutually exclusive from that idea. Like it's not even a contradiction to say that this thing is possible, right? Anything below what he would normally be at would mean that we can't conclude that in a normal fight, right? Like in an actual 1v1, this would be the case. Especially if we're talking about just direct power, like that would be the argument. You could say that it's a lot, but like how much is a lot? Oh, it's above 50%, but like how much?
Yeah, we can't perfectly quantify. I would argue it's pretty high.
We don't even have to perfectly quantify it. Can you prove that it's minimal?
Well, 6-pad sage mode was worth more than the entire.
Yeah, but saying it's a lot. Saying it's a lot doesn't really prove anything, right? Because in a ratio, like a lot of 100 could be like 70, right? But it could also be 90, but it could also be 60 in some interpretations. Like it depends, right? Because if you think about it, anything above 51 would just be considered most.
Yeah, but would you agree that like the 10 tails was like?
I agree. I agree. It's a lot. I agree. It's a lot. But why is that? Why is that a lot in terms of ratio to Naruto's overall fighting capability? Why in terms of Naruto? Like if we were to put it in a ratio, like how much? Like how much is it? Like to Naruto overall, not to you. Like not what you consider a lot. Like how much would it be overall? Can you quantify it? Do you have like any gauge? Is it minimal? Because I get the idea that it's a lot. Like it's
flicking away 9 tails and 8 tails Biju bombs.
Yeah, I get it's a lot, right? I get it. I get it's a lot, right? But like how much? Like in ratio to Naruto, right? I don't even know how you're even gauging this to say that Naruto is above half. You're just saying, oh, it's half of the QB, right? But how much of the QB is worth Naruto? I don't even know how you're even saying it's more than half. It could be lower than that.
Wait. Now, okay, Kamui, hang on, Kamui. Jaded, I want you to make an argument for how Naruto can be at under half total power.
I don't need to make an argument. I'm just putting it into question.
No.
Right?
I'm not. I just want to hear how you could do it.
I don't know how I could do it. I haven't read Naruto in 5 years. I'm just here to put it into question because if it's in question, then both are equally possible. So we just have both interpretations to work with. So it would be impossible to conclude.
Well, are you putting it into question, though?
I'm putting it into question. That doesn't mean I'm making a claim.
Okay, but how or why would you be able to put it into question?
How would I be able to put it into question? Because of a lack of contradictions that make it possible? A possibility is just a lack of contradictions?
Well, 6-pad sage mode is definitively much stronger than all of Kurama based off the war arc. And if he still has 6-pad stage mode, there's no way he could be less than half overall power.
I understand. I understand that it's a lot, right? Okay, but what I'm saying is, right, the argument presupposes that Naruto at normal power wouldn't perform marginally better and would perform minimally better because you're arguing that the difference has to be minimal. The argument is contingent on the fact that
actually, in fact, I would prefer to just move on to that point. Naruto uses like his max power form. It's the full night. It's not small.
Are you conceding to the idea that you can't quantify how much it would be normally? Like you couldn't prove that it would be minimal? Are you like? Because I mean, I would want to go.
Only evidence you can suggest is that he would just use the form for less time, and he had enough time to win with.
Why would it just be less time?
Because he's in the max form. It doesn't get more than that.
Okay, prove that.
It's the 9 tails. What do you want it to do? Become the 10 tails?
It doesn't have to be the 10 tails. You don't think the 9 tails,
the 9.5 tails, the 9.25 tails?
So I mean, just prove it, right? Like it's a 9 tails level of power, but obviously you don't think there's a difference. Like there's only like the exact 9 tails. Like you don't think you don't think there's any time where Naruto could be in the 9 tails and just not be as strong?
Never does
we see in the war he can give his chakra and he's using multiple jutsus. Like Naruto can still engage with the 9 tails and still awaken the avatar. Even if he doesn't have all of his chakra, right? You're making it sound like,
right.
oh,
so
well,
what
if
happens
Naruto...
is he runs out of the form quicker when he does that. But the form itself is the same.
I'm asking, right? I'm asking, what leads you to believe that power-wise, it would still be as efficient?
Because we only ever see it be the same.
Okay, so it's the same because we only ever see it be the same? That's like the argument? Like,
yeah, whether he's fresh or not, it's always the same.
Yeah, so you're saying that like, oh, well, it's the same because we always see it the same?
Give me a feat
the argument.
Proving it's
I don't need to give you a feat. I'm just putting it in question. It's your guys' tier list. It's your guys' placement.
Well, you have a contention with it.
Yeah, I have a contention. I'm skeptical towards it. I'm not making a claim. That's why I'm just asking.
Okay.
And I'm asking you, I'm like, why is the Nine Tails, even if it has less chakra, still able to perform as efficiently, right? And then you're telling me where it's like, oh well, we've seen it, like it's what it does. Like
Well, I mean, just think about it from everyone. Like, but any fighter, like for the most, you're just running lower on stamina. Obviously, if there's a particular jutsu where I'm gonna make up a jutsu, the whatever Jiraiya's whatever jutsu, if it requires 60% of your overall chakra, but you just can't use the jutsu if you only have 50%, right? That's just too bad.
But again, like it presupposes that there isn't a level of effectiveness that Naruto could be using that's higher than the level he's using right now. Like I agree, he has a bare minimum to maintain the avatar, right? Like 1000%, I agree with you. Naruto has enough chakra to maintain the avatar, right? But how much stronger could Naruto potentially be if he just had more chakra? If you think it's minimal, like that's fine, right?
I do because the only real thing that he could actually do would be, for example, make a bigger Biju bomb, which he's not using because Momoshiki will just absorb it anyway. It's not going to change.
Let's take this example. Let's say so. Okay, it won't change his taijutsu. Why do you think it wouldn't change his taijutsu?
Because Naruto isn't the type of fighter to use 100% of his chakra reserves in one punch.
Okay, he doesn't. He's the type of fighter. Let's just say he uses, I don't know, he uses 70% when he's in the avatar, right? Okay, prove that he
normal.
So prove that he has enough, even with the chakra that he has, to use it as efficiently as he always could. Nah, he doesn't have to be at 100%. It could be 70%. Okay, well Naruto's at 60.
Why are you questioning it in the first place?
Why am I questioning it? Because they're both equally possible. Why wouldn't we question it?
Okay, so then you would just look at what you see in the story feat-wise, and it looks the same as normal, suggesting that that's the more likely answer.
Not necessarily, because just like how you're saying what you're saying is possible, I'm saying what I'm saying is possible, right? Because there's a lack of contradiction. Did you not just say
equally possible like 10 seconds ago?
Yeah, just as possible, equally possible.
Okay,
yeah, they're equally
so
possible.
They're equally possible. So then you look at what you visually see. One suggests one way. That's now the more likely answer.
But it's not mutually exclusive, right? They could both be possible.
Yeah, they're both possible, but one's more likely.
What makes that one more likely? I can just say from what I see, there's nothing that suggests what you're talking about. It could just be interpreted another way, right? You're looking at the panels and you're saying, oh, well, I see it this way. And I'm saying, oh, I see it that way.
Can you give me the interpretation that suggests
the interpretation is that Naruto has enough baseline chakra to actually maintain the avatar, but there's actually just no way that we would be able to gauge if this is him using it at max efficiency. The fact that it looks like, oh well, Naruto, it seems like he can use the avatar. I'm not arguing that he can't use the avatar. He can use the avatar, obviously, right? But I'm saying, can he use it as efficiently as he normally would be able to with full chakra reserves?
I don't see why you're questioning it when Naruto himself gives you zero indication of that he
That's
is
just an argument from ignorance.
Okay,
you're just saying, oh, because of a
from
lack
a debate
of
perspective, sure, but from a practicality perspective, he would suggest it.
I mean, what makes it practical? I feel like the statement that you could say the same thing about the fact that they mentioned that the QB is only half power, right? We can interpret that as like, oh well, that's already the writing interpretation
because
to say that Naruto going into this fight would be fatigued.
Let's use Sasuke, because everyone likes to say Sasuke's at 50% chakra from teleporting there, right? What do we see when Sasuke is low on chakra? He's always freaking talking about it 24/7. It's the biggest meme in the anime. He's always complaining about being low on chakra. You know what Sasuke doesn't do in this fight? Never once mentions how he's low on chakra. Based off consistency, he's probably not that low on chakra. And Naruto and Sasuke perform equally here. No.
Yeah, but you could just argue
they are equal, so they're probably not that low in chakra.
Okay, so I mean, just in the manga, right? Like, I don't know anything about the anime. If that's okay.
I mean,
with
even
you.
in the manga, I'm pretty sure he says he's low on chakra at least one time. No, he does it when he's gonna leave Jigen. He says he barely has enough chakra to do that, or something like that.
I mean, I'm sure, right? But just because a character doesn't say something, that doesn't mean it's not happening or it's impossible.
Yeah, but if he consistently says it all the time, when he doesn't say it, like when he is low on chakra, he always
that doesn't happen at this point. Like you even said that, oh, maybe that happens with Jigen, but that doesn't happen at this point.
But he's not low on chakra at this point.
Well, yeah, but you see how that's just circular. It's like, oh,
I'm not okay. Look, real quick. When it comes to this discussion, I'm gonna let Oodie get a chance to go. When it comes to this particular discussion, I am not saying from a debater perspective this is a perfect argument. I'm really using the more common sense,
like intuition.
Does this when he's low on chakra? So if he's not doing it here, he's probably not low on chakra. From the more that perspective, I think that makes sense. From a if I'm in a debate tournament or whatever, is that gonna fly? Probably not. No.
Okay, so you're saying like intuitively, right? Like you feel like your argument makes sense, like just from like an intuitive, like in your gut. Okay, I can respect that. I can 100%. I can respect that.
Okay, now Oodie can get a turn, so I can actually eat this food.
Okay, so I'm not gonna do what Kamui did and just say it looks like that. I'll point to something directly in the series, is how QB Chakra mode functions, and I don't have the scan on me. I know you haven't seen Naruto in a while, so I'm just
just describe it.
Yeah,
if
I
remember,
just be recalling it from memory. So if you remember when Naruto first gains QB Chakra mode, he's doing a tug of war, and the whole point is to get as much Nine Tails Chakra as he can in order to use the form for as long as he possibly can. So when you're in QB Chakra mode, you can't be in more or less of it. You can only draw on the power, and the more of the QB Chakra you have access to, the longer you can use the form. Which is why when Naruto undoes the seal, when he befriends Kurama later on, he's able to use it basically infinitely. Whereas before, during the war, it's said that Naruto can't even accurately gauge this because he can't use a lot of clones, or else it's going to draw on too much of the QB chakra and he's just going to die because the QB is just going to take all his chakra and he's going to hit 0 chakra. And so that would indicate that there is a set level of QB chakra that Naruto has, or that the form would give him as an amp.
So what if he has less of it? He would be in a lesser state, because I feel like that's the more consistent thing.
No, he'd be in the same state. He would either be in QB Chakra mode or not. We know this because we see when he has the form activated and then he uses jutsu, and then he just flashes out of it and then instantly becomes fatigued, falls to his knees and is huffing and puffing. But before that, he's having no indication of that.
So you're saying he can only enter the QB Chakra mode when he has 9 tails worth of chakra?
When he has...
So basically, it's an all or nothing. He's either in the form or he's not. And if you have more chakra, you can use the form for longer.
Yeah, I get that, right? The form
itself doesn't vary in strength.
I get that, right? But you don't think that Naruto can enter the form even if he has let's say 6 tails worth of chakra? Because I think I remember that.
No, he can't. I
don't know what the amount is.
He doesn't need a 9 tails worth of chakra. He needs access to the 9 tails' chakra. Any amount of it. It's just the 9 tails' chakra is the fuel that powers this form. Once he's out of the fuel...
I wouldn't say any amount. There's probably a minimum amount, but... Continue.
So then, okay, what's the evidence again? Because I low-key don't even think I really disagree. What's the evidence again with the... what was I going to say? What's the evidence that it's he can't raise his efficiency beyond a certain point once he's entered the form?
That he can't raise it beyond a certain point once he's in the form.
Yeah, okay, once he's in, the train is moving, right? It's fuel, the train is moving, train's going at a set speed. Naruto would be going at a set power once he's fueled.
So I would point to the Shadow Clones. The Shadow Clones is the only indication that he'd be using quote-unquote more of it, which is why Naruto's told to not use Shadow Clones.
I feel like even the Shadow Clones are a pretty decent example, because multiple Shadow Clones can use KCM, right?
Exactly.
But they have less chakra than Naruto, and then in turn they're not as strong as Naruto.
The clones themselves?
Yeah, but they're still able to enter KCM, right? So it's
actually,
like they're
just
just
honestly implied to be the same strength as Naruto. It just they either run out of the chakra quicker or they poof if you actually hit them.
I mean, yeah, I figured that, but I mean, feats wise, from what I can remember, like even aside from that, it's like I feel like the clones would just be a pretty good example that it's like you can have lesser versions of Naruto that aren't as strong and can still use the
Well,
QB.
actually, if anything, feel free to disagree. I would argue early War Naruto's best feats are from his shadow clones, like beating the third Raikage, helping defeat Mu, the one that fights Madara. These are the shadow clone Naruto. The one that fights Black Zetsu is the regular Naruto just gets bodied by Nagato.
You think that's like an anti feat?
Well, it's definitely not a feat. His best feats just objectively are the shadow clones.
It's definitely not a feat, but it wouldn't necessarily be like an anti feat.
I'm not saying it's an anti-feat. What I'm saying is his best feats were from the clones.
So it would just probably upscale the normal version of Naruto. I mean, it's already consistent.
Well, why?
The regular one would already be the strongest. Because I mean, if the narrative already establishes that's like, okay, well, the main body is always going to be the strongest, right? But it's like, oh, the clones has
that's not true.
better feats.
Neji fight implies that the clones were all equal.
I don't know anything about that. If you
so
want
I
to
just
send
put something in chat. It's basically saying that chakra uses stamina. So we know that the clones, it just uses a set amount of chakra, and chakra control even like makes the clones like a different amount of chakra. You see this right here in the picture with Sakura using the 3 clones. But she still has like 70% of her stamina left.
Wait, so, where'd you send it again?
I put it in general chat. So it's not a power thing, because either way, Sakura is making the 3 clones, but the difference would be the stamina between the different users, based on the chakra control.
Yeah, based on the chakra control, but you still need to turn stamina into chakra, right?
So the way it works is similar to humans. I don't remember exactly what you convert in order to make ATP, but then you convert ATP into energy. It's similar in Naruto to where you rest in order to recover stamina, and then you transform your stamina into chakra, which then you can use for taijutsu, ninjutsu, or genjutsu. Well, really just ninjutsu or genjutsu, but you get the idea.
And so he gives them a certain amount of what? Of stamina or chakra?
Yeah, so if he's just low on chakra, that doesn't really matter, because he can just refill that chakra with his stamina.
But what does he give the clones then?
He makes the clones using chakra.
So he gives the clones a set amount of chakra that they could potentially refill.
I don't think he's giving the clones anything. It's like the fire style fireball jutsu. You're not giving the fire style chakra, you're making the fireball using chakra.
Okay, wait, hang on 1 second. That guy Lightning just posted that the Gojo World Slash thing was real. Okay, I can finally rest. Oh, Lord. Okay.
We gotta get you on for JJK at some point, by the way, as like a different dedicated.
Bro, nah, I gotta send this in chat real quick. I'm too happy about this. Nah, it's actually raps. I'm smiling so hard right now. It's actually raps. Oh, but anyways. Okay, so Naruto gives his clones either chakra or stamina, whatever it might be, and then they use vice versa to create them once they're actually clones, so they could like amp themselves beyond like a certain threshold.
Mm-hmm.
But what makes you think that they're actually doing that?
What do you mean?
Like what makes you think that that's like exactly what they're doing?
Well, okay. Well, I asked what do you?
Because I feel like they would have done that though with like the waterfall training and whatnot.
Done what specifically?
Like I remember Kakashi saying something. That's where I got the whole clones are weaker thing from.
So what do you think they would have done during the waterfall training?
Because I feel like the easier solution to that would have been like if they rested and then all recharged back their chakra again and just kept going and going and going.
The clones?
Yeah.
Well, the point is to release him so that Naruto gets the experience from all those clones.
Oh, okay, I see. Then what's the con with making too many of them though?
Well, the reason the multi-shadow clone jutsu is forbidden in the first place is because it's a jutsu that uses an enormous amount of chakra at once, and if you do that, you could risk dying by hitting 0 chakra. It's similar to the reason why you would die when you have a tailed beast extracted. It's just an enormous amount of chakra leaving your body all at once, and that's what kills you.
And unlike using Chidori, where like Sasuke has that opportunity, like if he can use 2 safely, the third was a maybe for a while. For Naruto's case, it's like if Sasuke tries to make 1,000 shadow clones all at once, he's just dead on the spot the first time he uses the jutsu. There's no.
Why do y'all think clones don't ever make clones? Wouldn't that be crazy?
Actually, Naruto does do that, at least in the anime.
Yeah,
at least in the anime. So you're like an anime guy from what I can see.
Yeah, we haven't read the manga.
What?
Well, we've like looked at it, but we haven't like sat down, read it from front to back just for the sake of reading it.
Yeah.
I mean, that's like a whole podcast topic.
Reading or not reading the manga?
No. Like actually like reading it. Like on stream or something. Like that's what they told me to do with JJK. They were like, go back and read it on stream.
Not with us. If we do that, that would take 3 years.
It would take 700 weeks because we would do it 1 chapter per episode. For like 6 hours.
You guys are crazy.
We are. Yep, you're right.
You could do it in You could do it in groups. You could read like a certain amount at a time.
Well, here's the problem. If you were to watch our Boruto chapter reaction reads or JJK reaction reads, you'll quickly find that 1 chapter takes like 6 hours. Because we're ridiculous.
Yeah. But okay, so getting back to Naruto versus Momoshiki, I'll say it's a little bit unfair to say, well, Naruto isn't fresh. Because you could just apply the same thing to fuse Momoshiki. Well, he was just fighting beforehand. The whole reason they fused is because they lost.
What, into the Susanoo QB?
I just mean fuse like Momoshiki as a character.
Oh, like why he fused and whatnot?
Especially with Kinshiki, because Kinshiki himself was drained before he got absorbed.
Well, I would
so hypothetically, Momoshiki.
I would just call into question whether or not Fused Momoshiki was ever fresh, or if we were just seeing a worn-out Fused Momoshiki from the get-go.
I mean, what would imply that he would even be that much stronger? What, the fact that Kinshiki wasn't fresh?
Neither of them were fresh.
Kinshiki was, especially Kinshiki, though. If he was like fresh, Fused Momoshiki would just be stronger too.
Yeah, but that's like in theory. Like if we were talking about like in theory, what would be, then it's like the same thing like I said with the Naruto earlier, but you guys were like, oh no, but we're taking them like in the fight, like in the moment. You know what I mean? Because if we were to talk about like, okay, fresh,
you just use both. Both of them will either be fresh or both of them as they are.
Yeah, like I think the difference would be between like the Naruto and like the Momoshiki is that Momoshiki never lives to where we have a version of that character that we could scale. But like the Naruto that I'm talking about exists later on. You get what I'm saying? Like Naruto doesn't end at like chapter 6 or whatever. But it's like this version of Momo doesn't, like he's never existed.
Okay.
So I mean that's the only thing that I would say to that, right? But if we did want to talk about it like that, like okay, like I don't know, Momo's fresh. I feel like honestly, even if you were to be charitable about that, I feel like it's kind of unfair to not be charitable to Naruto. Even if you don't think that it's by a lot.
Well, you would just be charitable to both in that case.
Yeah, I would argue it like that. Like you'd just be charitable to both. But then it's like, okay, well, what's greater, right? Like the QB thing or like the not being fresh Momo thing. And it's like, yeah, it's so headcanon. So that's the only reason why I wouldn't argue it like that.
What would being charitable look like? Because yes, we have the real Naruto, and then we have the Naruto that we saw in the fight, whereas we have the Momoshiki, Fused Momoshiki that we saw in the fight, whereas we don't have the full power Fused Momoshiki. However, if we're being charitable with Naruto, we'll just say he's like twice as strong. Would we say Fused Momoshiki is twice as strong? Or would we say he's like a little bit less, a little bit over? Like where was Momoshiki before he fused? Was he at 50%, 60%, 40%? Like, it's a little bit unquantifiable, so I feel like that would just go out the window as well.
So that I just when we talk about like what would it be, like the reason why I said it's headcanon, like I don't even think we really disagree. It's like, okay, in the event that we're charitable to both, it's like we both end up with like, okay, well, how strong are they? Oh, strong. Okay, well, are they stronger than each other? Like, does one get more of an amp than the other? I don't know. It's like that's just nonsense.
Okay. So I will say that there is like narrative things. It's not just in the novels or whatever. It's even in Shippuden itself. Is that Naruto? Okay, so teamwork in Naruto is like a thing to where it's weird because Tobirama comments on Naruto and Sasuke having like perfect teamwork, and by combining in such a way, Momoshiki comments on this as well, is that it's like they're not fighting as two different individuals, but as one even stronger shinobi, which is why we even have, I don't know if you like didn't see this, but that would maybe explain some of your thought process, is in the tier thing, we have Naruto and Sasuke together ranked separately from individually Naruto and Sasuke, and they are just an objectively higher tier.
Yeah. But in that type of way, like working in tandem from what I remember in the war, are you talking about like that one scene where it's like they make like I don't even know what it is. It's like some wind style Amaterasu like type of attack, like that thing.
Yeah.
Okay, so I mean, I would say like the difference in that is like, I mean, that's them like literally working in tandem to create attacks that would be more powerful than they ever would be on their own. You get what I mean? I could see like for the Majestic Attire Susanoo, like why that would be the case, because it's kind of like the same thing. Like they both work together to create an attack that wouldn't never be as powerful on its own. Sure. But separately, like when they're bopping around Momoshiki, like I think that would be kind of like the difference.
Again, I would disagree with that, because that's the whole thing that Ishiki is trying to do. After Jigen fought Naruto and Sasuke together, Ishiki tried to make sure Naruto and Sasuke stayed separately so that he could fight them individually rather than together.
Yeah, so like literally it isn't merging into one jutsu or one form, but narratively, conceptually, thematically, the point is that they're fighting like one stronger entity. Like that is the narrative point.
We also
I could see that when they're working in tandem, like I could see how that like them literally working in tandem would be a threat. But even then, I also don't think that's like mutually exclusive. Like both are kind of problematic. You get what I mean? Like them working separately on two sides of the court versus working together in the center. Like they're both things that he would need to avoid, and not necessarily because both of them just magically become stronger.
Well, it's because they're able to do things together, whereas they wouldn't be able to do things individually. For example, if Sasuke makes an opening for Naruto, then Naruto is able to do something that Naruto never would have been able to do on his own, because Naruto never would have been able to make that same opening that Sasuke made. Or if Naruto made the opening, then he wouldn't have a Naruto to enact on that opening, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I agree, right? But then that's just the in tandem thing that I'm talking about, right? Like when we start talking about like, oh, they're able to perform feats that they would never be able to perform on their own. Like it's not really what we're seeing in the Momoshiki fight, where it's like Naruto kicking him in the face and stuff like that, right? Like that's like an in tandem thing, like opening up a portal, jumping through, like creating like an opening. It's like I'm not talking about like, oh, if one of them sets a pick, right? Like I'm talking about the feats in these fights like there's no pick, like they're not setting each other up. At least in this one scenario with Naruto and Momo. But throughout the fight they do though, but not in this scenario.
In the Naruto and Sasuke versus Momoshiki fight, they're absolutely setting each other up, especially in the anime. You see like Naruto.
But I didn't say that they're not,
Sasuke,
right? But I'm saying
all sorts of stuff.
In this specific, like where I'm getting the feat from, right? Like the speed thing, it's like they're not, like they don't have any of like the in tandem stuff. Like the opening up a portal or something, or like the Rasen wind style Amaterasu thing.
It's at the beginning. It's like Naruto and Momoshiki. They're just boxing, and Naruto lands a few punches.
Yeah, like those boxing encounters like have nothing to do with them fighting in tandem with each other.
But what would you say then about the parts where it is 2v1? Momoshiki's got his red staff thingy out. Momoshiki lands some hits on them even while they're working in tandem.
Is this like an anime thing?
Well, yes, because you're using the anime here too.
I don't really know anything about the anime, bro. I'm not gonna lie. I've never even seen it. I mean, if it's true in the anime, then it's true in the anime. Like I don't mind that.
But even independent of that, the main thing I would say though is Momoshiki sucks at taijutsu. So if Naruto just is more skilled at taijutsu than Momoshiki. The point is Momoshiki's unskilled. That's why he loses in the end. the golem would be a better representation, at least in this fight, of terms of Momoshiki's power, where we see that Momoshiki's power was able to overcome Naruto's skill even when using the Kurama avatar. That's why he's choking him out and stuff. But then, of course, Naruto and Sasuke team up and outscale him, blah blah blah. But
yeah, but to me that just seems like that's just like an AP thing. Like I think speed is probably more important. But if that gets him
over Naruto, it gets him over Naruto.
Yeah, so then we start talking about like, okay, are we taking Naruto like at the beginning of this fight, or if we're taking Naruto after, like with the information? Because it's like there is like I said, like there is no version of Momoshiki at this fight. Like if we were to be like, okay, SBA, right? Both versions of the character, the strongest, whatnot, and blah blah, right? Like all that stuff. Okay. There's just a version of Naruto later on, like even before Baryon mode, right? Like if we're just saying this is just adult 6-Paz Naruto, like at his strongest, no Baryon mode. Like there is just a version of Naruto with the intel, even if you don't think he's nerfed, that wouldn't engage like that.
I mean, honestly, this is that for. I know he doesn't know about the golem, but like this is Naruto knowing about Momoshiki's absorption, amplification, send back jutsu, and Momoshiki knows nothing about Naruto's abilities. Naruto has the intel advantage in this fight.
Yeah, I agree that like in this fight, right? Like this version of Naruto, like yeah, it's in character to act the way he does. But I'm saying like if the same Naruto, right? Like same level in character later on, like wouldn't act like that, like rationally.
I don't think that'd be the same Naruto. I think Naruto later on would just be stronger than this version, anyways.
I mean, not in Baryon mode, or not outside of Baryon mode.
I think the version of Naruto that fought Ishiki was stronger than the version of Naruto that fought Momoshiki.
Would he like train or something?
I mean, yeah.
Well, I mean, in that case, yeah, I don't really disagree. So it's like, what type of Naruto are you ranking on this list?
This, I guess, would just be the Momoshiki fight. I think that's what me and Kamui had in mind.
So then, what about Delta?
Well, what do you mean? What about Delta? You mean like the version of Naruto that fought Delta?
Yeah, like what about that Naruto?
We just don't have him ranked. Would probably be pretty similar anyways. It would be strong.
So what do you think if we take like that version of Naruto and we just put him above Momo, like the 6-Paz Naruto, like the way it looks, but it's not just like Momo fight Naruto.
Jigen fight Naruto versus Fuse Momoshiki.
Yeah,
what does everyone think?
That. I mean, I would put him above. Like I wouldn't take the Naruto that I'm arguing is like nerfed and fatigued, no legs, no limbs, blind, sick. Like I wouldn't take that guy and put him above Momo. I think the argument is kind of contingent on the fact that it's not that Naruto.
Sure. If you want to say that, then I wouldn't like die on any hill. I think there's nothing wrong with that.
I would be okay with either answer.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I do want to say, because I feel like maybe Kamui and you were saying other things in regards to this, but this isn't saying because one character is above another, then they would just definitively beat that character. Because I do think Boro versus Delta is contentious, even though Boro is higher than Delta. It's saying
I think Delta would objectively beat Boro simply because her eye beams are too fast and they specifically neg regenerative powers. So even if he lands the virus off, she's just gonna have killed him with the eye beams
exactly.
first.
In Naruto, there are mismatches. It's like rock, paper, scissors. But that doesn't mean you can't still rank one character against another despite that.
I mean, yeah, I would agree, right? Because I mean, most hacks rely on speed. You know what I mean? Like you still need the speed to pull off the hacks. Like I don't think Minato could beat Naruto because he would teleport him somewhere else or trap him in the subspace.
Exactly. So that's to say that Naruto could still beat Momoshiki in the end, despite Momoshiki being stronger than Naruto.
That just kind of brings it to the whole thing before, where it's like I think specifically the golem, right? Like yeah, sure, and like that scenario, like specifically the golem, but then it kind of just brings us back to the whole thing before. But most people argue for this, which what I thought you guys were going to argue is like the back of the volume statement. It's like Momo, or what is it? Naruto and Sasuke like need each other to topple Momo or something.
Honestly, I forgot the statement existed.
I don't like it. Like I think it being endurance makes more sense than like AP or speed.
Speaking of statements, what do you think about the Urashiki statement?
What's the Urashiki statement?
Well, he's the strongest Osusuki.
Oh my god! Oh, no, didn't that guy go relative with Jiraiya or something? What is it?
Well, that was fused Urashiki.
Yeah, who's lower on the tier list?
Fuse. So he fuses and he gets weaker
With himself, yes.
I mean, in terms of what actually played out, yes.
See, this is where I gotta ask you: why do you guys watch the anime? Like, if ridiculous stuff like this exists,
For the music.
why is this scan
The
pinging
music is voice
6?
acting.
This scan is like pinging 6 in the freaking thing. That's so funny.
Yes.
Let me send this to him. It's literally pinging 6. Let me see. Can I find where this scan is from? One sec.
That'd be crazy.
I think I know what server this would be in. Let's see.
I'm assuming it's very old.
Oh, it's very old.
Years and years old.
I'd be surprised if that server still existed.
Just gonna type Urashiki.
That's crazy if you can find it.
I never even conceived that as a possibility of finding the original source.
Nah, I think he fucking scrubbed it. The only thing I found is what is this? They got Urashiki at like 1 billion times FTL. What is this?
Makes sense to me.
Oh hell, I dug too far.
Using it.
I dug too far. No, hell no.
Well, he is the strongest. Makes sense.
Let's see. What do you guys think about? You guys only do Boruto?
No, we do lots of Naruto, in fact, as well as Attack on Titan, Death Note, and Hunter x Hunter. And Oodie sometimes does Dragon Ball and MHA and whatever else.
And obviously, since you're a JJK guy, we can do that as well, but I haven't read the manga up to the Colon Games.
Then there's nothing worth really talking about with JJK. Okay. With that, not gonna lie, you should read it. But what do you guys think about? You guys think about Minato versus Hashirama before I go to bed? Any opinions?
I'm not using the subspace argument.
Oh no! I don't think he's gonna trap him in the subspace. I think that's kind of stupid.
Yeah, okay. I'd be fine with Minato being faster, and I do think Minato's Rasengan should have the AP to take down Hashirama in one hit if he can land a clean hit. Hashirama obviously would go higher on a tier list, but who would actually win in a fight? I could debate for either. I don't really care who you have over the other, personally.
So I don't have any of them over the other. Honestly, like I really don't know much about the topic. I just know that it's like for some reason become this like hotly debated thing all of a sudden in 2025. Like Minato versus
Blame
Hashirama.
Sage versus Noodles.
Hey, I don't really like. In my opinion, okay, I don't think Minato has any AP feats. Like honestly, and none that really get him to Hashirama, especially with like regen and stuff like that. Like that's just overall problematic. Do I think he's gonna drop him in the subspace? Hell no. I think sealing is probably the more than likely option.
Yeah, the problem is we don't actually know what is sealing jutsu he has that are applicable in this case. If he's using his Rasengan that he used for,
it's like something hella feared, like the way the Raikage is talking about it. Like it's like the Raikage is describing that shit. It's like, all right, this is how lethal Minato would just go to people and just seal them. I don't even know if he says Minato. Maybe he just says Uzumaki's or something.
I don't think that Reaper Death Seal would work, and I think that's probably his strongest sealing jutsu.
Well, even if he uses it, he's just gonna die anyway. So I'm calling it a tie if you do that.
Yeah, I don't think he'd use Reaper. I think that's like
I don't think sealing would work.
I think Hashirama would just overpower the tug of war there. So
okay, I have a funny argument because the Buddha statue or whatever it is like a summoning jutsu. We see that Minato is able to unlink Obito from the Nine Tails. It's possible that Minato could just unlink Hashirama to the Buddha statue or whatever.
To be fair, though, he's got to directly land his like hand on Hashirama's chest there to do the contract seal. So he has to be able to do that to do it.
Yeah.
He also would need to. Well, even if he does do that, the Wood Dragon and Golem combo wouldn't apply, and that just is Biju level, Ninetales level. Minato doesn't seem to think he can just box with the Ninetales. And granted, I guess in the Minato manga, he kind of doesn't Kushina's mind space, but he's also bandaged up in the hospital. So
I would say what matters there is speed. I think that Minato and Hashirama, based on their speed feats against the Ninetales, they're pretty relative-ish.
I mean, doesn't Minato just like out blitz them when they like go to the war?
They're running across like hundreds of miles of country, and Minato gets there like 5 seconds faster. I don't think that really matters.
He also uses flying Rayn at the end, which you could stupid argument, but you could argue that the last flying Rayn was what made up the difference of 5 seconds.
Well, then it would just be for me. Well, it's like, okay, well, if Minato can throw his kunai fast enough to go ahead of Hashirama, it's like if they fought, it's like I would give the same answer. Like he just throws his kunai ahead of Hashirama.
Yeah, I think he could throw his kunai faster than he could run.
Well, then that kind of just brings you to the same spot, though. Like he uses it, then he attacks him.
You could also say that Minato's stats are just higher than Hashirama in terms of speed, and that Hashirama only has speed because of his wood style, which he like rides on top of. Or like we see the wood style against like Hiruzen, it's just like almost like blitzing him. Like the wood style is insanely quick. And so that might be why Hashirama would be fast. Because Hashirama's speed isn't what makes him threatening. It's entirely his wood style, which is just overpowering any opponent.
I finally found the Raikage versus Naruto thing. Where's the part where he glazes his ceiling jutsu? I'm gonna find it.
Whose? What, Minato's?
Yeah.
I don't think the Raikage glazing is gonna be.
No, I promise. I promise. I was very surprised.
I mean, okay.
I promise.
I mean, let's keep in mind, Minato's ceiling jutsu, we see what he's capable of doing at his peak prime when he dies. You know, that's like the strongest Minato we get.
I mean, we're not gonna pretend like Minato's at full power there.
He seals half the I mean, I don't know. He seals half the Ninetales. I mean, I don't think he
seals half the Ninetales, but the guy's like saying he's like yeah, like when he's on top of Gamabunta, he's talking about I'm hella weak. He's profusely sweating.
Okay, fair enough. I'll give you this. He was keeping the Ninetales in check during Kushina's entire pregnancy, and he was already like sweating going into the fight in the first place. So you could argue he was low on chakra.
Yeah, I've seen some weird statements about like not weird statements, but some arguments that are like, oh well, Minato might have been needing chakra for like 12 to 24 hours because of typical pregnancy.
Yeah, I don't think Kishimoto was thinking about that. I'll be honest, but
I don't think so either.
Yeah,
I could see him being there for a couple hours though, but I mean, it's the same thing. It's like, come on, let's be real. Like we're here to have fun. I'm not about to sit here and say that Minato was nerfed because he was dealing with pregnancy issues.
Yeah, it's not the impression that the series is trying to tell you. So. I
mean, even if it was right, Minato is strong enough to the point where he believes that, but he's clearly just afraid of what Obito could do, even if he has the edge, right? So I mean, if he really thought that him being at full power, like let's say he's nerfed, right? So he's thinking like, oh yeah, I'm hella nerfed. This guy came and fought me, whooped my ass for a bit. I got back. Then I don't see why he would worry so much about Obito.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think that Hashirama's region is going to matter if he just, like, hits him in the head with the Rasengan. He's just going to, like, die instantly, in my opinion. And plus, like, Kabuto has region, and he just couldn't regenerate from the Rasengan. And that was a small
like a weird thing.
Minato just has the big ball Rasengan as is normal.
Kabuto's, though, is that he didn't have enough chakra by that point to do it.
But that's it being hit by like the weakest Rasengan that's possible to be a Rasengan.
I actually, it's arguably the strongest because it's freaking doing these wind swirls. It's got freaking AOE damage that no other Rasengan ever has. So.
Yeah, okay, but Minato's Rasengan is just bigger than Hashirama's entire skull. It's bigger.
And Obito took it and just stood up.
And then his arm fell off.
Which doesn't make sense.
Wasn't even the right arm.
Oh yeah, that's so crazy. I was gonna bring that up where it's like he hits him in the back and then his arm starts globbing off. Like...
He didn't even hit him in the arm. He hit him in the back and his arm. That's how hard he was hit.
Honestly, I don't even think it makes sense.
Yeah.
It doesn't. And it's also the wrong arm.
Yeah.
That's Tetsu on that side.
I mean, if Hashirama just loses a full-on arm, I don't think he can heal that. Like, it's not like a chameleon. That's not healing. That's just like full-on beyond regeneration. That's crazy.
That's the thing. They haven't they never really specified whether Hashirama's healing power is just like, for example, if you stab him in the heart, he'll heal it, or if he can heal a chopped off limb. They never clarify, as far as I'm aware.
Here, this is the statement.
What's that?
That's like the fourth Hokage had studied the Uzumaki clan's unique sealing jutsu. Okay, forces were powerful without question. That's kind of cracked.
I mean, I'm not going to count this, but Tsunade needed Katsuyu to bring her lower half to her instead of just making a new lower half. Again, I'm not going to count it, but you could say the same for Hashirama. He would need to get
she wasn't in 100 healings at that point anyway, though.
He's still, I know. But you could just conceptually apply that to Hashirama, to where Hashirama could heal the arm as long as he had the arm to stitch back together, basically.
Potentially, but I don't think you can say it definitively because
I know.
That's not normal Tsunade. It's not 100 healing Tsunade. So
yeah. But what does Sauron think?
Hello.
What's up, Brody?
Have I met you before?
Probably not.
I feel like I've seen your name before. But
You probably have.
anyways.
Base has written his name in chat before.
Oh, has he?
That's Saran, bro.
Rayn, I forgot you were still here.
Yeah.
No, I was
me.
low-key falling asleep, bro. I'm not gonna lie.
I woke you up? That's crazy.
Yes, bitch ass nigga.
Down to Sauron.
Yo, Rayn, I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Did you used to make banners or something?
Mm-hmm.
Ever? Yeah. You've been fucking with Boruto for 2 years. You used to do some graphic design, editing, manga animation stuff.
Yep.
Yeah, I know you. I remember you.
I thought so, bro.
How have you been, bro?
I've been pretty good, man. I've been
Why is it?
trying to stay out the way type shit.
I get you. That's what's most important, bro. Yeah, I still got the banner you made me till this day.
Damn.
I have it saved in my gifts, bro.
Let's go.
Yeah, bro. They'll be mad, bro.
Of course.
Jaded, I love how you said that because I haven't got to Culling games yet, there's nothing worth discussing in JJK. Because Kamui said the exact same thing to me, which is the one sole only reason we haven't actually had you on the podcast yet.
Dude, I'm telling you, there's nothing. There's little things, right? I mean, actually not, because it all leads back to things later on. I would say
that's what I'm saying. All this rewrite. We have a rewrite topic thing for JJK, but I'm I need you to catch up so that everything makes the most sense.
I don't think the showdown, the Sukuna showdown, I mean, Gojo's fight, obviously, right? But I really don't think the showdown is that important. Just thinking about it in the perspective of what do I talk about in videos, right? What do I find myself talking about often? Shibuya, Gojo versus Sukuna, the Culling games. That's really it. I really don't find myself anything 223 and onwards. I really don't. Not as much. Gojo vs Sukuna ends 236. So I mean 236 to what is it, 262 or something. I really don't talk about that much. There's really not much to talk about. Because it's I'm not gonna spoil it, but Kamui definitely knows what I'm talking about. There's certain conditions that make it impossible to use any of it.
That was so vague.
Yeah, I mostly want to talk about Oodie from a narrative angle.
That's
why I need him to catch up.
Oh, you definitely didn't spoil a thing. So.
There's nothing you get from it for a discussion thing. It's not really. I'm sure there's some narrative stuff, but it's JJK narrative in 2025, go get a job. Like nobody wants to hear any of that, bro. Like I'm like, okay, damn.
Well, we're gonna do it anyway.
It's
The series
one of those
jumped
things
off
you
a
talk
cliff in
about
terms
on
of
chapter week,
popularity.
like when it drops and you just never talk about it again. It's one of those.
The moment the series
Yes.
ended, everyone just ran away from it like it stunk like garbage. Like it's insane.
Dude, that
I
thing
think
could have been the
it's
next
so bad.
it could have been the next thing on YouTube for a while. It had a really strong community. It had a lot to go back and forth with, and then like I would say like I mean obviously Gojo versus Sukuna happens. Like there's no way you don't know that Gojo versus Sukuna happens. I would say like once Gojo and Sukuna wrapped up, that's when like the potential for what JJK could have been as like a conversation piece, that's when it really diminished.
Yeah, that is true, because that did answer a lot of people's questions. That's what people really they cared about in the first place. That might be the difference between why Naruto has lasting power in comparison. Because yeah, Naruto versus Sasuke, that's like a big thing, but like I feel like that's only like 5% of what we even talk about. There's so many more other, even arguably interesting things.
Yeah, there's also like I would say with Naruto, there's like a ridiculous amount of like scaling potential. Like that's kind of how I would put it. Like there's a stupid amount of scaling potential in Naruto where it's like in JJK it's like I would say okay, one thing JJK definitely does better than Naruto in my opinion, right? Is they just have an easier time making characters feel cool. Like there's just a lot of characters who when you read it you're like, yeah, this guy has like he just feels like a cool character, right? And those are typically the people that, we actually like scaling, Like I feel like in Naruto, like there are good matchups. Like there's low key topics that would go crazy. Like there's pretty good arguments for both. But the characters are so lame to the point where it's like, are we even going to talk about this? Probably not. But in JJK, you have the cool characters, but you don't have the arguments. Like you don't have the scaling. It's all kind of one way or the other.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, Jogo's my favorite character in JJK anyways, and he was freaking
Jogo?
best, yeah.
Really?
He's cool! I loved him. He was the
picked
best.
him, though. Oh, Kamui, when we dropping that Maki?
Wait, what?
That Maki video is never dropping, bro.
Oh, Rayn, I sent you. Sorry it took me so long to respond.
Yes, bro.
These
dudes really over here talking about Urashiki the strongest. It was insane.
Well, we're not talking about it. The anime studio's the one talking about it. We're just presenting.
No. Okay, so Ood, what do you think that statement comes from?
The anime.
Fucking.
No, like if you had to guess, like, do you think that it's a statement for like an anime database, or do you think it's from something else?
From Boruto.
It's from Weekly Shonen Jump magazine.
That makes it even better. It's from the manga magazine. He's manga canon.
I don't know.
Was that the big legendary debunk, Rayn? Please don't tell me that was it.
No. That's not it. But first of all, that does not mean it's manga canon.
No.
Good enough for me.
Okay, I guess the entire Naruto series isn't manga canon.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's not. What are you doing?
Weekly Shonen Jump does animes as well.
Yeah, like, that does not mean it's manga.
Like, Sarada, don't take away the glorious moment.
No, because Raw's here to be realistic. Don't do that, bro.
I can't like find the original statement of it. I've tried my hardest. I've looked through everything that I can find.
You can't find the fake scan you made?
Okay. I have an explanation that you will hate.
What?
Urashiki used omnipotence to erase it.
Yeah. Like, I don't know where that person got that specific thing from. I don't think it's like fake or anything. It looks pretty legit. If you look at other parts of that image, it's talking about the Chunin exams, the Boruto examination arc. It's talking about Sumire, how they just got off the battle with Kakashi and Boruto in the academy graduation arc. So I think it's a real thing. I'm not going to use this as a strong argument, but the fact that it's so blurry makes me think it is real. Because to
fakingly create a blurry ass image like that's probably way harder.
No, the image is real. It's whether or not the translations that are real is what I'm like, okay. I'm unsure about this one. I'm really unsure.
So what you're saying
and
is
it's unfortunate that the most important part of that thing is the most blurry out of the entirety of the image in terms of like,
so what you're saying is you don't believe it because you didn't translate it?
No, I don't believe it due to the statements that are contained within the anime and later statements that come on from the Weekly Shonen Jump magazine that come later. Also, it's never mentioned like in the magazine ever again. Even when Urashiki reappears,
they didn't need to mention it again.
Because if you're wondering,
if
you're wondering what that took place, I think that probably came out after episode 53. So like it's directly after Urashiki just defeated Toneri. It might have even been slightly before that it released. It's around episode 50.
Oh, so even when Momoshiki's there, they're saying Urashiki just is stronger than Momoshiki.
No, Momoshiki comes later. Momoshiki appears in episodes later after Urashiki.
Momushiki's already appeared before that scene. He's appeared in earlier episode eating.
Oh yeah, he did appear in episode 14.
And again, Momoshiki has knowledge on Shiba.
So why would the Shiba thing then?
Urashiki's revered as the strongest.
He was trying to use that to say Urashiki's over Shiba.
Oh,
Momoshiki thinks he is.
Yeah.
Hey, don't take it up with me. I'm just telling you what Momoshiki thinks.
With the relationship that you get from like Kinshiki, Urashiki, and Momoshiki, and the things that Urashiki says, like calling Kinshiki and Momoshiki his direct superiors.
And the moment they leave, he calls him Momoshiki-chan.
Yeah.
Okay, like that even remotely matters.
He's Toby. He's pretending to be a weak idiot just for fun.
Yeah.
But if he's revered as the strongest in his clan, why would he do that?
Because he's so strong, he can do that.
Exactly. He's literally
so he's revered
trolling.
as the strongest, but pretends to be the weakest, and
nobody. Sauron, you can't stand there and pretend he's saying senpai. So he's saying they're his seniors, like he's standing there astute, like saluting like a military sergeant.
Okay, so
no, he's like, "Oh, how's it doing, Momoshiki senpai?"
Yeah, I think Momoshiki gets annoyed with him. You know what? Because Momoshiki knows Urashiki's stronger, but he's pretending to be weaker, and it pisses Momoshiki off.
This is a lot of sensationalization. But okay,
he's like floating circles around him, carefree, not a worry in the world.
But they don't treat. So if he's he's going to only act like he's under them when he is not in front of their face. But when he's by himself, he'll then act like he is quote-unquote stronger than them.
Just like Obito did, yeah.
And yet he's revered by the clan as the strongest. That doesn't, like...
Well, yeah, but think about it, Sarad. Urashiki as the strongest is helping Momoshiki become the fellow strongest. Urashiki doesn't need a chakra fruit. He's already the strongest.
Was Toby revered as the strongest in the Akatsuki by anyone?
I don't think that matters. We're making a claim of their personality.
Well, you keep going back to Toby like it even matters, so I'll go to Toby.
Well, Zetsu revered him as the strongest.
Is Zetsu the entirety of the Akatsuki?
Is Momoshiki the entirety of the Otsutsuki clan?
Which, by that metric, Sauron, this means Shibai would agree with Momoshiki that Urashiki's the strongest.
Shibai isn't even in this plane anymore.
He probably had to run away.
He's part of the clan.
Like, I don't know, just like based off of the general vibe, nothing like tells me, like within the anime, that like Momoshiki's meant, like Urashiki's meant to be stronger than Momo.
Then why would Momoshiki be annoyed and do nothing?
he's just
Why wouldn't he punish Urashiki?
Momoshiki's just gonna because Urashiki didn't do anything but talk back. He didn't actually
to his senpai, his superior, the guy who's stronger than him.
So that means you must die, and isn't it a thing in the anime? This is a statement.
I mean, just for comparison, if you talk back to Meruem in Hunter x Hunter, he chops your head off.
That's
Momoshiki's kind of like the same.
No, not really.
The reason he's annoyed is it's very clear to me that Urashiki has called him Chan in the past, so him calling him senpai here now and then Chan afterwards doesn't matter. Like, he's calling him senpai to mock him.
It might be a mock, or it might be a...
What else would it be? He's not trying to trick him into believing that's what he actually thinks.
No, yeah, it's a mock.
It's clearly a mock. That's why Momoshiki's annoyed.
It's a mock or a troll.
Yeah. So it's made clear that Urashiki doesn't believe it, and Momoshiki knows it.
But hold on. If the, I don't know. It's just really odd to me that, if he... Do you think that person translated what's on that magazine? And what he translated it from was that blurry magazine? Or do you think he just had a really awful photo?
I don't even think that's necessarily the case, because it's a screenshot of the Discord message. The Discord message itself could have been clearer, and the original image that he took the picture from could have also been clearer.
So you're saying the Discord message could have been clearer?
It's also possible that he took a bad iPhone camera, took a photo of Weekly Shonen Jump, but translated it with his own physical eyes, but the photo's blurry, but in his own eyesight in real life,
and
the magazine's
we
obviously
have
not blurry.
an example of this. We posted it earlier in chat. I'll do the exact same.
So you think that he might have taken a picture of the magazine, the physical magazine?
Yeah, that's what the blurry magazine is, and then the guy could have translated it.
So, Saron, what I just posted in chat is the exact same image. The first one posted by Mr. Mayhem from his, MP3 or whatever he used to take the picture, and then mine was just a screenshot of the anime. The exact same image. And he saw the same thing. He didn't see the image that he took. He's posting that, though. That's an example. He saw the bottom one, but the picture just is the picture.
And then, okay, I guess that's what could have... Hold on. It's just so... This doesn't really seem like... This doesn't give me the vibes that this was... I don't know. Because I've seen... Maybe he just has a really whack camera. If he did take this via, a phone photo. Let me see something. Maybe he just has a really whack thing. I don't know.
Either that or he compressed the shit out of the photo to save storage space.
Yeah, because honestly, I'm not gonna lie, this looks screen captured to me. This doesn't look like a phone photo, but maybe it could be. This does.
I'm just presenting as many possibilities as I can.
It's Weekly Shonen Jump. Do you think that was from an online issue? Because I thought it was a picture of it.
You can find these issues online.
That wasn't my question, though.
What was your question?
Do you think the bottom thing here, this image, do you think this was taken of a physical copy, or do you think this was a screenshot of the online version?
Oh, well, I already said that I think it's a little unclear, but I think it might be just a screenshot of the online version, but...
See, I disagree. I thought it was a picture of the physical copy. It just looks like that to me.
Same.
It most certainly could be. It discolored, which could be an insinuation that it's probably it could be.
I also assume that's why they would be adding 6, because they have the physical copy of it. Well, that's my guess. Maybe
So,
it's
I guess
exactly.
we had a
We should
Japanese
ask Six,
person
by the
who
way,
said-
since all this has come out. But
I think he's asleep.
yeah, that's fine. We'll ask him some other time. But... yeah. That being said, Jaded and or Saran, did you have any other contentions with the tier list?
Nah,
You
I got caught up
tier
sketching.
list?
Alright, got you, Jaded.
Where is it?
Here, I'll just repost it.
Why isn't it in tier list? It feels like
is-
the exact place
Well,
where it
it's
would
in
go.
tier list results, but I just posted in chat. By the way,
Oh, dear
Is there already
God.
like 5 tier lists?
Oh dear gosh. Oh dear gosh.
By the way,
This is-
Kamui, how long do you have, just for reference?
Well, I'm gonna do my brush my teeth thing and all that for a little
You're
bit
gonna
here.
do your brush your teeth thing.
Shouldn't take
Like,
too
I'm gonna start
long.
You
getting
brush your
ready for
teeth in a
bed
unique way.
before I actually leave.
Like, I know, Kamui, you say that you take forever to brush your teeth, but, like, like, you're not supposed to brush your teeth for longer or shorter than 2, like, it's supposed to be 2 minutes.
My toothpaste says to brush my
Wait,
teeth
it's
for 3
added to it
minutes.
for longer than 2 minutes?
Yes, it wipes away the enamel.
It
Fuck.
can damage your teeth. It can damage your teeth.
He's cooked. Yo, that's fine.
I mean, I'm not a
serious.
professional or anything. Take it up with your dentist, but I'm just letting you know.
Eventually, you're just not gonna do anything positive. My toothpaste says to brush my teeth for the toothpaste that I use, which is niacinamide toothpaste. It says to brush my teeth for 3 minutes. Most toothpaste is around. 2
Yeah, I'm
minutes.
sure like 3 minutes isn't gonna hurt, but like if you're brushing your teeth for like 10
No,
minutes
do
straight
not
every
brush your
single
teeth for 5
day.
minutes. You're
I don't know
doing
why.
nothing. Wait, how long do you brush your teeth?
Bro, I swear it just takes me like at least 5 minutes. I don't know why.
Why are you brushing your teeth for 5 minutes?
I don't know. It just happens to take that long. I'm not trying to go that slow. It just does. I don't understand.
What is
Wait,
your
I am
toothbrushing
about
technique?
I don't know.
He's like
Chloe,
actively
what do you
brushing a
have to-
single tooth at a time.
What do you have to do that?
Look, I don't know. It just happens.
Do you just feel like your mouth is so dirty that you just have to like
Yo.
for 5
Well,
minutes? How is this
That's my
happening?
time to go. Y'all boys be safe, man. Wait,
Bro, I think
Jaded, do you still be on Discord, bro?
Not in the same place I was. Definitely
Okay.
not.
By the way,
Definitely
Rayn,
not.
to answer
Yeah,
your
real
question
quick,
for
man.
why unlimited code over Jigen, it would be in terms of abilities, whereas Jigen can have higher stats. That was the
Rain, you
basic
still
answer
speak
as you're
to
going.
Auden ever?
No.
Nah.
No, I did not. Nah, I don't.
Yeah, I just you remember that guy Super Perfect Cell?
Perfect cell. No, I don't.
Damn.
It was definitely taken the hot phone.
In a
You
minute,
still
man.
do editing stuff, bro?
Yeah, I still edit and shit like that.
You looking for work?
The bit.
A
Not
bit.
too
All
much, though,
right.
not too much, not too much.
Well, he
If
definitely doesn't edit
if I
Yu-Gi-Oh!
find anybody, because people have been asking me lately. I don't know, bro. Like every once in a while, there's always like a couple people who ask me. They're like, "Do you know anybody who edits?" And I'm
Yeah.
like,
Well,
not
Rain,
really.
would you like to edit next year's April Fool's Day video
Oh
that's
my
already
goodness.
ready?
You're
already editing
haven't you've
October's
asked Rain
April
and
Fool's
you've
video.
asked me. We've both
Well,
said
Saran, you didn't give me a yes, so I was hoping you would, but
okay.
you didn't.
So like I might do it like sometime in the future.
Oh, that's fine. I just want
Okay.
confirmation.
I'm
The
not
point
doing it
is,
and
you have as long as you need because it's already recorded.
okay. Sure.
Okay,
Um,
perfect.
I'm almost done editing this video for Eli. I hate this video. Wait, that seems really mean. Well, I don't like it.
You spent so long on this video, too.
Yeah, I didn't work on it I was so frustrated because by the time I finished editing the recording, I was really irritated. So I decided not to work on it on Thursday and Wednesday. Because I worked on it on Wednesday morning. I didn't go to bed until 7 a.m. that day. because I was doing so much work on the video. So I just didn't feel up to it, and I didn't have time anyways. So, but I'm gonna finish it up now, and I'll give it to him on Friday. Yeah, I don't know, this video. I hate to be like, he's clearly new to this. Like, I don't think he's ever recorded a full-on video before. It's really boring video. But you know, I'm trying. It's hard to edit videos that you don't like too much.
I can't believe you agreed to this.
Like, it, you know, if it was entertaining, it'd be different. But like, it hasn't been entertaining.
Well, sorry.
This needed a script and or a re-record, and it didn't get either of those. I had to edit out slobber sounds.
Oh my god.
Burping.
If you ever want an interesting or entertaining video to edit, you know where to find me.
What video are you thinking about?
Well, it's not about any one particular video. I hope you realize, Sauron, I have unironically over 200 videos scripted out.
No, what's one of them?
Why Mamushi is similar to Shrek. It was actually Matsuri, not Mamushi, sorry.
I wouldn't. No.
Okay, that's hilarious, Oodie. You're going to Strack. I'm going to Hunter x Hunter.
So funny.
Yes. That's the perfect way to
my
say that.
first video that I ever did, I was so paranoid. I scripted the whole thing. Apparently most people don't do that. Like, their first videos are off the cuff.
I think my first videos are.
I never do that. I only script.
Yeah.
I've never not scripted any. I haven't made many videos, so but like my first video was scripted. I was too judgmental, and I couldn't think. I kept stuttering off the cuff, so I made sure to script that thing.
Well, at the very least, my videos were improv. My very first videos. Like, I had an idea, but like that's the point, is I think that's like everyone idea. Like, I feel like the only off the cuff things are just truly for like the Walky Talky podcast, like off the cuff would be topics that we just bring up out of nowhere that aren't written down beforehand or like scripted out, written down.
Or if we just randomly segue to them.
Yeah. Like the Urashiki one, whereas technically we knew it. I think an off the cuff one would be like us debating the like Naruto versus Momoshiki thing tonight. That was pretty off the cuff.
So like part of the thing that you can like run into, like when you just do all off the cuff, if you have like certain like vocal tics or like things that you just say repeatedly, or like a bunch of filler words that you say repeatedly, if you're doing it like all off the cuff and you're trying to keep up with what you're saying, you can make a lot of saying a bunch of you knows, or
The video that just gets better with time. Like, I don't even think that's a specifically a recording thing. That's just like learning how to talk. Like, I feel like if those people didn't realize they were being recorded, then they would just be able to make a better video, unironically.
No, absolutely. I think for some reason, because like talking to people, even back then, I was able to like better get out my thoughts. But as soon as I like recorded without trying to have a script, suddenly my mind just went like blank.
Yeah, I feel that. No, I get that.
It's a very strange thing that happens. But like with this video, he edited down like a lot of. I think he edited down. There's clearly cuts in the audio, so clearly he edited some parts out of it. I could have done a little bit more, but there was tons of like uhs and ums, and they're like everywhere. They're like every sentence. There's an or an or a pause. So I made sure to edit those out, and I was just like, yeah, this does sound like someone who's not used to recording yet.
Sauron, what I should do, I should copy every single one of my scripts over into one long word count to see how long it would take to speak every word in the script that I've written down. I'm telling you right now, it's probably going to be unironically over a day. Like over 24 hours worth of talking.
Like every script?
Yes, if I copied every script I've written down that I haven't like recorded. It would probably be over 24 hours.
I'd be curious about mine on too. I have like 80 videos at least.
So, would you say that you just have like, well, you have like 200 scripts or like 100 to 200 scripts, which means you just have like a lot of ideas that just like flow out of your brain.
Yeah,
So
well,
would
keep
you
in
say that
mind,
you just,
because I want to
you're
make a
just
distinction. That's not video ideas or that's scripts that are written out and long. Each one of them.
Wait, if they're not for video scripts, then they're just scripts in general, not
No,
video?
no, they're video scripts. I'm saying that I don't just have like a video idea. I have the video written out.
Yeah, no, that's what I understood that.
Okay, I was making sure.
No, I understand that. So do you just have like bunch of things and ideas just like flowing out of your brain, like anything that you just think
constantly?
Of, you're just like, okay.
It won't stop.
Yeah. For me, I don't know. Most things that I think of, I'm like, yeah, we're just not gonna do anything with that one. Let's just shove that to the side.
Yeah, I don't do that. It must be like my Native American blood. I just don't waste anything ever.
I waste tons of thoughts. I have a lot of them, but I waste majority of them.
I am hard pressed to ever delete anything.
Same.
Yeah. And then like I don't know. I've tried, like, I did most scripts that I have written for videos I end up deleting when I know for a fact I'm probably never going to like come back to this. So I just end up deleting it because I don't want to see it, don't want to be reminded of it. I've only done
I don't do that. I keep it there as a reminder that I need to
I've
come
only
back to
done
it.
it around 10 or so times.
If anything, the longer I wait, the more urgent it is to get it out.
I really should stop doing that though. But there's a certain thing in like my brain that goes like, whenever I've tried like recording a video, like in the past, like I don't know, like 2 years or so, my brain always goes like, you sound horrible. Like you sound really stupid. So like maybe not do this. Maybe you could like do something else, like a AMV, or go back to doing what you're supposed to do, like taking care of your dogs and doing chores, and being a housekeeper. Maybe do that instead. Do something valuable.
I mean, I do it at the same time.
I always stop like very early stages into either recording or making the script, and I end up just scrapping it. Like, I'm making an AMV like right now. This AMV is technically, parts of it are like a year and a half old. A year and a half? For the 2020, beginning 2024? Beginning of 2024, so they're like a year and a half old. But I kept scrapping the idea like over and over again. I had a Mitsuki AMV idea, and it was inspired. It was going to go over all the events of his life, and I had that idea, but I ended up scrapping it very shortly after making it. And then I was like, okay, I can maybe do something different with this. So I went back to it and was going to combine it with Sumire. And then I was like, no, we'll shove that to a side again. I hate it. But now I've rewatched it recently. I'm like, okay, I actually like it now, even though I hated it then. So now I am actually going to turn it into something. Turns out it works really well with the Kara OST, one of the 4 that exist. And I'm going to combine it with Sumire, Kawaki, and I think Boruto, and it's just going to be the children in the series that were manipulated by adults.
One of the 5 soundtracks that exist if you include the Us movie score.
The Us movie score?
You know, the original Kara soundtrack.
Pretty sure there's only the 4 renditions of the Kara OST.
Oh, here. You know what? I'll go find it for you, Saran. I don't think I can play it on the stream, but...
I think it'd actually be fine, actually. These are... Like, I don't think... I'm not entirely sure if the people that covered the Kara OSTs got copyrighted or not. It's unfortunate that these haven't been officially released yet, though. Like, there's no Boruto OST soundtrack 3 that exists yet. People have asked him to try and get it released. Takahashi, I think his last name is the person who does the OST for Boruto. People have expressed that they wanted the third OST soundtrack to come out. He just hasn't been able to get it out, I guess. It's been like 2 years of people just like constantly asking him.
Yeah, I posted the 5th Kara soundtrack in the general chat.
Let me see. General. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Have you heard that one, Sauron? It's unreleased, of course, but at least in terms of Boruto. It's so unreleased it wasn't even like in the anime, but it is one of the 5, of course. Sauron?
Oh, this is the OST that inspired the car OST. Yeah. I have heard this. Okay. That's what you were talking about.
Okay, so yeah, whereas I was memeing, I'm glad that you just accepted it anyways. Yeah.
Yeah, this was the OST that inspired. Yeah,
did it officially like actually inspire it? Because I did have that idea, but like I wasn't like confirmed or anything.
Well, I'm pretty sure he might have talked about it. Maybe I made that up. I think he has talked about it. If he hasn't, I mean, the similarities are so clear. Like, it's literally the same melody.
Exactly.
The instrumental is different, but the melody of the chants is the same. They're not saying the same words, but it's the same. It's da 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 da, like literally the same.
Stop! You're gonna get us copyright.
Now, could it be a coincidence? Highly doubt it. I highly doubt it's a coincidence.
I agree. I'm down for it to be the inspiration. It's all. And keep in mind, I found this solely on my own. I had no idea. I just watched the movie. I was like, wait a minute, what?
You're like, I feel like I've heard this somewhere before.
No, it wasn't like that. I was like, why are they playing the Kara theme? I just knew.
It wasn't even out at this time.
Well, I watched the movie like a year ago or whatever it was.
The Kara OST didn't come out until like 2021.
Okay, well here, I'll tell you when I watched this, because it was like 2023, if not 2024. Go back to it. It was 2/24/2024, so February 4th, 2024. Over you.
This is the one, the OST I'm using for my AMV. I've been working on that to keep me afloat, because like there's a lot of parts that I've had to reshuffle or just delete because they don't work anymore. So I've been working on that while working on this video. But this is the one I'm using for my latest OST for the AMV. It's this one. This one.
Okay.
This is the 4th iteration of the Kara OST.
Well,
I do have to go at this point. You guys can obviously keep streaming, but
okay.
I won't be going to bed for
bye.
Bye.
Good night, Kamui. Good night, Kamui. I am finishing this video this morning. I am not going to bed until this is done. I don't want to touch it again.
Well, I applaud the creativity. When it comes to health, I wouldn't advise it, but I'm not going to tell you no.
No, my health in terms of sleep has been down the drain this entire week. I'll recover next week, even though, like, quite frankly, once you're at a bad sleeping schedule, it's like really hard to like get back on a normal one because of how used your body is to it. So like this is gonna be really hard.
That explains things.
Yeah, I've been going to bed because like what'll happen is either I'll go to bed premature as in like before I'm like even ready to go to bed because I just finished eating dinner. And then I'll wake up at like, I don't know, like 4 o'clock. I'm like, oh, I forgot to brush my teeth. I forgot to shower, wash my face, lotion my body. I take a shower, and I'm like, wow, I'm awake now, and I'm no longer tired. So I sit there in my uncomfortable bed that gives me backaches for like 2 hours before I'm able to go into REM sleep. Or
See,
before I'm even
maybe I
able to
just
go to
like
bed.
broke my brain. I feel like I can't sleep unless I'm watching something now.
I wish I could fall asleep. Actually, I can.
just, like, can't
So here's
actively
the
sleep.
thing: when I want to fall asleep, I can't fall asleep watching something. But when I don't, when I do want to fall asleep, I can't go to sleep watching something. But when I don't want to fall asleep, I can fall asleep by watching something.
Yeah, it's like they say, like,
Isn't that weird? That's
don't look
weird
at a
how that
screen
works.
like 30 minutes before bed or whatever. But I feel like I fall asleep faster when I'm watching a screen.
I so wish that was the case for me. I so wish that was the case for me. It makes
It's
things
like I
so
wake up
much
in the
easier.
morning like really early and like my computer's asleep and I just like sit there and like am frustrated after like 20 minutes when I'm like even more awake than I was originally, and I put on YouTube and I just fall asleep instantly. It makes no sense.
Mhm.
I broke my brain.
Like, my sleep has been botched for months upon months. It's only gotten worse in the past week. I just need to. I really need to fix it. It's really not healthy. It's really poor. Like, I'm getting
It sounds like
5
your sleep
hours.
schedule is kind of like mine, to where sometimes I'll just like sleep for like 5 hours and then like be awake for a couple hours and then sleep the other 5 hours. Like I'm still getting the 10 hours per day. It's just spliced up between like 6 different hours of being awake. So it's like it's like perfectly
So,
segmented throughout the day.
like, yeah, sometimes I'll fall asleep like prematurely. Like I'll fall asleep at like 1 o'clock or 2, and I had just finished eating like 2 hours before that at like 11. So I'll end up waking up with heartburn.
God.
Because I get heartburn very easily. I have acid reflux. I take medication for it. Doesn't really do a whole lot. We'll figure that out at some time in the future. But so yeah, I'll wake up with heartburn. That's really uncomfortable.
Well,
So,
not to segue to this, because we shouldn't discuss it, but AI will help you with that in the future.
With acid reflux?
With everything.
You mean like robots?
Well, I'm sure you'll become a robot at some point, but that's besides the point.
I would like to become a cyborg.
I mean, before that, we'll just solve humans dying and or all disease and or acid reflux and or just get better medication because AI will invent it. But
I would like to stay on. I'd like to stay on course. I never talk about sleep.
I mean, I can link you something if you wanted to read something that's like kind of cool about it, but not about like this, but like, here, I'll just link it. So here you go. So there you go. Feel free to read that if you want, and chat, I'll also link it in case you're interested. So there you go.
But yeah, like I used to take melatonin, which I'm thinking about trying to take again. But it never really worked for me. Like melatonin never really.
At least I'm sure it probably does work. I just don't notice it. But then that's the same for like practically every other bodily function. Like I never felt coffee, or if I do, then I wasn't aware of it, because I think I do feel it. Because like one day, like I got like protein powder. It was like coffee protein powder, and like I would take it for like a month. And then, like, every day for a month, I was, like, really, like, jittery, and, like, my heart was, like, fluttering, and I thought something was wrong, like, and I didn't even realize, and then I connected, like, oh, wait a minute, it's that coffee protein powder. Guys,
no, I felt the exact same way about caffeine, caffeine plus coffee or whatever. I didn't know I used to be so convinced it had zero effect on me, and it just didn't help me. I was so convinced of that, and then a couple of months ago, when I was just absolutely exhausted. Because I had, for some reason, after waking up, after the thing I described, that this has happened before, I decided, well, I'm really irritated and annoyed. Let me just like exercise for like an hour. This was like at 3 a.m. and then I showered and then I went to bed at like, I don't know, but it took me like an hour to fall asleep. So I was really tired that day. I think I got like 4 hours of sleep, continuous sleep total. So I was like really tired that day, and I had to like just walk. I had to walk my dog since no matter how tired I am, I walk both of my dogs.
Yeah.
For at
Well, to
least
be
for
fair, I'm
about
sure it like
45
pretty much
minutes to an hour.
everything has an effect on our body, but like we don't notice normal. We would only like pay attention if something is abnormal that like catches our attention. So for example, like if you eat a banana and that stops you from getting a cramp in your leg when running, you're not gonna notice because you just didn't get the cramp. You would only notice if you got the cramp.
Yeah,
But
exactly.
like if you were going
But
to get the cramp, you would just have no idea whether or not you were gonna
Mhm.
get it.
that day, because I guess I was just so tired, I did realize the effect that the coffee had on me. Like I did actually feel it. Which was the first time I had actually ever felt like the effect of coffee on me, and it did help for
I feel
and
like there's a
help me get
difference
through
between
my walk.
being tired like mentally versus physically, and I don't mean like mental exhaustion after like taking an exam. I mean like feeling tired versus your body feeling tired,
Mm-hmm.
if that makes sense.
No, there's definitely they are definitely different.
Okay.
Absolutely, they're different. A lot of there's been times where I'm very physically tired, but my mental isn't. So like I just like push through it. Like I'm able to just like ride straight through it. No matter even if I'm like very physically tired.
Okay.
Like so, or and there's times where you can just be so overly you can just be overwhelmed with things that are going on in your life. You're just so tired mentally. But like I wouldn't say I've never been so tired mentally that I felt like I wanted to fall asleep.
Mm.
But yeah, I don't know. But regardless of any of that, I do have to finish my I do have to what's the word? Fix my sleep schedule. This is really unhealthy.
Yeah. By the way, do
It's
you know what's
causing
up with like Lynx? I thought he was gonna join. He was like in the audience, but like he didn't like raise his hand. Like, did he want to join? I thought he did, but he's not
I
here.
didn't even notice that Lynx was ever here.
Yeah. Well, he definitely, I thought, wanted to talk about the tier list, but
like I don't think he was here when I
okay, that's
joined
fair.
your
I
I
guess
joined
I
your
could
stream.
at him, but
I
did
was watching
you
your
have anything to say on the tier list?
Is this a serious tier list?
Yeah.
Or are you like joking?
Well,
I can't tell with you.
I mean, you can ask about a placement, and I'll give you my thoughts on it.
Okay. I guess I'll ask about a placement, I guess.
Sorry, what's up?
Is this Konohamaru from like now?
Yeah, so we'd have two different kind of Hamaru rankings, as you see. It's part 1 versus 2 Blue Vortex.
Okay. So you think True Blue Vortex Konohamaru still loses to Owl?
So we weren't actually sure, but that's where we did rank him. We did make this tier list on stream last night, so you could go see exactly what we said if you wanted to go see like any specific part, but I don't remember the exact reasoning, but
It's Kamui's doing.
yes.
It's absolutely Kamui's doing. If you just had to guess, right, based off how you feel, do you think that he genuinely loses to Owl? Like, if you had to, like, do you think he genuinely loses to Owl still?
Well, Konohamaru shouldn't have gotten too much stronger. Not a lot of time. Like, yeah, 3 years has passed. Maybe he's been training or whatever. If you want to say he's got stronger, that's completely fine. Because I mean, Kakashi got way stronger from the beginning of the series to the end of the series, so it's fair if you want to say he's stronger. If you want to say he beats Ao, I wouldn't have any problem with that. But like, I don't want to underestimate Ao, because Ao was very strong. In fact, I wouldn't mind having Ao be higher. Ao, realistically, you could argue Ao was like the weakest Kara inner, if you want to like go that route. You could argue Ao is maybe Kage tier, maybe above Kage tier. Probably Kage
an
tier.
elder. And to be honest, he was only that much of a struggle, quite frankly, because of the absorption things. Once they got out of that cave and were able to like fight him hand to hand, you had Sarada who was able to overcome him at some point. Mitsuki was able to match him at some points. It was the jutsu absorption thing that he got that wasn't even part of his tech that really ended up giving them lots of struggle. Quite frankly, without that, I think he would have gotten beaten significantly easier. But then you have like his what do you call it? What do you call floating saucers?
Yeah.
Saucers? Is that what they are?
UFOs, whatever.
Yeah, but then you have like Boruto, who was able to deal with those relatively easily.
I hate just using a single feat, though, to say a character is relative or even above, because that's what other people do, and I like looking at the overall fight. Like, the obvious interpretation is that it's like a 1v5. The one guy has to be stronger than all the 5 guys individually by a pretty decent amount.
I just don't know if he is. I never got the impression.
Well, the only reason they even won was by outsmarting him, by wrapping it around like the weird lightsaber thing.
But if he never got the absorbing thing from someone else, that isn't.
Well, but this goes to the narrative, though, because Ao is a ninja that gave up on ninjutsu. He embraced scientific ninja tech to the point that he was purposefully, like Haku, like limiting himself by, in Ao's case, choosing not to use ninjutsu. By the end of that, Boruto convinced him to use both, basically.
Ao's stronger if he would be stronger if he used both simultaneously. But like in character, from what we've presented, he's not going to use ninjutsu and because he had to be convinced of otherwise.
Yeah, but scientific ninja tech was still strong. With everyone helping, he still killed Mugino.
They were enclosed in a very bad environment. He had rapid bullets.
But like they surrounded him too.
It was a cave, and he was shooting these massive fireball bullets all over the cave and whatnot.
Yeah,
which made
and
it
they got out
to actually fight him.
But the fireball bullets isn't what killed them.
Wait, okay.
Like maybe you could argue that Gatling gun thing version of him was way stronger than all 5 of them, and then he just like lost the Gatling gun, if you want to say that.
Well, but he lost the gun because Konohamaru blew it up with his Rasengan.
Okay.
And then Konohamaru got caught off guard by the thing that got shot in his face because he didn't think that Ao would be able to like shoot a thing out of his chest.
I mean, he
was caught completely by surprise by that one.
It was just so clear to me that Ao was so much stronger than them that they had to come up with some way to win, because if they just fought him normally, they just would have lost like the first time.
I'm pretty sure when you look at the dialogue, what they're talking about, they take into account that he has the thing that can absorb ninjutsu when they're talking about how strong he is. Konohamaru makes clear that he is quite strong. But he never
okay. Let me also clarify what this tier list is, because we made multiple tier lists. This is not stats. This is everything included. Scientific ninja tech included, hacks, abilities, it's everything.
So you're including a thing that wouldn't normally be part of his arsenal.
Yes.
So you're including Katasuke's thing?
I'm including whatever he had.
Okay, I don't do that when I take apart Ao. I take into apart only stuff that he had that he did not gain from somebody else. I only take into the part that he only had in his own arsenal. So, the gun, the chakra saber. I'm assuming it's a chakra saber that he had. Chakra saber, the machine gun that he had, and the flying saucer bullets. And
well, what did he take from
one more
Katasuke? Maybe
thing.
I'm misremembering.
He took the absorption thing. That's why it was so difficult.
But when did he take
to try
it?
And you can pull up the episodes 184 if you want to look at it. And if you want to, the chapter is...
Was it like during their first or second confrontation?
It's the first time they ever met him. They were shocked by the stuff that he was doing with
Then
his
yeah, I mean, I'll
scientific
give it to him then. You just incorporated it into his arsenal.
I wouldn't do that though, because it's just not his. Like if he
Well, but
never,
then,
if Katasuke
well, then
was
what
never
defines
there,
it
he would
as
have never
his?
had access
Because
to it.
if we're doing that, then Boro's virus is Amido's. It's not his.
No, but like that's something that's already intrinsically that's already in Boro. He didn't have to go in a battle, go achieve it, and then start fighting other people in the same battle.
Are you gonna count Hashirama's Sage Mode as part of Madara in like the War Arc? Like the Hashirama on his chest? Because he'd had to like bite Hashirama's flesh in the previous fight.
This is where you start talking about multiple different versions of a character. So
okay.
I would say there's a Madara who's just no Sage Mode, and then a Madara with Sage Mode.
Yeah, it's just taken at different points in time.
Owl with the absorption thing, I consider him his own thing. Owl normally, I consider him his own thing.
They never really fought normal Owl though.
Yeah, because he steals the thing pretty quickly.
Yeah, well, exactly.
But like,
I think it's fair.
He would have been significantly easier to defeat based off what we see, how they fight him when he has the absorption thing, if he just didn't have it at all. A lot of their strategies took into account that he could absorb all of their jutsu, which was the main problem.
Then,
when you actually have them interact with him, like Mitsuki, they are matching him in terms of speed and whatnot. Clearly, they're still beneath him, right? Sarada was able to overcome him in some occasions. Clearly, they're still beneath him, though. I just don't think it's by this like major gap. And then when you have Boruto actually fighting him by himself, by this point, he is weakened though in terms of what's it called? He had his chakra absorbed. I'm not sure how much of his chakra he was using though, so I don't know how much I count that. Sure. I'm not sure how much I put into that, you get what I mean? Like, because I don't know how much chakra he was really using.
Well, having your chakra be absorbed isn't what fatigues you. It's making more chakra that fatigues you.
Yeah.
That kind of doesn't really matter. That being said, even then, though, if Konohamaru was just able to just, like, box with him, like, taijutsu, then it wouldn't really matter. So Owl still has to be above in stats as well.
No, I don't disagree that Owl is probably... He might be above... It's hard for me to say... It's hard for me to be convinced that, like, Konohamaru's Rasengan doesn't just, like, destroy that man. If he can actually...
Well, again, I'd be talking about in terms of stats, though. It's like taijutsu.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Are we okay? Manga Konoha, and then there's anime Konoha. When you include anime Konohamaru, he's an inconsistent character, and because like when they start adapting the manga, then his power.
Me and Kamui are assuming that Garo was just like pretty weak compared to Ao. Not like way weaker. They're both Kara outers.
Garo. I always had Ao above Ao. I always had Ao above Garo, but I think that Garo might have actually been intended to be stronger.
Well, he's like fighting this like nerfed version of Kawaki, and we see what Kawaki looks like in his face normally. And yeah, again, Garo's beating him, but that's seemingly just because he's tired more than anything. You could say it required Karma Kawaki to beat Garo, that's fine. But either way, Konohamaru and Team 7 were sticking around. Yeah, I know it's their mission or whatever, but if Garo just, like, was way stronger than all of them, then, like, obviously, I don't think they would have stuck around. Would have died.
No,
so
I think they could have handled Garo.
I do think Konohamaru's team there would have been able to handle Garo, yes. But either way, we see
all it really needed. I think Sarada and Mitsuki they could probably just do it by themselves.
Because I do have Mitsuki and Kawaki pretty relative. I mean, we see in the Code arc that they spar. Obviously, that's way later on, but just looking at what we see in the Kawaki arc, I think it's pretty fair. Plus the fact that like 2, 3, 4, 5 chapters later, whatever it is, during the Kawaki and Boruto sparring match when they're done peeing, they're pretty relative there as well at base. So I think it's fair to have Mitsuki over.
They were actually in Karma, which would just reflect on, which is just like a plus. So if they're relative there, then they're going to be relative in base.
Yeah, exactly.
And then if you look at their Karma later on in the future, when they're also still relative.
Yeah.
I'll be right back. My dog is begging me to take her into my mom's room. I'll be right back.
Okay. Well, Chad, I hope you're enjoying this extra long stream tonight. Okay, I did. Let's read some chat. Why don't we? How about chat? What's up, Chad? Chad. I was meaning to talk about My Hero Academia again tonight with Kamui, but that just never happened. One Piece Theory videos to fall asleep to. Works every night. That's hilarious. I should do that for Naruto. That's actually not a bad idea. We should, I'm gonna take this as a title. Low key. Okay, take that. Go to pinned messages. I'm just going straight up like. That's not a bad idea. So, Naruto Theory videos fall asleep to. Thank you for the title idea. Base Naruto Genin level oof. Dude a box with fused Momo and died. Specifically to his Rasengan. So, no, Dr. Wiki. I want to clarify. That isn't base Naruto. Let me zoom in so you can see exactly what we're working with here. Oh, that's probably way too far. Let me zoom to that level. Okay. Oh my god, these ads. What? This is I cannot work with this. Okay, hang on. I'm going to see if I can refresh because this is unbelievable. The amount of ads on my screen. Insane. So I'll just share my screen so that you can see the tier list without it being as blurry. And this is taking a long time to refresh. Okay, there we go. Okay, hopefully nothing crazy of an ad pops up, but yeah, okay. So again. Oh no, I just refreshed it so it went away. Okay, never mind. We have to go. Yeah, no, it's so annoying. I don't know why, Sauron, they updated the website to where it just doesn't keep the characters that you add, but whatever. Yeah, okay.
No, oh my gosh, that happened to me a few days ago, like 2 weeks ago. I made a tier list with Rayn scaling the Genin from Boruto and the Genin of Naruto and how they compare to one another. That was I had so much fun doing that.
Yeah.
When I went to go save it, destroyed the tier list.
Yeah. So
none of the characters I added were even remotely there.
For reference, for chat.
So irritated.
I know, it's so stupid, I know. For reference for chat, in Genin tier, what you have there isn't Naruto. It's not base Naruto. This is 2 blue vortex Naruto. Under 2 blue vortex Sasuke. Would you agree with this?
Let me take a gander.
Yeah, I mean, just the 2 blue vortex character versions of Naruto and Sasuke.
Oh my goodness, what is this?
I would have Sasuke over, personally, but I could see if you could make the argument. Either way, they're pretty relative.
So, okay. Now, I guess we're done talking about Konohamaru now. So, I'm confused as to why Sarada, Mitsuki, and Karma Kawaki are under their Part 1 selves.
So, okay.
This has to be truly... That has to just be agenda-driven.
Okay, so... If you're looking at my screen, right?
You're pointing straight to Sage Mitsuki. I did not ask you about
so
Sage Mitsuki.
This is 2 blue Vortex Sage Mitsuki.
Yeah, I didn't. I never mentioned Sage Mitsuki.
Yeah, okay, well, I'm clarifying. This is 2 blue Vortex Sage Mitsuki. Here's 2 blue Vortex Mitsuki up here.
I never asked about Sage Mitsuki. I asked about Sarada.
Yeah, so this is part 1 Sarada. This is part 1 Boruto. This is 2 blue Vortex Karma Kawaki, like the limited Karma Kawaki.
Yeah, and they're under their part. Mitsuki and Kawaki are under their part 1 cells.
Yes.
Why?
Well, for one, Kawaki was limited at some point. We can only guess.
I'm pretty sure he's been limited probably since he got the karma back on him. What other point would he have ever been limited?
I mean, based on the Kawashiki fight, I would disagree. But either
well, based off the Kawashiki fight, I would just say the reason why they were so relative is because Kawaki was limited. That's my agenda. Like, oh, they were, because, like, Ishiki's so much stronger than Momoshiki, right? So, like, shouldn't Kawaki just be, like, stronger than Momoshiki's karma? And I'll be like, yeah, that makes sense to me. So, my agenda is Kawaki was limited.
I mean, for my opinion, that would take away from the arc, but also besides that, I just disagree based on the end of the arc where we get Kawashiki.
So you think that Kawaki was limited at some point into the time skip?
Yeah.
Okay. I think it'll be. I don't think so. But I understand. I think I can get that.
Okay. I mean, you just compare the two. Kind of crazy. I mean, if you want to, okay, then fine. If you want to say that, then this is just part 1 Kawaki before he's limited. So there you go. If you want to word it that way.
I just think that, like, there's no reason why Kawaki and Mitsuki would be weaker in base than their selves 3 years into the future. If Mitsuki practicing a Sage mode to make sure that he can maintain it and, like, be able to, like, use Snake Sage clones, that enough should, like,
that
just
is
make his base stronger.
Completely headcanon. Complete
well, we don't know his level
of
we don't know his level of skill.
Well, if it makes you feel better, Sauron, we did rank part 1 Sage Mitsuki.
Scroll back down. I don't want to see that.
Well, Urashiki, revered as the strongest Otsuki, did say Mitsuki was dangerous.
Again. Don't ever show me that again. And then, like, you have Sarada below Konamaharu and Shikamaru and Ao. And it's like, how does this happen?
Well, she is a Genin.
So? What?
It's just a complete contradiction, but... No, that's fine. If you want the real reason, I would just say, from what we've seen from Sarada, fighting the Claw Grimes, fighting Hidari, fighting Ryu, which is the most notable. This is not Mangekyo Sharingan, since that's obviously a different placement. This would just be Sarada.
Yeah, I still think she's above that. She's still above Konamaharu and Ao.
You say that when you look at the Hidari fight, and Boruto wants someone to protect him, and Sarada would want to do that, and Konamaharu is the one who does it.
Well, wasn't Sarada actively busy doing something else, while Boruto was also busy doing something else? The only one who was able to intervene was Konohamaru because they were preoccupied doing other stuff.
What was Sarada
That's
doing?
not really fair. Go to that chapter. Didn't we talk about this a few days ago?
Kind of.
Yeah, Sarada was busy doing something else. Wasn't she fighting the claw grinds?
I'm bad going to chapters. I don't know how to do it well. But that's not how I remember it. And either way, even if you want to say that, she would prioritize protecting Boruto over fighting Claw Grimes anyways, so I'm not going to count that. And besides, if she's so busy fighting Claw Grimes, then she should be relative to the Claw Grimes if she's too busy to do that to protect Boruto.
Like, like, Boruto also, she's overwhelming the Claw Grimes. Like, she's not like fighting one
Okay,
Claw
but then the Claw
Grimes
Grimes are an issue enough to her to where she's unable to protect Boruto because of the Claw Grimes.
Well, she's unable to protect him before Konohamaru is able to get there. Because
there you go then!
Konohamaru was sitting there doing nothing, because that's what he was told to do. He was so of course he's gonna get there the fastest. He wasn't doing anything.
No, I just don't see it that way. But even then,
you don't want
if you want to use individual feats,
you don't like time skip Sarada. You have a biased agenda.
I mean, I think that's just
this is true.
Well, what puts her above Konohamaru for you?
Well, I haven't seen anything from Konohamaru so far, other than the 2 things that he's done.
From the Hidari fight, I think he was more impressive.
I mean, he does less. Like, the only thing he does in the Hidari fight is block a Chidori stream. That's all he really did. And then he blocks a Chidori that sends him flying from Hidari in the chapter before. So we don't really even see him fight any like Claw Grimes. You don't actually see him in any like
no, not the Claw Grimes.
Yeah, I'm just saying that we see more from Sarada. And
Sarada was gonna get bit by a Claw Grime if Soegi didn't save her.
Who's Soegi?
The person that jumped in front of the way.
Did you name that character?
No, the character is named.
He actually is?
Yeah.
That cannot be true.
See, Sarah, this is what I'm talking about. I'm just a knowledgeable Two Blue Vortex fan. I might be the biggest Two Blue Vortex fan in the entire world.
From
the manga, from chapter 2. Go look for yourself.
Bro, I'm usually good. I mean,
the chapter titled Tree.
I dislike True Blue Vortex from chapter 1. So I was okay.
But I'm the one with the biased agenda.
So I've seen more from Sarada in regards to like Ryu, even like. So it's just like, and from what I've seen, I'm like, okay, she probably should be above Konohamaru, at least on the same tier as him. I don't think that she should be. But then,
if we look at what she did during the fight, she got electrocuted, and then she threw Hidari after Hidari already grabbed her, and then she needed to be saved by Boruto because Hidari was about to eat her.
Why would that matter, though? We're talking about Konohamaru.
Well, we were just talking about Sarada. At the very least, I'm sure you would say Sarada has feats relative to Araya, and I do think Konohamaru should be above Araya.
Oh, duh?
Like, personally, again, you want to say that... Okay, first of all, Sarada versus Ao. How do you see that going? And again, we're going to give Ao his absorption thing from Katasuke.
Oh, how do I see it going?
Could Sarada beat Ao at this point?
Well, as soon as he tries to land an attack on her, she's just like weaving him and hitting him with the Chidori string through the chest. And if he tried fighting Konohamaru, well, as soon as he tries to like land any attack that isn't from range, Konohamaru's just like spinning around and hitting him with a Winston Sengun into the chest.
Okay, so that's how you see those fights
Based off
going?
what I get from Hidari, who should be, because he is using Todori. And it's just like, that alone is enough for me to dislike. I'm not gonna, I understand your perspective, but that enough for me is just enough to just say that, like, they should just completely outspeed him at that point.
Okay.
In my opinion.
I personally, anything from 2 Blue Vortex Konohamaru here to, like, I guess up to Kurotsuchi here is completely interchangeable for me. I don't really care where you have any of these characters. Konohamaru could be as high as here. Shikamaru could be as low as here. Ao could be anywhere here. Doesn't really matter for me. I do think Ao could easily be Kage tier.
He might be Kage tier. I don't know. I feel like all the Kage should just be able to beat him.
I mean, Konohamaru was definitely high Jonin, if not low Kage tier in part 1, in my opinion, anyways.
I think he is actually this low Kage. When you take him, in the anime at least, because when you take him to account, like, all of his summonings, like, if he summons his toad and his monkey, and uses one-star Rasengan and whatnot, I think he should be low Kage tier. And he faces Jugo, and is able to, like, knock him out of his, he's able to knock him out of his curse mark, and that's something that the Raikage couldn't even do after 2 punches.
Exactly. And I don't even want to say that Jugo got stronger from Shippuden to Boruto. Could you see Sarada taking out Jugo, or at least fighting relative to him, or doing anything like that?
I say Jugo probably did get stronger, but you don't need that. You don't need to say that he got stronger.
Yeah.
To be honest. That's decent enough scaling for Konohamaru. Sarada. Sarada now, I think she could. Sarada back then,
Now as in Mangekyo Sharingan?
No, like, Sarada just, like, now, period. Like, even 3 Tomo. Sarada back then,
But like, what do you mean by back then? Like part 1?
Yeah.
Well, Kid Sarada could not fight Jugo. No.
Well, that's when she was a lot weaker, though. Like, that's before she even got, like,
then why are you questioning it? The question would be now.
Oh, then yeah, now. Sarada. Oh, I thought you were talking about, like, do I think that part 1 Sarada could beat Jugo? No. I thought that's what you were saying. Sorry.
So where do you think, like, full power Berserk Jugo would scale? Like, would it be Jonin tier, Kara outer, low Kage?
Low Kage.
Low Kage. Okay. So, like, you have 2 Blue Vortex Sarada, maybe, like, fighting, like, Kurotsuchi, Darui, maybe even Gaara?
Yeah.
That's kind of crazy. But okay. I mean, I think Gaara could just, like, sand Mausoleum her. If not, sand Tsunami. Shidori's stream can only go so far.
Does the Sarada... See, this is why I should have skimmed through that fight. Why should I skim through that fight? Does Sarada ever dodge or use sand at any point? I skimmed through that fight.
Do you mean the Mangekyo Sharingan Sarada, or, like, 3 Tomoe?
We're not talking about the Mangekyo.
Okay. Then I would say I don't know if it would matter, because Araya's wind style is relative to Ryu's sand in terms of speed. And that's either to say that Ryu's sand is actually way slower than we thought, or that Ryu just wasn't trying at that time, in which case any feat there wouldn't really matter anyways. It's kind of like Naruto and Sasuke versus Haku in that regard.
Like, there's not much I can say, because, like, I skimmed through that fight, but
sure,
I was still in bad will at that point, so...
I mean, you already know our thoughts on that fight, and it's not very highly praised if you have Araya, without the sword, having better speed reaction feats than Sage Mode Mitsuki.
Does he actually? I don't remember that.
Here, you know what? I will pull that up. I will show you that right now. but I'm going to be very bad at doing it. So. It's gonna take a billion years, but I'm gonna get there. So let's just, I guess, do this. We'll go to Viz. We'll make the screen more transparentized. We'll go to, what was it, chapter 19? Hopefully. Okay, we'll even just do this for a second so I can go find it. So, okay, this is with the sword. Does he lose the sword here? Yeah, okay, this is when he loses the sword. Okay, so it's gonna be next chapter. Chapter 20. Okay, let's go find it really quick. Here's the kind of homeroom part that everyone loves because it's the best part of the chapter. It's very amazing. Okay, let's see in chapter. Let me go back. So let's see. Where am I looking? Right here. Okay. So let's see what happens here. Zoom in. So this doesn't really matter here. So, okay. Let's even go back another page. Okay, yeah, this works perfect. Okay, so Ryu sends out his Iron Sand, and what do we see? Araya is able to react to that. He's doing hand signs. He's able to actually get a jutsu off. Just a wind-style jutsu. The wind-style jutsu, it hits the sand. It's like kind of relatively speed. Like, the sand isn't at Araya yet. Obviously, the sand overpowers the wind style, but, like, the point is the speed there. Like, it looks like it's about going to be probably the same speed. And then, even again, he's getting, like, a third reaction thing off. It wasn't just the reaction, not just the hand signs, not just getting the ability off. Now he's dodging the sand as well. Araya is dodging the sand. I'm not going to say he dodged it completely, because obviously it looks like it hits him a little bit. That's all that really matters anyways. And he, like, falls down.
In the air? How did he dodge it?
Well, he falls down, but again, I mean, maybe you disagree, but it looks like to me that he's, like, sort of dodging to the right a little bit here.
What does slash mean?
I don't know. Probably that it's hitting him, but, like,
yeah,
it's not, like, impelling him through the stomach. Like, unless he's just, like, randomly, like, curving around to the right of Araya. Like, I doubt. I think Araya's just dodging slightly.
To be clear,
just barely.
It's to me, it's a little unclear what's actually happening here. I think he was hit.
Sure.
I just think that it hit his side.
Okay. Either way, then we get Sage and Mitsuki. But regardless of the dodging, you would agree Araya's, like, reacting to the sand.
Yeah, he's reacting to the sand.
Okay. And again, that isn't with the sword. That's just Araya with his, like, wind style that he could just do normally in base. So we get Sage Mode Mitsuki. So this is important. Sage Mode Mitsuki uses his snakes. He's got his hands in his pockets, but whatever. He takes one hand out. Doesn't really matter. He's jumping backwards. He's creating more distance. So let's keep in mind. There is a certain distance between Ryu and Araya. There is now more distance between Ryu and Mitsuki.
Uh-huh.
So what happens here? Araya's on the ground. He was touched by the sand, so Ryu pulls him in to, like, counter the snakes. Mitsuki takes note of this, and you see, Mitsuki stops the snakes. You can see lines indicating the snakes have stopped moving. They're not going to attack Ryu. Okay. The sand is still behind Ryu at this moment. Ryu, after the snakes have stopped, so the snakes have stopped, stands behind Ryu. Ryu then sends his sand forwards. And it just hits Mitsuki. Yeah, this is Sage Mode Mitsuki. He's already stopped the snakes. Araya's not in any danger. This isn't a hostage situation to where Ryu says, let me hit you or I'm going to kill Araya. It's nothing like that. And keep in mind, so Ryu jumped backwards to create more distance. There's more distance here between it was with Ryu and Mitsuki than there was between Ryu and Araya. Mitsuki just, I guess, got speed blitzed by the sand. There was no reason for him to take this attack. He should have just dodged it, or at least performed his own jutsu. Do hand signs, do something. He just
Do you think that Araya could have just, like, do you think that he could have just been shooting his sand faster? And it's odd because like Mitsuki did actively just stop his attack and then he got hit. That could have like made me. That could have staggered Mitsuki like mentally in terms of like, oh gosh, I like he was about to kill this guy, so he stopped his attack and then like, and then like Ryu just like shoved his sand in his face. I don't know. It's hard. I'm really not gonna hold. I'm not gonna hold this against Mitsuki. Like it's a different context than what's happening with Araya. I don't know. I don't know how fair that is.
You say that, but like they are battle-hardened ninjas that shouldn't really get bogged down by that kind of things, and we've seen this in Naruto. Sasuke protects the unconscious Naruto from Haku. He's just able to do that.
Was Sasuke actively about to be the one to like kill? No, those aren't. I don't think that those aren't like comparable situations.
Okay, bro.
Like Mitsuki was about to kill someone that he was fighting with, so he had to actively like stop his attack.
And then he did stop it. And Ryu hasn't started his attack yet. Ryu only started the attack after Mitsuki had stopped it.
Mm-hmm. But like, okay, was Mitsuki not reacting to the sand like before though?
Can you think of a time where he was? It would have had to be chapter 19. And like if he was, it probably was before he went into Sage mode as well.
Ryu's sand isn't like speed blitzing Sage mode Mitsuki. Like he only does it once Mitsuki like stops trying to attack. And gets distracted by the fact that he almost killed Araya. Or, you know.
You say the word distracted. At least there's no indication. So let's see, is there anything? They have the sword here, so any feats would be weird with the team with the sword, but we can check real quick if you want to just skim through it. So he's doing the sand. What's that? Okay, so that's just with the sword. So either way, obviously with the sword, Araya just is reacting to the sand as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, even from like behind. Incoming from 7 o'clock. Okay, so yeah, he's able to do this because of Yodo, but still. At least that one. He does do stuff on his own. I see, you're not just all talk. If anything, it'd be weird for him to try more against Sage Mode Mitsuki than Araya, since he's seeing Araya as, like, the threat of this fight.
No, he's just seeing him as a threat now. Like, he's...
Well, this was chapter 19. What we just looked at was chapter 19. This is earlier. So, like, when he does the wind style, he's already seen him as a threat.
Maybe he wasn't seeing him as, like, a threat yet before this, but now he's actually more than just talk, because he can actually, like, do
well, this is the start of chapter 19. This is the start of the fight.
Yeah, that doesn't really change what I said, though.
Okay, so at the start of the fight, he's seeing Araya as a threat. Later on, he would still see him as that.
It doesn't mean that he sees him as like a way bigger threat than everyone else.
Sure.
Let me see if I need to find an image of Young.
This might be the closest thing that we get, which is just Sage Mode Mitsuki wrapping his snakes around Ryu, and then Ryu just decimates himself.
Mm-hmm.
And it looks like, based on the speed lines and the snakes, it looks like Mitsuki was trying to bite him and Ryu just reacted. So I mean, this combined with the fact that Ryu was like jumping backwards from Mitsuki's snakes in chapter 20, I would just say that Ryu is faster than Mitsuki's Sage Mode snakes. Which again, I would have a problem with if Ryu is being hit by all these other things from these base characters.
So he captures him here, although he was standing still here. I don't know. I'll have a more informed opinion when I can actually just like think about it. But I'm a little distracted currently.
Okay.
Tell me about Himawari.
Himawari is one of those characters that like we just dreaded ranking. Honestly, I don't remember.
She belongs higher, but you can't really scale her.
Yeah, exactly. People were comparing Sarada and Himawari at the time. Himawari has healing, and we do gotta take that into account. She can also make tailed beast bombs. Gotta take that into account. She's the only character that made Jura, blah blah blah, but that's whatever to me. Something that you can take note of is Jura did praise her over Team 10. And so, at the very least, I'd say she's stronger than Team 10.
That's kind of nothing.
I wouldn't say it's nothing. I would say Team 10 should probably be Jonin level, maybe Chunin level. I would say they're probably in the same tier as 2 Blue Vortex Sarada with 3 Tomoe or Araya. Or 2 Blue Vortex Mitsuki. Like, I think that's like
Team
the
10
highest
as a whole.
I think they could just go like here.
Team 10 as a whole.
Yeah, like Inoshikacho, somewhere here.
I have no idea where to even. I don't know. I haven't thought about them to be.
Using teamwork, they could probably go at like the top of this tier. But like individually, they're probably here. I still think like Konohamaru could beat Team Inoshikacho at the very least. I'm sure you'd agree with that.
The Shocho using butterfly.
Oh my god. Like, could you see Konohamaru fighting like Chojuro, Kurotsuchi?
Not back then. I can see it.
In 2 Blue Vortex.
This is somewhat. Yeah. Now I'd say yeah. But like, I don't. Bro. I don't have anything to back it up though.
I don't know. I mean, Jugo fighting Kurotsuchi, like full power berserker Jugo versus Kurotsuchi, that might be pretty cool. Might be pretty close.
It'd be cool. I just don't know if it's even remotely close.
I mean, it might not be. I'll give you that.
But
based on the 5 Kagas, definitely.
She'd probably destroy him, to be honest.
Sure.
She would probably destroy him. I don't know. Like, I know that punch against Kinshiki was a little off guard, but like, she sent him like.
How heavy is Kinshiki though? Because that's what really matters there.
Probably not any heavier than Jugo is, to be honest.
Exactly. And so I don't think it's really being launched backwards that's the problem. It's about whether the punch is gonna like have impact behind it, if that makes sense. Because if she's just like pushing Jugo, like the 3rd Hokage pushed the Nine Tails out of the village with the staff, then I don't think that really matters how fast he's gonna ragdoll backwards. It's about whether or not she can like crack the armor shell around him or whatever. Not saying that she couldn't. Again, she might just dominate him. But
And she has like lava style. She has like strong earth style.
Yeah. That's fair.
I wish we got to actually see them. I don't know. Whatever. It's fine.
Okay. Yeah, if you want to change Himawari's placement, that doesn't really matter. I mean, I don't remember.
You can place her anywhere on this list, to be honest. Again, she.
Yeah. I mean, I definitely don't think she's beating any of the Shinju.
No, obviously, no.
Yeah, and I don't think she'd be Kage level either.
I don't think Jura can actually, like... I think you can put her... I think you can actually put her in Kage. I think she is quite strong. I think her being able to use tailed beast bombs and all of that is enough to, like, put her there. It's just, like... her lack of skill,
I mean, Minato was able to fight off Tail Beast Bomb with his imperfect Rasengan, and 2 Blue Vortex Konohamaru has like the dual big ball Rasengan that just obliterated Matsuri's.
It's her lack of... Yeah, but... Oh, you don't think off guard matters, though.
Oh, okay, bro.
Wait, do you think it matters or not?
Yes, I don't think she was off guard against Boruto. You disagree.
I think she's off guard against Konohamaru.
I would agree.
Okay. I thought you said. Oh, you were talking about Boruto when you said he. Okay, never mind. I remembered that wrong.
Okay.
But I think you can definitely put her in caught. It's her lack of finesse though, and her lack of skill,
I would
and
agree.
the full knowledge of being able to know and utilize her abilities.
Yeah, and so again,
that's
this is stats and where they would actually be are different. And if you want to account for that, then I think that'd be a good character to rank differently based on that.
I would just personally, I don't. If I were to do a tier list, I just wouldn't even include her, to be honest.
Okay.
Or put her in a non-placeable part of it, like it just can't place.
Sure.
Part of the tier list. Shikamaru. I don't actually care that much about Shikamaru.
Okay, perfect. Moving on. On to the things that actually matter. So, for the Shinju, by the way, I know I have Ryu here in Kara Inner / Otsutsuki tier. This is like almost purely solely based on his Iron Sand, because I think Ryu's like physicals are like down here-ish, somewhere here-ish. Like, I don't think he's that fast. At least not the playing around version that we saw in the fight. If you want to say he wasn't taking it seriously, he had his hands in his pockets, whatever, you could rank him higher, maybe like Kage tier. If you want to rank him like around Matsuri, whatever. But I think that Ryu relies on his ability. And it's like, if you're going to say that Ryu is relative to the other Shinju, who, like Mamushi, just doesn't really have an ability, he just has stats. If you want to say that their relative level of threats, then if Ryu has his Hack's ability to make up for the difference, then obviously his physicals would just be below. Which is what I think is the case for characters like Code, who's like stated stronger than Jigen, but weaker than Ishiki. That doesn't mean that Jigen's stats wouldn't be higher than Unlimited Code's. Like, I think if they fought taijutsu-wise or whatever, Jigen could probably just win.
If you're greatly stronger, then why would I'm not sure how they would be equal in stats. His abilities they get better, but like he's just allowed to use more combo marks. Like, I don't know why that would make him greatly stronger, especially because Jigen can just shrink all of them. It has to be stats. I don't know how it could be anything else.
Well, I also do think it's base Jigen that they're referencing. I don't think it would be V2 Jigen. Especially not with the Ten Tails
You don't
amp.
think that you don't think that they'd be mentioning Jigen at his strongest, the only Jigen that Naruto and Sasuke actually know about?
No, that would be
Like,
inconsistent with the way that Naruto characters reference one another throughout the entire series.
What worth would it be to Naruto and Naruto that Code is stronger than Jigen and a greater threat than him, if it's not the Jigen that they know and have seen?
Well, Jigen alone was stronger than Naruto and Sasuke in base anyways.
Wait, you think the base Jigen is stronger than them in Zeta 6 Pass mode and Rinnegan?
Yeah, I think that people like Delta and Code were relative to Naruto and Sasuke, and base Jigen should just be the strongest Kara member. You cut out?
How do you even get base Jigen there? Especially when he activated Karma as soon as he got hit by Naruto and Zeta 6 Pass mode. Like, how do you even get base Jigen there?
Me and Kamui and Rayn were debating this for like a freaking hour earlier, and we did go over it on stream yesterday. But basically, Code wouldn't want to just be walking around limited stronger than Jigen in base. He just wouldn't want to do that. The whole reason he wanted the limiters, he chose it voluntarily for himself, is because of his love of Otsutsuki's, which would include Jigen. And so he would just nerf himself below base Jigen's level. And that Code is a threat to Naruto and Sasuke. That Code is the second strongest in Kara, right behind Jigen.
I don't think none of that really addressed how do you get base Jigen above Naruto and Sasuke? That doesn't. I don't think that even remotely tracks or follows. I don't know how you get him there. He doesn't like do anything. And the only
Okay.
moment we see him
We
actually
don't need
interact with-
feats. What has Shibai done?
I mean, he has the statement.
What has Jura done?
He has the statement.
Okay then. Jura is the leader of Kara, and Jura. Jigen's the leader of Kara, and he's the strongest member of Kara.
Yeah, but he can activate his karma so easily at will. Like it's not hard for him to go to full power.
Well, first of all, he just wouldn't do that for willy-nilly, no reason, because that destroys his vessel. And the whole thing is that his vessel, even in base, is just cracking because of the sheer power. Like, he's actively dying in base. He just wouldn't use the karma unless he needed to. And again, someone like Code wouldn't want to undermine Jigen's authority by walking around stronger than him in base. In fact, we even see in the anime, Jigen just no-diffs Code by flipping him. Yeah. Code who's like threatening Boro, and Boro's like scared of him. Boro who's above Delta.
He could be scared of Code turning on his karma, or Code actually gets like most of his strength from him.
I don't think so. I think if they were going to do that, then they would have clarified, just like they did for Jigen and Ishiki. Oh, he's stronger than Jigen, but weaker than Ishiki. Why would they do that? It's to tell the audience. And again, because they're just referencing Jigen, if they're trying to make it clear, then they would have clarified the higher form of Jigen. Because personally, I don't think V2 Jigen and Ishiki were very far off anyways. I mean, it shouldn't be. The karma is 100% extracted, and he's drawing on all of the karma's power. And it is just Ishiki's consciousness anyways. It's more similar to Boroshiki than it is to, like, Code using his karma, or Boruto using his karma.
Okay. I guess I'll just backtrack.
The difference between Jigen and Ishiki, the reason that Ishiki is so much stronger is because he has full access to Daikokuten, all 8, like, strokes or whatever, spokes, whatever it's called, of the eye. Which, in my opinion, gives him full access to all of his abilities. Which is the big, real difference between Jigen and Ishiki. That and the fact that Jigen's body was, like, cracking down. Whereas, yes, Ishiki's, like, dying, it's like a 3-day thing.
I just don't... That statement does not seem like it's in reference to base Jigen. It seems like Jigen at his strongest. Maybe not including 10 Tails, but it has to be Jigen at his strongest. It just doesn't make sense for it to be referring to base Jigen.
Why?
It just doesn't make sense.
Well, but why?
Yeah, he's greatly stronger. But only than base Jigen. Not Jigen at, like, his apex. Not Jigen at his strongest. Like that, what worth even is? I don't see why I just don't get the statement being in reference to base Jigen.
I don't think base Jigen is weak at all. But that's the thing, Sauron. You're probably having base Jigen way lower.
I have base Jigen lower than Naruto and Sasuke.
Okay, well, based on that, then you wouldn't like the base Jigen argument. Because I have base Jigen higher, because it just basically is Borushiki the whole time walking around. And also, the karma seal doesn't... it's not really doing it. But whatever. It's, he just... I don't see why it wouldn't make sense. Because I just have him closer to wherever you would have the karma anyways.
Bro, what is this Slifer's Kai dragon he's talking about? I've been looking for this thing. I'm about to... Alright, I'm getting irritated. I'ma focus on the video. I'ma dip. He named this Slifer's Kai dragon. I can't find this in Yu-Gi-Oh! To save my life. Holy crap, bro. I'll talk to you another time. Okay. Peace out.
Well, I'm glad I fixed your power scaling woes. And it's all consistent. Well, chat, with that being said, thank you all so much for watching. Oh, you know what I should say, just for an outro? Thank you all so much for walking. That's what I did there. And have a good night. Anikimoto fell. Yeah. Okay. Bye.